형준이님은 요즘 에픽을 잘 안 하셔가지고 잘 모르겠어요 요즘.
약체 같다는 소리 들으니까 또 좀 솔직히 실내나에서 저 한창 할 때 만나면 엄대 엄이었는데 갑자기 약체 같다는 소리를 하니까
비크 자체 템이 우리 서버에서 거의 손꼽힙니다.
비크 자체 선수, 울먹당조 선수 함께하고 싶습니다.
카오스 대주교 선수?
카오스 대주교 선수 같이 함께하고 싶지 않습니다. 최근에 절 무참히 짓밟았기 때문입니다.
멀린 선수 다른 분들 다 너무 센 이미지인데 멀리는 그래도 엄대 엄이 아니었나.
오메가는 안 돼요. 라이트도 안 돼요. 칸나도 안 돼요. 멀리는 만만합니다. 개만만합니다.
칸나 선수요. 란 파벨 그 두 캐릭터를 밴하면 솔직히 꺼낼 픽이 별로 없어서.
So I think that if you want a pretty good opportunity to win your predictions or to do well with your predictions, you should probably vote for me because there's a good chance that if you vote against me, at least once or twice, you're gonna be wrong. So
Speed Family, let's go.
I'll probably just beat everyone. I'm in my training arc right now. By the time this tourney hits, I'm just gonna 1v3 everyone.
And take my team to victory, right? No matter what, we always play to win.
well, hello, my name is Kana.
My name is Elfmage59.
Hello, I'm Light. Some people call me Cat.
My name is Merlin Wallace.
We're gonna have a very fast tournament, either in game length or in unit speed, except for maybe Elf.
From strongest to weakest, Elvemage is very, very, very strong. And Light, Kana, and weakest, it's me.
I wouldn't want to match against Elfmage first because you gotta save the best for last. Probably Kana, so I can put him out of his misery early.
So I guess I'm the slowest of all the team captains, right? We have the Speed Familia, aka Merlin, the Clown that always tries to play fast, and Light, probably one of the best cleavers, especially as a streamer. So I'm definitely the slowest, but I'm definitely the best.
It's like I think if Cage is trying, if he's knowledgeable about like the opponent he's playing against, he's just the strongest. It's no competition in my opinion.
Samway, he's also a streamer. I don't think I'm too worried about him. Standard player, and standard is where I dominate, so I think I'm okay with him. I recognized the fourth name. This is who we call around here in the Twitch community the Korean Jesus. Definitely a strong player, ex Hall of Famer from season 4, if I'm not mistaken. Definitely someone on my radar.
역배충들 나 찍어라.
내가 항상 대회에서 맨날 졌지만 이번에는 이겨서 팬 여러분들한테 기쁨을 같이 누릴 수 있도록 해보겠습니다.
저희 열심히 해서 우승해봅시다.
어차피 우승은 쌤을. 나.
And give the best of myself.
Do well with your predictions. You should probably vote for me because there's a good chance that if you vote against me, at least once or twice, you're gonna be wrong.
So if you guys, I know I failed you guys during the CCI, but this time for sure, root for me because I'm definitely bringing the prize home.
Actually, no, you should bet on me because I'll probably just beat everyone. I'm in my training arc right now. By the time this tourney hits, I'm just gonna 1v3 everyone. I don't know the format, but I'm just gonna do it.
사랑의 끝이 이럴 줄 알았더라면 난 조금 더 곁에 있었을 텐데 그대를 만나 이해할 수 없던 일도 끌어안게 된 지금처럼 행복했었던 시간이 멀어져 가면 뒤돌아 내게 인사하네요. 그대가 없이 된 얘기죠. 아무도 알지 못할 맘이야. 그대가 없이 살아갈 수 있을까요? 하루하루 슬픔인걸요. 내 생에 가장 아름다웠던 순간은 그대와 함께한 사소한 날들, 그게 전부란 걸. 혼자 남겨진 세상의 한복판에서 알게 돼버렸죠. 돌아갈 수 없는 우리를 그대로 머물러줘요. 두 눈이 보이는 그곳에서 잠시만 꿈속에 나와줄래요. 그대가 머물다 그 자리에 나 서 있을게요. 내 생에 가장 아름다웠던 순간은 그대와 함께한 사소한 날들, 그게 전부란 걸. 혼자 남겨진 세상의 끝에 언젠가 그댈 만나겠죠. 오랜 기다림에 우리를
모두 여왕님의 노래 들을 준비 됐어? 그럼 시작한다. 큐! I'm feeling, I'll be your energy. 오늘도 가게 문을 열고서 또다시 날 만날 준비를 해. 언제나 반복되는 everyday. 특별한 하루를 선물할게. You're just my beautiful light. 너를 힘들게 하는 모든 걸 잊어버려. Stay with me, stay with me in my kingdom. 무기력한 날들 견디기 힘들 때면 언제든 찾아와. I'll be your energy. 술술술 생크림 케이크 한 조각. 술술술 진한 밀크티를 한 모금. 술술술 퍼지는 달콤한 향기에 고민은 마법같이 fade out. 지친 너를 위한 나의 kingdom.
Sinking, falling into despair. A hand reached out and broke through my fears. When I was lost, you found me, showed me kindness, set me free. And still, I remember, now I can hear you. When I close my eyes, I can feel your hand in mine. Now I can hear you, I can find you. Finally, I realize for you I promise, I never forget every moment that we spent together. Promise, I hold my hand, keep together, standing on
What is up, everybody, and welcome back to the E7 Creator Battle. And how is everyone doing? It's your boy Mashu.
And it's me, Fartsy, aka Fart Pancakes.
Yes, and everything is going chill and great for today. I hope everyone is ready for some exciting gameplay today. We have quite the matchup, especially the first one, you know.
We got a lot of stakes riding on today's matches because it's the semi-finals.
It's the
So
semis.
we're gonna see who makes it out alive and who doesn't. Who gets to take home the
Exactly.
prize tomorrow.
Yeah, I really wonder who it's gonna be, because from what we saw in the other matches too, that a lot of these people play against each other, and like it's gonna be really close. I feel maybe all these matches today will go to best of 5. But
I sure hope not, but you know, if it happens, it happens.
it is what it is, you know. What if they're fast matches, Fartsy, but it's still
If
best of
if
five?
everyone cleaves each other, it's fine to go the whole 5 rounds. I just want to see straight cleaves. We got Wander Silk buffs. Let's see her in action. I want to see
True.
everyone cleaving.
They are, guys, if you guys were wondering as well, they will be playing on the current setup, which means Balance Patch is live. Honestly, I was watching some of the streams earlier too, and a lot of them were playing, and people are still feeling out this current Balance Patch. Like, how do you feel about it, Fartsy?
I'm gonna be honest. I am not happy with it for many reasons. Number one, it's right before the season ends, so I'm still adjusting. Number two, I don't have DJ Bazaar. Number
Okay,
three, she was
that's the
trying to
real
copium.
reason. Let's be real. That's the real reason. But guys, we'll be going into the overview once again with this. So as you can see their way all the way in here. And the first match we'll be going here today is Light E7 versus Elf Mage's team. That is Carnival versus the Boomers. And then Merlin Wallace and Kana's team afterwards, which is Speed Fam versus the Three Musketeers.
Or musketeers.
Musketeers. Why would it be tears? Tell me, Fartsy, right now.
I don't know. They tear another.
They're gonna,
Okay, never mind.
They're gonna tear up the competition.
Yeah. Exactly.
But yeah, guys, here we go. We have the viewer events today as we had last time, so make sure to get those drops in. You guys can use exclamation point drops to connect your accounts to that and get this. Oh wait, sorry, that was just the viewer events for everyone else, but we'll have the drops like I said before too. For those of you guys who are on Twitch, I believe it's around like 15 minutes just to watch, get your 3 leaves and your equipment charms. It's pretty nice. Are you ready to get some more energy on this? Because we have the match prediction event. So after today, as you guys will be able to see, if you're going to be able to get some 320 energy for correctly predicting the matches. So good luck on you guys. I know I predicted what I predicted. Fartsy, do you want to let the audience know first of what you predicted maybe?
I have my money on Elf Mage's team, so Elf Mage, no pressure. You better win. I need this free energy.
Okay. Oh yeah, but anyways, I myself am rooting for the Light and Kana team. Reason being is that I want them to fight against each other. Kana did mention in his interview too that, everyone is always talking about how he is like a copy of Light, and who knows, maybe now it's quite different.
Well, since we got a lot of new, buffed units, everyone's trying out new stuff. Maybe we'll see some new tech coming into today's tournament.
And I feel like we would be, right? Because
it'll be refreshing for sure.
The bans and how they'll go too.
I mean,
ends up being quite a bit of bans.
I'm pretty sure they're still gonna be banning a lot of openers because there's a lot of strong openers right now. Very oppressive, very annoying. So I wouldn't be surprised to still see the same pre-bans and then everyone still contesting for DN or maybe even DJ Bazaar now.
True. They have to be careful picking up anything with shield nowadays. So FCC's not as I feel like safe now, right?
Yeah, she's gonna be a last pick now, not a first pick anymore.
Honestly, it'll be interesting to see that moving forward. What else would you say? You're talking about Shu earlier, so how do you feel about the Shu?
Shu, I feel like she's really good. Her buffs are great. She does a lot of damage. She's kind of scary, but she's like basically a hard counter for Hwayoung. So even if she's a good counter for Hwayoung nonetheless is still super oppressive. She's really broken unit, and it feels like, if you just have Hwayoung on your team, your chances of winning are just so much higher.
Yep, I agree. Hwayoung is a really nice unit in that case. But guys, for now, we'll be going into the first video that we have prepared for you guys for what they have to say between Carnival and I forgot the other team's name all of a sudden. But you guys will
Boomers?
see. Yeah, the
Boomers?
That's my boomer
Mr.
brain
Boomer
working.
brain now?
But here you guys go.
Salve galera, beleza? Aqui quem fala é o Samu e a minha equipe é composta pelo Nemesis e o Light, da Carnaval. Particularmente eu fiquei muito tranquilo, eu lido muito bem com esses momentos, então eu não esperava que o Light fosse me escolher para jogar o segundo jogo, né? Eu achei que ele mesmo fosse jogar, até porque ele não jogou, ele jogou muito bem contra o Samurai, mas é muito difícil encaixar o estilo de jogo dele contra um cara que joga full pra trás e tem muitas unidades. Acabou que ele não conseguiu ganhar, ele me escolheu. Vamos lá e deu tudo certo. Se eu tenho alguma estratégia para semifinal? Não tenho nenhuma estratégia para semifinal. Eu buildei algumas unidades novas aí, mas eram unidades que eu já estava pretendendo usar, não foi especificamente por causa da semifinal. Eu vou jogar normalmente, como eu sempre jogo nas filas ranqueadas, e com certeza você joga maravilhoso, porque o time que a gente vai enfrentar é muito. Alguma palavra para a equipe que a gente vai enfrentar? Sim, eu tenho uma palavra, né? Porque eu particularmente adoro o Elf Mage, né? Sempre fico trocando uma ideia com o Shogun também. Mas eu adoro o Elf Mage, ele participa dos campeonatos que eu faço também. Então, Elf, bonezinho pra trás, por um momento, deixa a amizade de lado e vamos pro pau. Tamo junto, irmão.
Yo, what's up? I'm Shotgun Shogun, opener for Team Boomers. How did I feel going into the quarterfinals? I started it undefeated. I'm gonna end it undefeated. That's right. Not really. You don't need strategies when you just win. How lose if you just win, boys? Big brain. Any words to the team that I'm facing in the finals? Well, I'm gonna call you a dustpan because you boys are getting swept.
And there you guys have it. You know, there's some big words being said. We'll see who actually gets swept underneath. But here is introducing once again Team Carnival, with the leader being Light, but the opener being Nemesis and the middler being Samu Gamer. And like before, their motto is to put on a good show and win. So these are people who are prepped to win.
This one should be interesting because, as we saw from the last set of matches, Samu was basically the MVP of Carnival. He won a lot of matches and kind of pushed them through.
Pretty much being able to close out the match, right? As they almost 3-0'd, but then Light just couldn't clinch that last win. And then Sam was like, don't worry. Hold my drink. I got this.
Gotta carry the whole team on his back.
Exactly. But this time they'll be facing Team Boomers. Now, Team Boomers is your pick of the whole tournament, right? I believe.
So I have high hopes on these guys winning, and their team is also pretty stacked. Elf Mage, Shogun, and Dragon X, they're all great players. So I think they should have no problem dealing with whatever matchups they have for today.
And it's impossible now for them to end in pure 4th place. Well, actually, they still could technically end in like 3-4th place, right? But we'll see if he's able to counter that by winning this match. And I believe Elf has a pretty stacked team for the most part, guys. Oops. But yeah, I honestly wonder how all of this is going to turn out in the end, because these two teams were like, one is like the Boomers, right? And they're known because they have longer accounts and they have like that gear difference, right?
That's true. I think also it comes down to the leaders going against each other, because Elf Mage and Light, I think they're kind of toe-to-toe with each other, you know? It's not like unanimous, like the one side wins more games. It's like they kind of, depending on how they feel, you know, one person's going to outspeed the other, or one person's going to counter the other. So that should be interesting. And I think they're going to do a mix against each other. They'll most definitely probably try cleaving each other and playing standard into each other. So let's see how that goes.
Yeah, I want to know too, because more so on Team Carnival side, just like their name, they're a little more on the trickier side, whereas Team Boomers are like these stable like stones of being able to push through. And here is you guys' match predictions and the results of it. a lot of you guys are choosing Carnival to win it in this case. So
Yeah, that's
that's quite a
interesting.
large bar.
Man, Elf Mage, how come you don't have more fans, man? Where's your faith? How come
Where's
no
the
one has
fan?
faith in you?
No. It's because you know, history. So people are like, you know, that eventually he's gonna so something might happen. You know.
Well, all I'm saying is if Elf Mage wins this, y'all just lost out on free energy.
This is
Elf Mage,
true.
please win.
You want that energy, don't you?
No, it's gonna be a Elf Mage win. It has to be.
Okay.
I'm
The
counting on
belief.
you, Elf Mage. You cannot be Hall of Fame material worthy unless you carry your team on your back for today's tournament.
And we'll see who ends up carrying who when the first match goes out. So here is the first match between the two teams that we have today. It is Nemesis versus Shotgun Shogun. Both of them Emperor. Both have well, Shotgun has quite a bit more matches, but honestly, the win rate here is pretty much the same overall. And yeah.
And they got interesting picks. They definitely all play different units, you know, most pick and most pre-ban. So it seems like Shogun takes a more active approach based on his most picks, whereas Nemesis plays more passively, waiting for these counters to happen.
Waiting for the counters out and like the Lionheart Cermius here just to stave off any more duels, which it would go great into Shogun's belly in. And yeah, it looks like Shogun doesn't like to go against any fast overall fast because he plays fast probably, with the Ran and Lilius being banned out in this case. So a more stable but still aggressive side, right?
Yeah, and as you can see on both sides, the biggest pre-ban is Hua So that's just more evidence that Hua definitely not a balanced unit.
I believe in this case, but we'll see who ends up fighting out. And the next up, the match that we'll be going over is the Midler match, which will be Samu. You saw him already. He was not preparing at all, but who knows? Maybe that's just the confidence that he has to bring against Jagan X's side. Although Jagan X's had, like I said, it's the same as before. Win rate being higher, but the matches being lower. Well, it's the opposite, sorry. And they're both being Empress, though.
And once again, I see a common theme here. Most ban Hua
Dude, and
definitely not a
AOL.
broken unit.
So the
Yeah,
AOL
she's
being
pretty
banned out
annoying.
here. So
Pretty
like
annoying.
a lot more mitigation on that end, being banned out, or like and with the Lilius especially. In the case of Hawaiian, just the overall aggressive and damage that she brings pretty much for free on her end. But yeah, honestly, this is a matchup that I feel like all the matchups today are very coin tossy, right? Like
Yep.
it's really close, and I feel like these people have played each other before. Granted, they might not know their exact picks or so, but I'm pretty sure they played against each other.
They might be contesting each other for a homeless hand guy pick too, since he's most picked on both sides here. So
Yeah,
we'll
and
see
we
who
do see
gets
from
them
Jagan's
first.
side, like they're the FCC being one with his team, right?
Yep.
And moving on though to the last and final match, it is the leader match, which in this case is Light E7 and Elf Mage. High percentage win rates nonetheless.
This is interesting here because Light's most picked units are Elf Mage's most banned units.
Except for the
So
Arabi, right? Yeah.
yeah.
Oh man.
So I guess they are like arch nemesis to each other.
So we'll end up seeing what the pick and bans are like. I mean, for the most part, we've seen Light play relatively standard because of the way bans go in the round mode though. So I honestly want to see if he'll still try cleaving out Elf. But I mean, Elf has been a pretty much rock for this whole tournament so far.
Yep.
Especially boasting that win rate.
Hope Elf Mage keep going because I want this free energy.
I know.
Sorry,
I mean,
Light. Nothing against you. I just want more energy, and I have high hopes on Elf Mage.
Okay. I mean, if you're a betting kind of player, obviously the 68.88% there is pretty nice to look at when you're just talking about win rates. So, but I mean, like, Light always ends up pulling some random crap out, I swear. He's one of the biggest, like, MLM players, right?
Is it really MLM if it works though?
That's true. That's true. If it works, is it really MLM? That's the real question here. And honestly,
Exactly. So we'll see what happens in today's tournament. We'll see if anybody has a few tricks up their sleeve, especially with a newly, freshly released patch. So we'll see how creative people get with their strategies and their builds.
And now, guys, we'll be moving on into the game in just a bit. But yeah, I honestly, pick and ban is probably the biggest thing in this game, I feel. Especially what units they... I mean, obviously, it's just how the game works, guys. The pick and bans and setting up the team is the biggest part.
As far as winning, it's always 70% of the draft that will determine if you win or not. The other 30% is just decision making and RNG.
Look at the Mises here. He's taking on that Darth look.
He looks like he's trying to rob somebody.
But dude, like, both of them wearing glasses indoors. What is this?
Oh, you know what? Nemesis is trying to rob Shogun of a win today.
Dude, he's ready. He's ready. But like we said before, the Huayan being banned out, as it was a contested DPS, either way, it's either picked or banned for the most part in a lot of these matches. And the Armin, so I think Shogun, knowing how Nemesis plays for sure.
So Shogun goes in with double attack buffers and barrier units. So I think, you know, that's a little redundant there, but I guess he wants to play it really safe.
So we will see what ends up, like, Nemesis, how will he respond to this? I mean, like we said, this is live on patch, so DJB is open.
But does Nemesis have a DJB?
That's the real question. A lot of these things are like, oh, do they have them, and do they have them built in the first place? So.
I think as far as DJB goes, not a lot of people may have him just because he didn't seem like such a highly wanted unit before his buff today, or not today, 2 days ago.
And honestly, like I feel like he's one to go up and down recently between his balance matches, right? He was like good for a bit, then he was just like, oh wait, it's not that good, and then he's good again. So we'll see how that ends up panning out. But so far, I mean, we're seeing pretty much the standard, the Bellion, and taking away the Lionheart Thermia so that way his Bellion doesn't get countered.
Also, the Thermia is also a good pick into the Aros because if he tries to S2 with the Landy, it's gonna proc that Thermia.
Exactly. At least one way to proc it. The Aros, especially after buff, I've seen a lot of people actually saying praises for it.
Those barriers are fat, so they do come in pretty clutch. Although in this case here, I see Shogun's picks looking a lot better than Nemesis just because that Landy is looking really vulnerable to the Bellion and the Thermia picks.
Yep, just being able to have that reach on his end, right? And now you see that he might be a little concerned in how he chooses the future. Ooh, the Arc
I think this is a good comeback.
Really good. Yeah.
The Ameru is definitely a good response into the Bellion, but there are 2 cleansers on Shogun's side as far as having the Homeless Hand Guy and DN, so this might be tough for Ameru. And with that last pick,
I think it's gonna be an Ameru ban in this case.
In terms of just the draft alone, this is looking a lot better for Shogun.
I agree. Now, what do you think is gonna be banned out on both ends?
I think it has to be the Thermia or the Fire Charlotte. Just because they are both gonna hurt the Ameru and the Landy.
And there you go, the Archdemon Mercedes on this end being the one who gets taken away, and the Lionheart Thermia on Shogun's end. And
that Landy needs a lot of protection to survive that Charlotte and the Bellion.
Landy is gonna have some trouble to see.
We'll see if this Aros buff actually pulls through for protecting this Landy. maybe this is gonna be a good A-Ross showcase, or maybe not.
And here we go, guys, into the game. So obviously Diane taking the first turn here, just being able to buff up her units on this end, and then now Amelia taking a turn, boosting up this Landy. Lots of buffs on the other side means that she'll get another S3 afterwards. Will be
If
pretty
only
nice.
she could soul burn, this could
But no
hurt.
souls, I know.
Oh, and missed 2
Ooh.
crits there.
But still does quite a bit of damage to this Diane and Bellion. And
Now,
that's the
we need
first
this-
stack.
We need this Landy to survive here. So A-Ross will probably get his S3 up. Homeless Hand Guy's probably gonna strip the Landy, which he does because she's not in Guiding
Oh,
Light.
and landing that attack down on top of it.
Yep, that's gonna be rough for this Landy now. I think she's gonna be a dead pick unless that Amelia's able to get her cleansed up and ready to go ASAP.
And here you go, like you said, A-Ross popping that S3, putting up that defense buff for his whole team. And time to see how much damage this is gonna do. Attack buff.
Symbol of
Charlotte,
Unity Charlotte, of course, that's gonna do a lot of damage
Yeah.
with her attack buff.
5k damage already on the Landy. Quite a bit chunked off there.
Yep.
And the team from Shogun's side is looking pretty safe now.
Yeah, that could strip off the buffs. Oh, it's
Oh,
a
counter
Landy!
Landy!
On Bloodstone. She might survive this.
Wait.
So she didn't miss a Guiding Light proc at all.
Yeah, it wasn't Guiding Light at all. And now with that push up, just being able to go right after this too, we're going to see another S3 being able to stack on top of it, and a little more stabilization on Nemesis' side.
Yeah, unfortunately, because of the Bellion being on the other side, we can't constantly soul burn the A-Ross S2, which could be really clutch for the
Yeah.
Landy.
And unfortunately, no defense break for that Landy, right? And
Yeah.
now, how many crits are we going to see once again? And Oh,
just
one,
I
just
don't know if it
one.
was fat barriers or...
Yeah, I think it was just one in this case. I saw white numbers on both on the rest of the ends on the other side, and
Man, anti-crit working on right side only, right?
always,
Unfortunate.
always.
Man, Nemesis got drafted on the wrong side here.
Right, now we see this Dina's gonna take a turn being able to push up this A-Ross.
Keeping him alive. I'm pretty sure he's the Arius holder in this case.
Yeah, just especially looking at the damage, right?
Now, there's not much this A-Ross can do anymore. All he can do is basically just strip something.
Yep.
And he does. He gets rid of the anti-crit. That's looking better for the Landy now. Hopefully she lands some crits here.
And it's
And
time
we
to
got-
see once again. This is the third stack now, and she's gonna be max stacked out
This is actually looking really good now. I
from
think...
Nemesis'
Yeah,
side.
Nemesis
Ooh,
is
and
more
we see
stabilized.
crits.
Yeah, he's got the counter Landy and then always having the empowered S3 every single turn in addition to the Amelia always cycling, so Nemesis is taking a lot of turns over here.
And time to see how much this Gale win is gonna hurt, especially with no defense buff on the Landy. With Symbol of Unity,
man,
oh
that's
my
actually a lot of
god, that
damage.
is huge damage on that side.
Maybe I take back what I said about things looking good for Nemesis.
Yeah, after that, and especially with that soul burn, just killing off
no,
his
this
two
is
units.
no bueno. So even though everyone is rezzed from the Distina, they just have a little teeny bit of HP. I think they still die here
I
because
think they still die, especially on
Yeah.
Frenzy too. Oh, just barely living.
Oh,
Might be able
this-
to get
this
another
shit
turn out here though.
pushed and healed here though.
Oh,
We
no
have
skills are
no
up.
skills.
R.I.P.
And then Diane should only be able to S1 here.
Oh, the dual attack.
Okay, that could have been bad if that Diane actually tried to go on the Landy there.
Again, A-Ross doing his job,
And
being
of
able to steal a
course-
buff.
Diane taking another turn, cycling really quickly.
And yeah, like I said, even beforehand, right? Shogun's side just being able to stabilize out a lot faster and a lot more easier compared to Nemesis' side. We
Yeah,
will
that
see.
Fire Charlotte is a huge cuck to the Landy.
Yeah, so we're seeing another S3, and yeah, just not doing enough damage, I feel, to push through all of this anti-crit, these shields, these heals that are constantly being output.
looking back, I think Nemesis could have done slightly better if he pre-banned or post-banned the Emil Cermia instead. He would just have to hold off on using the Aros S2.
Oh my god,
think-
did you see that?
Yeah, he could have had more survivability, but it's not looking as great just because of the Fire Charlotte being there.
Yeah, it's
But
so
this Landy
crazy.
is kind of popping off and healing everybody, so maybe, just maybe, the tides will be turned here. Although that Charlotte's got a lot of buff.
Oh my god!
I spoke too soon again. That Charlotte's just too stacked.
You should always just wait until the Charlotte pops off, because holy, that is quite a bit of damage on his end. And just like that, guys, we see the first match going over to Team Boomers on the side of Shotgun Shogun.
Yeah, and you know, just because it's a counter Landy with 2 Soul Weavers trying to keep her sustained, still no match against a Fire Charlotte. So I think he could have been a lot safer trying to let that Cermia go through, because I don't think he's gonna have anything that's gonna proc the Cermia as long as he doesn't Aros S2.
Yeah, I think he was a lot, like, kind of too afraid, right, of the Cermia in this case. Because I think just the amount of attacks that the Fire Charlotte got off, and being able to get that Gale win off, it proved too much damage, too much.
In the long run, he couldn't have relied too much on the Aros S2 anyway. He was only able to use it once this whole match just because that Bellion wouldn't let him soul burn it. So he's just on a long cooldown and just waiting to, you know, S3 and S1 the whole time.
Yeah. And just like that, though, we're going to go into the second round between Nemesis and Shotgun Shogun. So, one win up is Shotgun Shogun. And I wonder now how Nemesis is going to ban out or pick up this second match.
Okay, so now we got the Landy and the Charlotte on both sides there.
Yeah, pretty perfectly banned out from this end. Knowing that the Fire Charlotte was quite the problem. I think Nemesis wanted to keep up his same team as long as the Fire Charlotte didn't exist, right?
Yep, so now it looks like they're going to be bringing in new DPS here. Let's see if they have something new to bring to the table, or they just try to pick out these broken units as openers, because it seems like Soul Weavers are highly favored as a contested first pick right now in this current meta. It's always the DN.
And I think the reason for that that we see is that there's scarcity of the usability of them. Like the DN and Amelia being one of the top 2 picks, right? Because they have like the most use, the most turn cycling, and the most like profit for their team in that case.
And because of the ridiculous frenzy buff. Once again, I really think they should have got F-Res instead of speed.
But yeah, moving from this, barring that as well, we have the Ross and the Lionheart Cermia in this case being picked up. So, how do you feel about this Lionheart Cermia being picked up, even if there's no activator so far on Nemesis' side?
Well, it looks like for Shogun, he might be taking away the Cermia from getting picked on Nemesis' side just because he could freely S2 with his Aros. And he could be gambling on the enemy 5%ing him and proccing her anyway.
Yeah, true. Lionheart Cermia being that unit that will always be stably picked. I feel like because the way dual attacks work, and just like I feel like against like a Bellion and the cases of like that, right, where he can no longer pick Bellion, which means Shotgun Shogun has the availability to pick more so like a multitude of other units.
Because of that early Cermia pick, it forces Nemesis to try to not draft anything that's gonna proc her. So it looks like he just pivot into a more aggro draft with the strays there. But I don't know if his last 2 picks are going to be able to follow up with that, because he has very little survivability here. He's going to rip his S3, and then if there's nothing to keep him alive and everything else on Shogun's side is still alive, could be a dead pick for Nemesis.
And what we see being picked up though from Shogun's side is the Bellion and Spectre Tenebria in this case. So a little bit, once again, it was like picking something that counters something you already have just in case, right?
Yeah, and I think from here, you know, Bellion is only punished by SSBs or A Merus, but because of the presence of that Surmia there, it's really hard to decide if you want to pick up these units or not. So
Exactly.
it looks like Nemesis' only chance to outdraft Shogun here is to continue following up on his aggro draft or straight up trying to cleave, which he can't really do with a Carmen already there.
The carrot being picked up. Okay.
Carrot is a really interesting pick into the Bellion because she won't be able to soul burn, but the Emilcowork's a good pick there in response to the Bellion, so he has a chance to proc there and hopefully get rid of something.
And now, what is Shotgun Shogun gonna round out his draft with? Probably a speedy unit. Yeah, that Kisei looking very juicy, especially against this Strauss.
Yeah,
now-
Kisei will definitely be good into 3/4 of Nemesis picks right there, so I think that has to be a force ban for him, unless that happens to be a 300 speed DN that can push up his whole team.
Now, who would you say is gonna be banned out on the other side, though?
That is really tough. I think it's gonna be Carmen to get rid of the negation or the Emil Kawazu just because he's gonna get procced from the Bellion.
And
That's
there you go.
interesting. Getting rid of the carrot there.
Yeah, and the Kisei, like we said, was gonna get banned out in this case.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm not sure why Carrot is seen as the threat, just because Bellion kind of stops her from being able to proc her burns after her S3. With the presence of the Kawazu there, he can try to nuke somebody right off the bat. So
I agree.
maybe he gets rid of the Surmia or even the Bellion if he does proc, because he's gonna proc eventually when that Bellion takes a turn.
And here we go, DN putting that attack buff up for his team. And if Strauss takes a turn, you already know that someone's gonna explode.
Goes right for the S2.
No defense break and
Ooh,
crit
that
buff
anti-crit
working.
working.
Wow. And just like that, I feel like now he's very much so in trouble.
Unfortunately for this Kawazu, he's a little too fast. I don't know if he wants to rip his S3 here just because he's not gonna land anything. You kind of want to wait for your Kawazu to get his vigor before you rip his S3 just so you can
now-
avoid the frizz.
The Stray is being crit and stunned on that point. Saves it for another turn. This Bellion's still alive.
I think if since that DN took a first turn, I think Nemesis would have been better off trying to push up the team so Strays could have done something right away, because he just wasted his whole turn here and now gotta wait to get rid of something.
But he's still going to be able to take a turn after this, right? With this invincibility being put up.
That was really close when the Aros dual attacked there. He could have stripped that invincibility off the Strays.
Very close. And in this case, unfortunately, from Shogun's side, it didn't actually do it. But this could also do it. Nope.
Okay, they live to see another
Ooh.
day.
Was actually very close once again. And the burn being put on. Yeah, see, if you had S3 there now, though, I feel like you'll be doing a lot more.
Exactly. I think that's a huge misplay on Nemesis, and lots of misplays going on his end. It's not looking so great right now.
Maybe he's a little shook. Who knows? And here comes the rip on the S3 for Strauss. Boom. Oh my god.
Ooh, that
My
damage.
God.
Wait a second. Did he just heal back up?
Yes, he
Was
did.
that a Lifesteal Strays? Wait a
Holy-
minute. Lifesteal Strays new MLF?
Oh my god.
Oh
And
my.
Bellion absolutely disappearing from the Earth itself, or Orbis itself in this case. And yeah, now Shaka Shogun's looking in quite a predicament.
Maybe he turns this game around if they can't manage to kill that Strays. Maybe it wasn't just the anti-crit cucking that Stende damage, but also because it was a Bruiser Strays.
Yeah, especially with attack buff, right? He knows that's gonna do enough damage and heal enough back, so he was okay either way. Dude, all of Nemesis
Oh
is
no!
banned.
That
Ow!
Strays tried to help and it wasn't helping.
Oh, and just like this, is gonna be huge damage from the side of Shotgun Shogun. Let's see how much it ends up ripping.
I think this is a dead
Boom.
Kawazu.
No.
Oh no, he's still alive. Oh, does he
Okay.
have his S3 up?
That is a good question, and for us to look on the side 4 in this case.
At least he has vigor now, so he has a teeny bit more survivability.
Even with the Soulburn, not taking that much damage on this one. Oh, but the ship and dual
the
attack!
duel. Man, the duels are really loving both sides today.
Yeah.
Now,
But
the Strays
unfortunately,
to
like,
rip the S2 here and strip their defense buffs and the speed buff, I think that would help. Ah, that's
No.
a really risky play there. Risky play. I think you should have S2 so you could try to hit the Stenny too. And if you try S1ing onto that Sirmia, you're just risking for more dual attacks.
but unfortunately, the Sturm is gonna die now to this S3 from the likes of Inferno Kawazu. Let's see. Well, I mean, I'm assuming that's gonna do enough damage to kill her at least.
Yeah, you might as well do that while you have
Might
the
as
vigor
well.
up. There's no other time to
Nemesis?
use it
There
than
you
now.
go. There you go. I was like,
Alright, let's see how much damage this
oh
does.
wait, he chooses to go on the
Yay!
Ross.
Oh, interesting. Get rid of the mitigation and you kill these guys faster. Okay.
Okay.
So maybe he did have a play up his sleeve. He wanted to get rid of the mitigation so that the Strays could freely S2 and do more damage.
And here we
And
go. We're
there it
seeing
is.
S2
He
now.
waited for the soul burn.
And just like that, that Spectre Tenebria is now gone.
Hey, Nemesis actually outbraining everybody today. This was unexpected.
Why not? You don't believe in Nemesis?
Well, that lifesteal Strays was, I didn't see it coming.
Guys, she's a Team
He
Boomer
was-
shill. She's a Team Boomer shill.
It was looking really bad at first, but he sure bamboozled us.
Exactly, though. What a great match, actually. And we've seen a lot of different tech on the side of Nemesis, right?
Yeah, oh, I did not expect a bruiser lifesteal Strays. That was really interesting. And to see the damage he still pulled off and completely healed back up.
Mm-hmm. I feel like the
I-
Strays for sure was the MVP of this
Yeah,
match.
for sure. If it was not for that Strays, that Bellion would continue being a menace.
And I'm surprised, even with that misplay that we said earlier, right?
I mean, maybe we thought it was a misplay, but the only misplay here was just the Kawazu wasting his S3 right off the bat.
Yeah, that's what I'm
else,
saying.
I think everything else was just a calculation
Yeah,
on
yeah.
Nemesis' part. He's like, this was
Dude, true,
calculated.
true.
Easy.
He knew all these things were gonna come up, and he was just like basing it so that way his RNG could match in line, right?
Yeah, now Shogun's scared. He's like, I gotta get rid of that Strays. He's way too MVP to continue being here.
Exactly. And from then we still see the stable pick of DN from the side of Shotgun Shogun. I wonder if we're gonna see any interesting picks from Nemesis' side so far. The Lionheart Sturmia being
There,
quite a
okay.
bit of like
So they're
pick
kind of
here.
taking each other's units from the previous drafts.
yeah. And we see in the win prediction that it's quite close. It's pretty much 50-50 comparatively to both sides, but
We're seeing it
Nemesis-
fluctuate a lot back
Yeah.
and forth. And you know, these matches are going pretty back and forth, so it's hard to say who we think the winner's gonna be after this set. And as we saw in the first match, we see the DN and Homeless Hand Guy pickups on Shogun's side, and then he gets the Aravi. Not a bad pick, very safe, very stable.
safe and stable pick from Shotgun Shogun. I mean, this is like the pick I feel like you would be like, hey, if you guys have these units and you want to go into RTA, you guys could just pick these three every single time, and then whatever you want the last two that you feel would
Yeah.
go against the rest of the team, right?
I think Nemesis is in a good position to play aggro just because for Shogun's drafts, if you want to counter a slower draft with a Ravi, Hand Guy, and DN, you have to play aggro into that. Otherwise, you're just gonna get out sustained. You definitely need damage to deal with an Aravi.
Yeah, and here we go. Oh, being able to have the Bellion, which I'm assuming is on the injury sets, just to take care of that Aravi. And more
Not a bad
mitigation.
pick here. So now, how do we see Shogun respond to this Bellion pick? Because that's definitely gonna hurt his Homeless Hand Guy, his Aravi, even the
Ooh.
Aras.
So still taking the Ross, and now he could do exactly what he said. So he has a similar team comp to what Nemesis had before, except I don't think this time we're gonna see the Lionheart Sturmia ban.
Yeah, I think he just needs to pick something that can punish the A Ravi, because if he picks a Stene right now, he's in a good position to pick Stene. Because that
Oh.
Bellion's not gonna cuck him, and if he just bans out the A Meru, it's a solo DPS A Ravi with no reach for a Stene.
That'd be quite scary, to be honest. And yeah, but we end up seeing the Destina pick up instead, so just liking the more bruiser, more healable, and more like frenzy style, right?
Yeah, so let's see what they end up banning on both sides here. I definitely think Nemesis has to ban the A Meru, which he does, so that's good.
Oh, and we
I
still
think-
do see the Lionheart Sermon being banned in this case.
Yeah, in the long run, if we can get into a frenzy, the Bellion is in a better position to inflict injury on that A Ravi, but at the same time, because of A Ravi's built-in injury, if they just focus down the Bellion, who knows who's gonna win this? They have mitigation and sustain on
Exactly.
both sides.
And here we go, the Diane going first as per usual, being able to put that anti-crit and attack buff for her team. And the first Conqueror Lilius of the day.
I don't think he wants to waste an S2 here because there's too much cleansers. S2 is gonna be wasted. Might as well just rip the S1 and hope
Get
you
more
pull in the
damage out.
Bellion.
Yeah. The Bellion would be perfect in this case. But will we see it? No, he still chooses to grab that
Don't
S2.
touch that. I mean, it's not completely wasted. At least there's barriers up for 2 units. But unfortunately, I think it won't do a whole lot of good if the A Ravi and everyone else just focus down the Bellion, because she's gonna be the only threat here.
Yep, and just like that, you see the focus on Bellion. Still no defense breaks from the side of A-Rock all day today.
Maybe no effectiveness on that A Ross. Time to put some on.
Just a splash, right?
Or that skill tree didn't get maxed out.
Oh no! It is so Shogun.
Alright, so it looks like we should be ripping the S3 here just so we can get the defense buff and take a little less damage. It's just unfortunate that there's immunity up on Shogun's side.
I mean, even then, it would have cleansed either way, right?
Yeah, that's true. But at least they could have gotten pushed back, right?
This is true. And just like that, you see Diane being able to put up the shields and the like, and so now we're going to be put in this solo DPS versus solo DPS, although the injury is proving to be really huge so far.
The injury's stacking up on the Bellion a lot faster than what you could do on the A Ravi, just because the A Ravi has the anti-crit, the barriers, and her own passive that really mitigates any damage that she's gonna get on her side.
Yeah, whereas the mitigation on the Mises side is more so through healing, which isn't as effective on barriers, right? Or as
Yeah.
barriers in this case.
I'm not sure if Destina is gonna do enough to save the Bellion here, just because injury doesn't care. So if he would have picked another DPS in place of that Destina, maybe more could have been done to be able to damage that A Ravi. Because you really need damage to deal with her. Otherwise, you're just never gonna kill her.
And yeah, we're gonna end up seeing that probably in this case. And yeah, it's looking like Shogun's side a lot more stable so far. You need the procs from the Bellion in this case to just start to whittle down everyone, and I don't think it's happening, especially because single target attacks, right, on everyone's side.
Yep. This is looking really tough for Nemesis right now. Maybe he's starting to regret that Destina pick.
Yeah, like if you had a Spectre Tenebria in this case, it'll be kind of pretty in the clear for the most part.
Yeah, even a Rimuru pickup would have been really good here, just because there's so many buffs on Shogun's side.
Yeah, y'all got a buff, and he just jacks them, grab the booty and jack.
Yep. Alright, so this Bellion lives for one turn here. Gotta protect her unless there's a strip.
Unless? And yes,
Oh,
there
he
is!
strips. Unfortunate.
Quite the strip on this
Not
case,
looking
and
good for that Bellion.
the attack down as well, just being able to mitigate more injury.
Even with the debuffs on the A Ravi there, that Diane's just gonna cleanse them off when she takes her turn.
Oh, unless this gets pushed up a little too much, right?
It's some damage, but with the attack down, it's not as much damage as it could have been.
And there's the cleanse being able to go first. And yeah, I think this Belian is just straight up dead after this attack, especially on Frenzy 3
Yeah.
now.
Especially with the Bellion being a health scaling unit, she's got a lot of injury already. She's just gonna do less and less damage as this match goes on. And that A Ravi looks like she's got nothing on her right now. I don't see any injury. It's probably covered up by the
By the barrier, yeah.
but you know, she doesn't look like she's dying anytime soon.
Nope, and Belian, on the other hand, gets the effectiveness buff, so we're gonna see a burn here. No, we're not. Hoping to hopefully
At least
proc
she
A,
stripped the barriers, but that's not enough to save this match because she's gonna die pretty soon here.
Yeah,
I
no
think
S2.
with this attack buff A Ravi, she's gonna take one more turn. There's no more defense buff on that Bellion. She's gonna get
And
smacked
just
here
like
and
that,
she's gonna die.
they can, oh, especially with that
Oh,
defense
we
break.
got a defense break, so that was a guaranteed nuke right there.
And yeah, now I don't know. Even with the revive, I still don't see Belian being
Yeah.
able to win out this match.
This is one of those situations where I think Destina, once again, is a dead pick. She's really good into lots of debuffers because she's mainly a cleanse unit. And in this case, there's not really any debuffs on Shogun's side, so she didn't provide a whole lot of utility for Nemesis.
Yeah.
In addition to that, it's nice that she has AoE revives, but these revives are so weak that everyone gets just a teensy bit of HP. They're gonna die in one hit anyway.
I agree, and it's the effective revives, right? Even if they have a little less HP, at least they're able to do effectively something on their turn. And in this case, I don't see it on the other side, right? Just there's not enough damage for getting pulled through, where
Yeah.
even a revive and like a invincibility to everyone else won't bring the match back, unfortunately.
Exactly, and because that injury being permanent, this Bellion's gonna come back and she's still gonna have the injury. She's still gonna, even if she gets healed to full HP, she's not gonna be doing a whole lot and will still die pretty quickly.
Yeah, and like we said, like especially with that injury, look how tiny,
Yeah,
how tiny
she's
his
got
health
no health
is.
left.
And just like that, we see the match ending with Shotgun Shogun winning right now 2-1 and 1 round away from clinching the first point for Team Boomers. But
Alright, well, it looked good for
it's
Nemesis
still pretty
at
back
first.
to
His
form.
draft was looking really good until that last pick at the end there. That Destina did not contribute anything to that team.
I agree.
think his draft could have definitely been a lot better to deal with Shogun, especially when he has so much mitigation and sustain. The only way to counter that is to be aggro. If you don't aggro, you're gonna get out sustained and eventually die.
Yeah,
so
which we end up
that's where,
seeing.
yeah, that's where you need more damage there, which he should have picked instead of trying to say, okay, I'm gonna try to have this sustain too, but it's not enough against injury, so that's the lesson hopefully he takes away from this if he wants to pick up the next win. Otherwise, he's just gonna lose this first match.
Especially trying with that solo DPS like Belian with pretty much no activators as well, right? Like,
Yeah.
it was rough. It was rough to see.
I think that was a miscalculation on his end with his drafts there. So if he can improve on that, maybe we'll see something different here. If he's gonna play aggro, better follow up with that aggro.
And we'll see what ends up getting banned out. So, the AOL in this case being banned out, and the DN finally being banned out from Shogun's side, knowing Nemesis was probably gonna first pick it.
Yep, they don't want anyone to have the DN. She's a very highly contested picked unit in this whole entire tournament that we've seen so far.
And now, what is your first pick? We could see the Mediator Kawarik here. We could see the Amelia even here. Another pick that was very much so contested. But instead, we're seeing the Carmen.
Very neutral pick there, but it just shows that you're going to be playing slow. You definitely can't play fast with a Carmen early pick there.
Yep, and we do see the true Conqueror Lilius pickup, and once again the Lionheart. So Shotgun Shogun and both Nemesis like this Lionheart pick, especially just like as a first show in DPS.
Yeah, as far as the picks on Shogun's side, see, Lilius is a very, very strong pick and good to flex into any kind of draft, and he picks up the Surmia there just because number one takes away her counter. Number two, if the Surmia gets Vigor, she's still gonna get a lot of damage when she procs.
Bigger
too.
defense buff Surmia. Oh my god.
So now Nemesis has to think really hard how he can play into this, which is going to be difficult because he's basically strapped to that Carmen pick. It's really hard to play aggro with an early pick Carmen, because that looks like that's going to be the way to deal with that Surmia. You really need a lot of damage to get rid of her ASAP, because she's just too tanky.
The Celine being picked up from the side of Shotgun Shogun. We might be seeing a little more faster paced matchup in this case. Oh, wait, is Arya going to be picked up?
I think Arya can be a good pick here, just because right now, with Nemesis' first 3 picks, there's nothing to deal with Arya.
And looking at Nemesis' camera, you know, he still feels and looks pretty confident, though. So, I wonder how he's going to close out his draft right here. So the A-Ross instead being picked up from Shogun's side. Wanting a little more stable picks, and pretty much we've seen the tried and true, right, of what he likes to pick up. This Conqueror Lilius, this Lionheart Surmia, and this Ross.
Yeah, I think it's kind of dangerous to have the ML Kawazu pick there, just because the only thing... Well, actually, the A-Ross there is going to be another unit to proc him, but it looked like he picked that in response to deal with the Surmia, which is dangerous because he's only gonna proc if the Surmia AoEs him, and by the time that happens, he might be dead from Surmia S3 and S1.
And now, like you said, I wonder how he's gonna round this out with. Okay, so he.
Also, very dangerous because that Celine can still hop on the Stene,
I was gonna say
and
exactly
she
that.
still gets hit from the Surmia. So
And I think the perfect response now from Shogun's side, being able to put out this LQC against the last 3 Dark Unit picks here.
yeah, this is looking very bad for Nemesis draft. He kind of backwards draft himself here. And Shogun was easily able to respond to anything that Nemesis was picking. So in terms of the draft, no matter what gets banned here, I think Shogun still has the upper advantage here.
So the Sling being banned out and the Carmen being banned out instead.
This Kawazu and this Stene might be dead here. We'll see what happens.
And here we go, Conqueror Lilius being able to take this first turn. Obviously going to put up that bigger buff. And just being able to minus that
Everybody
immunity.
gets debuffed, even the Amelia. That's concerning.
He's gonna provoke here. Oh.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
okay.
I would've risked it
He
to
just
them.
high rolled that S3 there. Now, what does he want to do with this Amelia? Does he want to do the breaststroke and S3 everybody, or just push up someone here? I don't know if he's in a position to just push up the Stene and do something. Maybe he could just stun the Surmia, but not gonna do much if she procs anyway. Also, where's the souls? There's no souls for this Stene? What is her artifact? That's kind of scary, because with no souls for the Stene, you're taking a big gamble with the Ameru pick here. You want to soul burn that Ameru into the Surmia so she doesn't proc.
And there you go, you guys see it right here now. So with this attack down though, like not wanting to rip on this S3, especially without any vigor buff as well. So he's just waiting right now for this AoE. And I don't know, honestly...
I think this LQC just nukes him out of here.
Yeah.
Either she nukes him or the
Meru.
Ameru. Either one's a good pick.
And
Go
choosing to
straight
deal
for
with the
Ameru.
Ameru in this case.
Oh,
Huge
that's a lot of
splash.
damage! That Vigor buff LQC plus no mitigation on Nemesis' side.
I think, yeah, with this
No
dual attack, it might just
surprises.
kill. Yep, and just like that, he is now a goner in this case. Say goodbye to both your DPS. So, Sten being brought up a little bit more, so more status on her S2, as 2 people of her team are dead now. Hopefully this
Yeah.
mitigation is enough to save her, but I
I
honestly
think
doubt it.
nonetheless that Amelia is just gonna get nuked down, and that Stene is not in a position to 1v4. So I think this is just a lose for Nemesis just because of his draft.
And yeah, he kind of drafted himself into a hole, I feel, and no burns whatsoever to look forward to. How much damage? Is this a lifesteal though? Yeah, it is a lifesteal, Spectre Tenebria though.
Even with a
but,
lifesteal
yeah,
Fene,
I don't think
he's-
it's enough.
Yeah, no damage, no attack buff there. There's too much defense buffs
Here's
for
the rip on the skill
Hogan's
3.
side. And oh, she lives, but it's over.
No, it's pretty much over. Still being able to get that extra turn and Soul Burn it just to close out the match. And that is the first round and also first point for Team Boomer's side through the way of Shotgun Shogun. So congratulations to Team Boomers getting able to win
Nice
that
work,
first point.
Shogun. I think Nemesis could have had a good chance, but in these last two matches, he just basically lost in the draft alone already. And if he just improved the way he drafted in those two matches, he could have had a really good chance to try to turn it around against Shogun. So I think he had a, for the, not this last match, but the one before, if he just picked something else instead of the DN to deal with that Aravi, he would have been in a good position to have a chance to win there. And then he might have boomed for that last match there. That draft just
Yeah,
made no
that was
sense.
not it.
Especially with that Carmen first pick. Unfortunately, with the way the meta's going right now, it's very aggro meta, and it's definitely, not Carmen Rem meta anymore. The only reason Carmen would be a good pick is if you are picking Rem or any other slow counter unit. So in this case, it's not the meta for that anymore. Everyone's aggro, so that's why we always have these contested first pick openers like DN, Homeless Hand Guy, and Conqueror Lilius.
Yeah.
These are very strong units, great into aggro, and that's basically the pace of the meta right now.
Yep, pretty much being able to kind of switch, right? Especially too. It's not just being able to go aggro, it's being able to go aggro or being able to play standard as well on top of that, in case like they pick up some other tanky bruisers just to counter that. But in this case,
Yeah.
it is either way the first win for Team Boomer on the side of Real Shotgun Shogun. And now we're going to have the middler match coming up, which is Samu Gamer and Jagan X.
This should be interesting because we have two standard players. Actually, everyone on both teams are all pretty much standard players except for
Except
Light.
for Light, yeah.
So these are going to be a lot of close matches, and as long as both sides are able to draft sufficiently, we're going to see some really close matches.
I
In this
agree.
case, unfortunately for Nemesis, there was just a lot of errors in the draft, so Shogun was able to take home the wins really easily. So in these next matches, I think both these players are really good. I think their drafting knowledge is very solid. So we'll just see who ends up picking the better units and how they respond to each other.
Yeah, because we are in a point too where it's just like, especially that last draft with as many units that are banned out, you have to remember that there's a lot less counters to a lot of other things, and being able to just that LQC pick to me was like the perfect like known factor that Shotgun Shogun was in like during the drafting phase, right? He was just like, oh, I know exactly what to choose in this case. It was already ready by the time he it moved over to his pick.
Yeah, especially with that last match, because of the way that Nemesis drafted himself, it made it really easy to pick anything into him and still make it work out, because it's hard to go into a C Lilius with a slow draft.
And going to that though, we'll be starting now into the next round, guys. So we have Team Carnival with Samurado and Team Boomers with Jagan X. Their first bans out being Hwayoung. Both in this case, we did see it already on the what is this, the versus page, right?
Yeah, so for Samu, he's picking up that first pick, Hand Guy. Very, very safe pick. Can't go wrong with Homeless Hand Guy. Then Dragon responds with the Aravi into the Ran. So it looks like he might be setting up for a cleave here. Very safe to have that the Aravi as the cleave anchor. So now Samu just tries to buckle down, tank it up,
Getting into that
be
troublemaker
prepared
present.
for...
And here
Be
we
prepared
go.
for any cleave that might happen.
Even picking up the Rem on top of that, just because he knows that he's about to get cleaved. With this Rand coming out, being super aggressive on the side of Jagan. I want to see if he picked up a little something from his leader. You know, Light is coming through. Or not his leader, sorry. The opposite side, he's been watching his opponent, right? So maybe...
Well, does he commit to the cleave, or does he pivot to deal against the Rem and Crozet picks? Because those two units being picked are really good to counter cleave.
Yeah.
But it looks like Dragon tries to pivot and go straight into the
okay.
Hermia and the
the
Violet.
Violet,
Not
okay.
a bad pick. Both good into the Rem.
Yeah, both good into Rem and just being able to deal out that aggressive damage right in this end. And, oh my god, what the heck happened to the prediction? It's just, it all went over to Samurai's
Okay.
side now. Okay.
I guess people saw the Aravi ran and
Ran
thought,
is like,
this
nope.
guy's not cleaving. Lose. There's a lot of faith in Samu's side right now, but he, you know, in those first 3 picks, he responded really well to Dragon's first 2 picks.
agree.
Unfortunately, Dragon was able to pivot out of that, so now Samu has to think really hard. How is he gonna deal with this Violet and Sirmian out?
And the Rimuru being a good pick to make it so that way Jagan is unable to S2 into S3 as Ran, right?
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, and the
LQC,
LQC, okay.
good pick. So, how does Dragon finish up his draft here? Does he bring in a mitigation or just go straight aggro? It looks like
Nope.
he's going all DPS
We
here.
are going all in on Jagan X's side with a pure DPS build. Alongside this line, he's going to be able to push up his team as well. So,
He's going straight YOLO here.
Yeah,
We'll see
pretty
if
much.
it works out. It could work out if that is a speed damage Landy and the
Yep.
Rand goes through. If he's lucky, he can defense break everybody and the Landy can just try to finish it off.
explode. Just being able to both push up your team and just like applying that damage as well, right?
Yeah,
we
so
do
this
see
looks
them-
like good bans on both sides. We don't want that Rimuru proccing from the Ran going, you know, S2 into S3 or even the Violet dodging. And then because of the amount of counters that we got on Samu's side from the Rimuru or the Rem, we don't want that Sirmia there.
Exactly. And I think with that, it would have proven to be quite the predicament going against that Lionheart Sirmia. But now here we go, moving on into the battle. And we see the Ran going first, S2ing now. And how many defense breaks are we gonna see?
Does he risk the
Does he rip
defense
it? Does he
breaks?
rip it? I mean, I would. But
There's a
also-
lot of risk on the line here because he can push up
No,
the
he doesn't.
Crozet.
Yeah. I don't
Okay.
think he would have because I just does the
Yeah.
PR bar, the Kawhi
Homeless
going
hand
next.
guy's going next anyway.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's no connect for that Rand there, so there is a potential that Rand is a dead pick there. Maybe he waits for the homeless hand guy to put up his buffs just for the
Oh,
Rand to
and here
strip
you
it
go.
off after. But
And
with the
that-
LQC
oh.
going next, you know, that is gonna hurt with a attack buff LQC with no mitigation on Dragon's side.
Oh, pretty nice damage though. No counterattack. Ram is sleeping currently. And are we
Looks
gonna see a
like
kill on this
we
Ram?
have a Bruiser Landy, so that did some okay damage. That LQC is still looking pretty healthy, especially being behind the Crozet.
Oh, and the dual attack!
Ooh,
Oh my
okay.
god!
Looking good so far, but the LQC could get pushed up here and nuke out the Aravi.
But will it be enough afterwards to finish off this team? I don't think it will.
Oh, he doesn't do it. Interesting. He just wants
Saving
to
that
save
cleanse.
buffs. Maybe he doesn't want to proc the Landy for
Mhm.
her next turn. Don't want her getting multiple S3s in a row.
And here we go. Who's Wiley gonna attack in this case? Going for the
Not a
mediator
bad
Claire.
pick. Definitely a good safe pick there. Get rid of the enabler there. He could strip the Ran here, attack down him, get rid of his buffs, and then put him in nuke range. He's probably gonna blow up. Oh, but he doesn't
Just a
do
regular
it.
attack. I feel like it still either way would have gone in nuke range.
Now we're safe to S3.
Yep.
Strip these buffs.
Oh, and getting everything.
Very nice. Good play for Dragon's part. Is this enough to kill the Aravi now?
quite a bit of Hellcutter stacks, and we see a huge
28
pop.
KHP. Does this do enough? This is not enough to kill the LQC, unfortunately, just because she's behind the Crozet.
What though?
Oh,
now,
but
now.
she laps that speed buff OP.
Oh crap! She
S1 straight
zooming.
into S3. Wow.
But
That's a
now
lot of
we
damage.
go in the matter of, can this LQC close out the match, right? And
Now
that's
they
the biggest
have to
thing.
hit this Violet. Will they survive the Violet? Will he dodge? Does his legs work today?
And here's the boost up to his LQC here. We're gonna see the cleanse coming out, so no defense break, healing up this Violet with his S3. Just going with the safe
go
kill
for
here.
him. That's safe. No attack buff for the LQC.
Oh, and it hits!
But she hits him. Man, Violets just... Their legs don't work for these tournaments.
And just like that, unfortunately, not being able to dodge there, proving that Violet just
Will
having
this be
no use
enough
after
damage to kill the LQC though? She's got anti-crit plus a defense buff. I think if she doesn't kill here, that Landy's dead.
Oh, it gets one more turn. Wait,
She's
if this
got a lot of
crits,
lapping.
if this crits, it might be enough to kill. If this crits, and it crits, is it enough?
Is it enough?
Oh my god, 164
Very
health.
close. Very close.
No, unable to the
you're
slight
You
health.
just had to roll 1 extra % attack into your sword, man.
Oh my god, it's so
Just that
close.
1 extra % attack. Maybe a 1 imprint diff right there.
Or even, honestly, just critting the first time, because it didn't crit the first time.
Oh
Also.
man, that's so unfortunate. That was so close for the
Oh
Landy. She
my
lapped so
God.
hard. That LQC was not taking any turns. That Landy kept going, you know, into the S3 and the S1 again, into S3 again. Unfortunately, it was not
Yeah.
enough.
It was so close, and unfortunately, yeah, it was very much down to like a small gear diff in which you just
Yeah.
rolled a little lower or you rolled a little higher on one end, and it could
That's
just
so
spend your loss.
unfortunate. I would have pulled my hair out after that. I'd be like, Landy, you should have done 164 more damage. What are you doing?
But on the side of Samarado, you know, counting his stars in this end, we're proving that he's able to just pull through just barely. But yeah, and now we're just gonna go straight into the second round. So Samarado up 1-0 currently against Jagan X. And the Swine is the only thing that's currently banned out. But we see the Lionheart, Sermia, and AOL being banned.
Both are definitely really solid pre-bans. I also just noticed that the first pre-ban on both sides was Hua-Young, so we definitely
Yeah.
don't want that unit there. So it
And
looks
in
like
this case-
Dragon takes the Kawarik this time. He doesn't want Samu to have it. And now Samu does the same thing. He takes the Aravi
Are
now.
we gonna see a reverse draft?
We
Show us
seeing
the
a
Ran
Ran?
here. I mean, I wouldn't pick Ran, especially after watching that last one. It was kind of not that much of a dead pick, just slightly though, just slightly.
He's thinking long and hard. Oh, okay,
Nope.
DN. Very safe pick here. He
Yeah.
doesn't want to play it risky like Dragon did.
Yeah, picking up the DN, solidifying his kind of team comp here, where he could just like pivot or do whatever he wants now. Either go full aggression or take down and frenzy it up. So now, Jagan, how do you respond?
Definitely gotta come up with some type of damage to deal with that Aravi there. Or he could just play it safe and pick up the mitigation units first, get some neutral DPS here.
Yep,
The
going with the
Rimuru is
Rimuru.
very good pick. AOL's already banned out, so there's not really a threat for the Rimuru. And he's gonna be good into stealing those DN buffs.
And the A Ross, so being able to get those dual attacks. The only thing that I currently have for Jagan is, sure, he has the damage from Rimuru, but he needs the Soulburn if he wants it to be like a single damage, even with this
Yeah.
activator of A Ross.
Well, the A-Ross has been proving to be a really good pick so far with his buffs,
Yeah.
because that
Really
barrier is
nice.
kind of OP. I think the only way to deal with that is if you have a Stripper or even DJ Bazaar. Does Samu have DJ Bazaar to deal with that?
And even then, I don't think the use of DJ Bazaar so far is kind of like, it's kind of been on the sidelines, but the reason being is that we haven't seen any FCCs now either.
Yeah, we at least have some barriers for Dragon's side because we have some from the Ricky S2.
Mhm.
We have it from A-Ross's new buff.
Mhm.
So it could come in clutch, although the barriers aren't substantially huge, so we don't get too
Oh.
much of an impact.
So we're end up seeing the Archdemon over on the side of Samurado and this crowd pickup that a lot of the Korean side was using when they were playing in their matches.
Yeah, the crowd pick with the DN is a lot of good synergy, getting the defense buff in addition to the anti-crit.
Mhm.
But again, that's gonna be a lot of buffs for that Rimuru to steal.
Which is more than likely going to be banned out now looking on the side unless the response from Jagan now then he has to come up with something to deal with both of these units.
Yeah, that's
and
gonna
the
actually
Spectres
be
and Embryo.
tough. With the stunning pick here, I think it's okay because there's not too much of a threat right now. But with the amount of health scaling units that Samu has and the amount of tankiness, you really need some injury or a lot of damage here to be able to nuke through that.
And this Landy pickup would be nice into all of these buffs, but instantly responding with a really nice pickup for both the Spectre Tenebria and the Landy, right? That's Charlotte, and knowing that he's going to have to ban it out.
This could be 50-50 on both sides, just because the A-Meru pick could be a dead pick here. He's not great into a full team of immunity from the hand guy, and then we have two units
agree.
that don't have counterable attacks. So there's a lot of potential for Dragon to have a better draft here. On the other end, we do have a lot of sustainal and a lot of tankiness from Samu's side. So
I agree. And a lot of like closing out ability, especially with that crow, right?
yeah, that's a free horse nuke if he gets to that point.
Oh, and getting
We
the
got that
seal on
dual
this.
attack right off the bat. We got the 5% from the A-Meru landing
Already.
on
Oh my
Homeless
god.
Guy. She's proccing
Popping
like crazy.
off.
She
Still
is
not
woke
enough.
today.
Not enough to take off that stealth though. If it
At
was, I
least-
think it'd be kind of.
At least for the DPS on Dragon's side, nobody got blinded there, so he's safe there. Now, do we rip the S3 here and get a defense buff up to protect everybody? Because that A-Meru did a lot
going
of damage
straight
already.
into the A-Meru here, and I wonder how much damage this is
Landy-
gonna do with the Spectre
Landy's
Tenebria.
S3 is already back up.
Oh my
And
god,
that's
just
a
proving
lot
enough.
of damage. Okay, that's a really good play on Dragon's side. He took the risk and went straight to damaging the A-Meru just because she had no immunity from taking a turn already.
And here we
So-
go, another S3 from Landy, just being able to stack up the damage more on top of that. Putting Samurado on a timer, I feel now.
Yeah, and that Landy popped off with another S3. And now they're all about to get an attack buff plus immunity. This Aravi is in trouble because there's two stealth damage units that she is not hitting.
And you
Now
know
we
she's
got-
just gonna have to barrel her skill ones into this
Yep.
ML Kowarik until it's over.
Well, maybe this anti-crit pops off. We'll see. But looks like they're getting in a lot of damage on the homeless hand guy. They want to get rid of him ASAP.
And at
Oh.
Secret, not so much working on
Not
the side of
working.
DN.
DN looks like she's gonna die pretty soon here.
Yeah, especially with all these buffs up as well. Landy's about to take another.
Landy, oh, not enough buffs to
Oh,
proc though.
just
Does
one
she
off.
Continue hitting the
Oh
DN.
my
She does, and
God.
she crits. So
Anti-crit, Machamp?
Crow's already horsing. Interesting.
I think he's scared because,
Wants
especially
to
with the
get rid
soul
of
burn,
this.
I think that
Oh.
might die.
Very close, almost killed him, but not quite. Do you think that was a premature horse? I think he could have waited one more turn.
Do you think so with his defense buff and anti-crit? I think he had to there just in case the Spectre Tenebria might have soul burn and done enough damage to it, but I do see on the side that it might have been too early because it didn't kill. And that's
Yeah,
a lot
now
of like
Landy's
potential.
got an S3 backup that DN's definitely dead, even if
Say
this doesn't
goodbye.
crit. It
And
didn't crit.
critting
and he's
on the
still dead.
Aravi though. Speaking of soul burns,
Okay.
oh my
Oh,
god, the
the
dual attack on top of
duel.
it.
Hey, Ravi's in trouble here.
Oh, anti-crit working as it should. But we're
Do
not
we
going to see a
slam
revive.
into the hand guy here?
We
Who do
do.
we bring back? The A-Mail?
Nope,
Oh,
bringing
the
back the
DN.
DN, so I feel like this is the better pick over the Amer.
Alright, at least we got some sustain here, but
Exactly.
again, there's 2 stealth units. That A-Ravi is not gonna reach anybody unless they get rid of that A-Ross ASAP.
And see, right here, I think we're seeing the side effects of forcing a little bit too early, right? Because
Oh,
now...
that Landy didn't Guiding Light.
Oh no!
Oh man,
And
that damage.
That's huge. That is so
Okay,
huge.
Samu might turn this around now. If that horse didn't happen earlier, maybe there was nothing to slam for the A-Ravi, so maybe it kind of worked out that the hand guy didn't die.
Yeah, I
from
was
that
about
horse.
to say, like, it would have proven key in this case. But do we see the defense break? Oh, this is dead.
Oh,
This is a
man,
dead A-Ravi.
unfortunate. Now they got no more damage to deal with the A-Ross and the Stene here.
And how
This
close
is
are we
a
to horse? We're
win
still
for
quite
Dragon.
far from the horse. And yeah, unfortunately, I don't think he's gonna push through this A-Ross with a DN and Crow without that horse.
You know, I noticed this A-Ross has been hitting a lot of defense breaks, unlike Shogun's A-Ross. There's a difference in probably the skill ups, the skill tree, and the effectiveness here.
You calling out Samu or not Samu? You calling out Shogun here?
I'm just saying it how it is. We actually see defense breaks here.
True. Okay, I'll let that one slide, you know. But yeah, so it's on Samurado's side to hopefully get another horse here to be able to go into that A-Ross, but
We
With-
got 2 more turns?
with
We got
a
for that horse.
4 frenzy, with a 4 frenzy
Yeah,
expected to Tenebria, I
yep.
don't know.
I don't think the crowd lives through this, even with the defense buff and anti-crit there.
Yeah, and there's the
Okay.
dual attacks too on
He
top
just
of that.
barely lives. Do we get more healing from the DN here?
Nope, she is on her dead turn currently, so... And with that, Spectre Tenebria will probably end up cleaning up the DN here, and the crowd for crits. Oh, both of them even without crit.
Man.
And there you go, that is the first matchup here. Or, I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
that
the
was
second
scary for
matchup
both
here.
sides. That was very unfortunate for Samu that his A-Meru kind of might have lost him this match here just because she got that dual attack, and because of that dual attack, it pushed her up early. Then it made her take a turn, lose her immunity, and that made her susceptible to getting that defense break from the A-Ross and just getting nukes from that Landy right away.
Yep.
So if that 5% didn't happen, she would have still had her immunity and still be alive to wreak havoc.
I agree.
So I think that was just a 5% screw over, unfortunately.
It happens, it's what it is. But yeah, either way, like the picks, like we said before, right? These matches are really close for the most part.
Yeah. Both sides, again, they're very, very solid drafters, very close games, and it just comes down to RNG, it looks like. They both are making the right plays, doing the best they can with their units and their drafts. Now we just have to see, is it gear diff? Is it 5% diff?
Yeah, exactly. And we'll see. So being able to pick up this A-Ravi here means that, yeah, who are you going to pick up, Jagan?
Very,
You
very
have the
stable,
DN still.
very neutral pick. And as we see, we have the Stene and Homeless Hand Guy bans on for both sides. So, see, Lilius is a good pickup, especially with that Surmia already banned.
Camilla? Camilla?
MLM? Camilla
No, I really don't. It is level 60. Oh! Are we going to see the shoe? Aww.
You could have been really solid
Yeah,
there going into the A-Ravi,
Actually, yeah, I was about to say this is the first pickup and actually a pretty nice pickup against this A-Ravi. Oh, are we going to see the FCC? I really doubt it.
Oh, Pillis is a really strong pick into this because she's
Mhm.
going to mitigate damage from the C. Lilius.
Oh, but
Well, we
choosing
go
Falconer
Flurry
Clary.
instead.
Interesting.
want this?
Are we going to go full
mean-
aggression then?
it could work out if the flurry manages to strip and defense break somebody.
This is
But
gonna
if someone
just
gets resisted, it's a dead pick.
this just
that
reminds me
cooldown.
of like the E7 WC like prior to, in which like a lot of things rode on the lines of Falconer Clary hopefully hitting,
Yeah.
especially without soul burn.
Back when Falcon or Clary was OP.
Yep, she
She
turned
was a-
cycle like crazy with JFA, and we see the Archdemon Mercedes instead, our Archdemon Shadow from the side of Samurado to round out his
Very,
3-person
very
pick.
early pick there. So the only thing that's gonna stop her here is, once again, if they get Stene or a Solitaria pick. But LQC works too.
Yeah, I think
Definitely
LQC is
good.
pretty good into both these characters.
Exactly, and they have the vigor and attack buff from the Dian and C Lilia, so this LQC is in a really good position right now.
Yeah, and we do end up seeing a pick from Jagan's side. And now moving on to this fourth pick, who else? I feel like we would see another DPS in this case, or he might just wait to save it as a last pick and choose some other little bit bruisier or supporty side.
Yeah, you have to.
Okay.
Okay,
And the
Solitaria is
Solitaria,
good. There's
yeah.
definitely 2 units to deal with Samu's whole draft right now.
And with
I'm
Solitaria
not
being picked up,
sure.
the Destina maybe coming out from Samurada's side. He's thinking about it.
Okay,
Okay.
definitely a good pick here. Rowana into the Solitaria is solid as long as her Stella Harpa procs, because
Yep.
if that Solitaria lands a lot of debuffs, it could still mean trouble for Samu's side.
And just being able to be good also into this Conqueror Lilia. So no matter what, it'll have its use either way.
Unless it goes into Frenzy. If it goes into Frenzy, that Rowena will start losing some value,
Yeah.
so...
Are we going to see the carrot
we
picked up?
want a carrot here. Actually, carrot could self-cleanse some of these debuffs from the Solitaria, so it seems like maybe Samu's letting that Solitaria go through because he's got the carrot and the...
No,
but he
instead
doesn't.
choosing the Politis.
Okay, so is he trying to stop that C Lilius and Dian doing their things? I don't think it's enough anyway, because that
Yeah.
Dian's just gonna sustain and cleanse through it.
Yep, and this is pretty interesting draft from the side of Samurado. I feel like there was a little other picks that he still could have gone, but we'll end up seeing how it turns out once we go live. But Jagan has his last pick up and ends up, I wouldn't mind seeing this, yep.
SSB into a Rowena and a Meru is very dangerous because that Rowena is gonna get procced and keep
Yeah.
Samu alive, and that a Meru could just seal the
SSB and just
anyway.
ruin her life.
I don't know if we want this
Yeah,
last pick
and
SSB there.
we
That's
saw
a forced
especially this
ban
cleanse.
now.
So the cleanse
Forced
coming
ban.
out are pretty much Jagan's only cleanse coming offline here.
But
So
looks like the only thing that's gonna work out for this SSB is if she lands the defense break on everybody, just because there are no cleansers for Samu's side, and
Mm-hmm.
it could get procced very often just because of that Politis there.
but you're also
So-
going on the side of hopefully not getting sealed off, right?
Yeah, that is also true, because if that C Lilius S3 there, she would just lose the immunity
Okay.
on the SSB.
So not wanting to proc the Politis here, just chooses the S1 to get some damage off. And then using the S3, I believe, on AD Mary probably. No, he chooses to get out that flurry. In case you want to do a little combo, it's now offline as well. Ooh, big damage though coming through from the side of Samurado onto this Conqueror Lilius through a Ravi.
Do we see an S3 here? Because if she does potentially land an unbuffable for the Solitaria, it can disable her. But it looks like he doesn't want to take a risk. It's too early. Hopefully it doesn't proc here. That was very lucky for the Ameru to not proc her S2, or his team would have been in trouble.
And here we go. The Conqueror Lilius' turn coming up once again. He could get off this seal. I mean, not like it matters that much, but being able to put Vigor up, so that means this Politis is going to end up going now. Being pushed up.
And now everyone maybe gets
Oh.
defense broken.
It gets one stun off though.
Yeah, unfortunate for that C Lilius, but she's still alive. Can
Solitaria not doing her
potentially do more.
thing.
Oh,
How
resisted
degen
from
are
that
we gonna see?
Politist.
Oh,
we got
double
two
stuns.
there.
And now
My
I feel
gosh,
like
this is looking good for Jagan just because the amount of control he has right now. Plus, this is gonna nuke somebody.
yep, and there you go into the A Ravi, absolutely destroying her and eliminating her from the match. And now we see a bigger SSB here who's been free the whole match, just inputting more damage on that side. And honestly, that is it already now from Jagan's side. So
Oh,
he's now up
man.
2-1 against Samurado just like that.
That flurry was definitely a dead pick there. I don't know what his intention was when he early picked that flurry because she didn't do anything that whole match. Unfortunately, she was not fast enough to outspeed that Solitaria. Has no resistances, so she just got perma-stunned that whole match, getting
Yeah.
stunned from the Solitaria S3 in addition to the S1. So that was
Unfortunately, like 2 picks that
yeah.
unfortunately just got stunned out in that case, right?
Yeah, I think if he had a different cleanser there or some kind of other enabler, it could have looked better because that flurry just didn't do anything in this draft, especially against, you know, a fast team like Jagan when you have the Conqueror Lilius and the Solitaria there.
And now we're already going into round number 4 with Jagan up. He is 1 round away from sealing the 2-0 currently on Carnival. But will he be able to, or will Samurado be able to win through this? And the DN being double banned from both ends.
Wait the DN, get her out of here.
And just like that, Conqueror is coming up from Jagan's side, okay.
Alright, so what do we see in response to these C Lilias? Because a lot of the openers are kind of banned right now, so once again we get that neutral early Iravi pick, can't go wrong with that, but do we want any cleansers to deal with attack down for this C Lilias?
So
Pillis is
choosing
not
the
a bad pick.
Pillis as the mitigation here from the side of Samurado, and Jagan's gonna respond with some possible more core units, maybe a, well, I would say DM, but yeah, I was gonna say the other Soul Weaver is Emilia. I wouldn't mind seeing Emilia once again. Really solid unit overall.
Yeah,
Being
I
able to
think
label.
if Samu picked up the Emilia on his side instead, that would have been a lot nicer just because
Yeah.
you want an enabler and you want a cleanser for your team in order to deal with that C Lilius. But now it looks like he's just gonna play it slow. It's almost like he's conceding to the C Lilius just because you're not trying to counter into that aggro draft.
And again,
You-
especially, like, we already knew that he had this Little Queen Charlotte in tow, right? Just being a really good pick into both of his first 2 picks there.
Yeah, and you have the attack buff and the vigor for Jagan's side now, so that LQC is gonna really hurt with both vigor attack buff. You're gonna have to ban that LQC because no matter what, she's gonna do a lot of damage with either Emilia or C Lilius there.
Dark unit or not. And so, how does Samurado respond to such a really nice draft so far, looking from the side of Jagan?
Yeah, unfortunately, the counters for the C Lilius is banned. There's not really anything that counters LQC. You still do have Rimuru on the table to
Okay, getting the designer a
pick up
little bit out.
something here.
But like, again, that's another dark unit and the Politis. So this is almost a for sure Conquer, not Conquer Lilius ban, a Little Queen Charlotte ban from the side of Samurado, which means Jagan kind of gets these free 2 picks just to round out his whole team.
Now he has to think long and hard. How does he want to deal with this Dilibit and this potentially tanky F-Res Politis? I'm pretty sure that's not a damaged Politis there.
Especially from the last match we saw, right? Unless, you'll never know.
Unless...
We could be wrong. Who
Armin?
knows? The Mort!
Mort! Woo!
Actually, yeah, I was just like,
Well, the thing is,
Uh,
Mort is only good into the A-Ravi in this case, just because A-Ravi is the only health scaling unit that would be affected by the Mort injury. Whereas Dilibet and Pillis are both defense scaling units, they're not gonna care about the Mort injury too much.
well, you know
And then
what? I'm
with
down
the
for it either
Politis
way.
there, no, it's also dangerous with the Politis there because number 1, element disadvantage, and number 2, if that Mort procs, it's gonna proc the Politis also.
But Fartsy, it's your boy Mort, and he's ready to go.
I love a Mort pick any day of the week, but unfortunately, I do not think this is the draft for it.
Yeah, and I think Jagan for sure got a little ahead of himself, especially being able to be so up on draft. I feel with his team, he had a lot of things to choose from, and now he kind of like let that go a little bit at the end. And like we said before, the LQC being banned out, I mean, it was almost a for sure ban.
I think they could have also Rimuru instead of Mort. I think he could have Rimuru there.
Rimuru would have been perfect, actually.
Yeah, he could grab the defense buff from the Dilibet, and he will get a lot of damage from Amelia and the Sea Lilius, knowing that the LQC is getting banned.
Yeah, so now on the side of Samurado, still though, I think he's still in like an okay spot.
Both sides are gonna be pretty even here, just because with that Pillis pick there, it's gonna mitigate a lot of damage from the Sea Lilius and the SSB whenever the SSB procs, so that could be a free defense. Go straight for the S3. Do we get any stuns here?
And we do not. And just being able to put a regen too on Amelia. So now we know that
Dilibet could get a push up here and cleanse their whole team. Possibly reset that
right
Mort.
here. But being pushed back here as well means that the Amelia will take the first turn before the Dilibet. Smart play from Jake inside.
Push up the Mort here. You should probably push up the Mort and get as much injury off as you can, while they don't have any protective buffs on their end. I don't think you want to push up the SSB because you want to maintain that immunity for as long as possible, and you want to wait to let off your debuffs just so that the Dilibet is not going to cleanse them off right away.
We do get one counter, and we do get the SSB counter, so are we going to see any defense breaks? And yes, we do! Oh my god, that's huge!
Cleansed.
This is pretty big, and it just gets cleansed off though. And here we go from design a little bit side once again. Putting increase on the Conqueror Lilius though.
One hit is gonna proc the SSB again. Maybe we're gonna see some more defense.
Oh, but not just one hit from SSB, but also Mort being activated. And another defense break being
blind. Okay, provoke on the Sea Lilius, pretty good play.
Oh, doesn't hit it. Now, Mort, what do you do in this case? He just chooses to S1 here. Oh wait, he already S1.
I really think the play there was to push up the Mort instead, just so he could injury and get rage. Then he would have more value for every S1 and Elbrus proc that he gets.
Oh my god, but all this damage though coming through from the side of Jagan through this SSB.
A lot of damage. That Pillis disappeared, mitigating too much damage for everybody.
And here he goes, still holding on to the S3 though.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody that is in a Ravi slam range right now. Now we get the heals up from the Amelia.
Getting the heals, getting the barriers from the side of Jagan. Just being able to mitigate all the damage coming through, and honestly now...
Wait, has anyone tried to hit the SSB yet? Because what if this is a Wyvern SSB? She's doing a lot of damage and no one bothered to hit her.
Yeah, she's doing quite a bit of damage, and we're seeing a lot of injury on this Aravi. I don't know if anyone's in slam range like you said before. And just like that though, we're gonna see another push up from Amelia. Probably into this... Who is it? More SSB? It could be SSB. Oh, they're not pushing through just barely, but I think you have to go for it either way here.
You have to slam the Sea Lilius here, I think, because she's got a lot of injury on her health bar. She's not going to do a lot of damage.
Barely living. Barely. Or not barely,
but
barely
I don't
killing.
think these two units will solo this.
Nah, it's... If this defense breaks, it's really over too. No defense break, but yeah, either way, this is looking all but over.
That could also be an injury SSB too, because that's a lot of injury inflicted on that Aravi.
This is true. I think it just might be because we only saw Mort go like a couple times into this Ravi, right?
Well, that's looking like a GG to this A Ravi and that Pillis, cause
Yeah.
I don't think there's a coming back from this. Especially with Proof of Valor A Ravi, she's very susceptible to debuffs there.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and just like that though, once again, Team Boomer side going 3-1 and being able to grab another point
Oh man,
against
this is
Team Carnival.
looking like a huge sweep for Boomers today.
Yeah, and it's kind of scary going into this too, because now we're gonna see how Light goes against Elf Mage, right?
This should be interesting. Let's see if it's one-sided or if we see all 5 matches with Elf Mage going into Light.
Mm-hmm.
But
And just
this has
like
been
that, though.
really, really close games for, you know,
Mhm.
everybody that's played so far.
I
Because
agree.
it's not like completely one-sided. Everyone has been doing great with their drafting, their units, their strategies, and it just comes down to those little things like, okay, this SSB probably was injury and actually really nuked on that A Ravi because she lost half her health bar. She wasn't doing a whole lot
it was
anymore.
quite a bit, and like you didn't even have like an HP check to just like even feel it out just in case on that end. But yeah, when we just saw
Yeah.
SSB take over the match there with how much damage she was outputting, she was proccing quite a bit, and Politis even then wasn't able to get any as much debuffs off as we thought she would, or as much value in this case, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure if Politis, the way that Politis was drafted into Dragon actually did anything, just because there was no fear in ripping the S3 on the C Lilius. It didn't stop anybody, because if there were supposed to be stuns or debuffs, nothing happened, so that
It
just
only
made
stunned Conquer
Politis a dead
Lilius,
pick.
so
Yeah, if you're not landing debuffs, you just become a dead pick. So I think the safer play is to have a damage Politis, just so you're not gambling on some kind of RNG, especially with 15% and high FRES units.
excuse me.
And then on top
Yeah.
of that, oh bless you. On
Yeah.
top of that, the Pillis just kind of disappeared right away. She, you know, in theory, she should be good going into the C Lilius and the SSB, but it looks
Yeah.
like the damage coming from the SSB just was too much for the Pillis to mitigate.
And yeah, now though, like we said before, right, it is going to be Light versus Elf Mage in this case. And I really wonder how this match is going to turn out. I wonder if Light can pull it through, or if he has enough confidence to pull through. In this case, hopefully having some light to Carnival, right? It's really rough right now on their
this
end.
is rough. If they want to stay in this tournament, Light really has to pull through for his team here. And so we'll see how this goes, because at the beginning, before these matches happened, there was a lot of predictions banking on the Carnival team to win.
Yeah.
So maybe Elf Mage's team is just gonna turn it around and say, everybody that didn't vote for us, you just lost on a lot of free energy.
It's unfortunate, but you know, like what he has to turn it around against too is Elf Mage himself, right?
Yeah,
He's been
Elf
ranked
Mage-
a bunch, like
Exactly. Elf Mage is a really, really strong, solid player. He can play any play style,
Yeah.
has units built for any situation. It's really hard to deal against him. So
not even
I
just
think there's
units. His gear
yeah,
is
there's
cracked.
yep. Light's got a lot coming for him, but again, Light is also a really strong player, so we'll see
Definitely.
what kind of tricks he has up his sleeve to deal with whatever Elf Mage throws at him.
Exactly, and we'll see how this goes into the first round of possibly the last match between Carnival and Mr. Boomer team over here. And so we do see the A Ravi being picked up, and we see the AOL and Pavel, of all things, being banned out from the side of Team Boomers. Interesting.
So it looks like I think that A Ravi first pick is definitely
Oh
solid.
my god, here we go. We're seeing the Ran and the Wanderer Silk.
Okay. Finally, a new unit from the recent buffs besides just Aros.
I am super excited actually here to see this, because now that we know too, Wanderer Silk, like you guys, it's not a new unit per se, but it is now a revamped unit. It now has that speed imprint as a 4-star.
Yeah, so I don't think Elf Mage wants to speed contest this, so he's gonna have to try really hard to counter against it. And Dilibet is definitely a solid pick here, but there's also a chance that she can just get banned out of here, so there's no cleanses for Elf.
Oh, but again, the Troublemaker Crozet just making sure that there is at least some form of cleanse or enabler on his end with the Troublemaker Crozet.
So how does Lightwater respond here? He could always pick up a Politis so that Dilibet doesn't get pushed up if she does go through, but it looks like Light just pivots. Doesn't look like he commits to the cleave here.
Which is kind of scary, right? Going with those first 2 drafts, I don't know if like that.
Is he
that
gonna
pivot
have
is
enough
crazy.
damage at the end to deal with the Aravi and the Dilibet? And he does. He gets the Hua Young here. So that's quite a surprise.
Yo, but not a lot of reach.
Yeah. Well, it did look like he was trying to cleave at first, which made Elf Mage try to tank down in response to that. But now we get a pivot into some Bruiser standard units here, so...
Yeah, with the Huayang here though, but the Spectre Tenebria pickup on the side of Elf Mage means that like, he needs to draft some sort of reach here.
Well, Bellion is still open,
True,
because...
we could see a Bellion here. Oh, but instead, with all the
Can be
buffs that
safe.
Arya has,
Definitely a
ends up
safe pick
picking
here
Randy.
into everything on Elf Mage's side.
Yeah. And now I really wonder what's going to end up being banned out in this case. I'm assuming...
I'm really curious to see this Wanderer Silk in action.
Yeah.
Hopefully we get to see it.
It's the first time being drafted on this stage like this. It'll be really interesting. And it goes through, the Arya being banned out. So last pick on both ends being banned out. Arya on one end and Landy on the other.
Let's see how this plays out, because we have 2 debuff openers, I'm assuming. And that Dilibet is gonna cleanse these debuffs, so maybe they just try to push her back. Because the Wanderer's Silk buffs are basically like a revamped Fire Lidica. So she does provide a lot of control. If that
And
goes
here we
through.
go. RNL. RNL ran, being able to S3 here. Does it land everything?
Do we take 5 turns with all these RNLs?
Take 5 turns. So it doesn't land on 2.
Oh no, the
Oh,
Dilibet
no.
resisted everything.
Wait, this could prove to be trouble. Granted, she is... After this, she's going to get her boost up, right?
Yes, one more turn.
Oh my
Unless
god,
that's
that's
still
quite the damage.
okay.
Nope. Just barely being able to take the turn over the Wanderer Silk here. So now S3 does it reset.
At least we have immunity,
man.
so no one gets reset
Yeah, true.
here.
So with
But
immunity here, no
now-
one getting reset, but
I think we can push up any unit here and basically just go ham on the Huayang or the Silk.
oh my god. Goodbye to Sulk. We're not gonna see you do anything, unfortunately. Goodbye.
No.
But with the immunity here, now we
Let's
have to
pick
deal.
Silk. Now we just have to see if this Huayang can pull through and basically 1v4 this.
I mean, with attack buff and barriers from the side of Emil Kowarik, I wouldn't put it against her.
Well, unfortunately she has no soul burn, so she's just gonna pick one unit here she wants to nuke.
Oh, just choosing to S1 and pop onto that Dilibet first.
Not a bad pick. She's got a fat barrier now.
But now what do you do here?
We
You're
still
kind of
need
in a
some reach on
predicament.
that Stene though, because that Stene has some souls to burn and no reach for her, so that Stene's in a really good spot right now.
So wanting to put the barrier up and that attack break as well, knowing that the cleanse is now gone. So, does this kill?
I
It's
don't
on
think
Proof of
so.
Valor.
It's
I don't think
Proof
it's
of
gonna kill.
Valor behind a Trozette. It's definitely
it's definitely not
killing.
gonna kill. And now you're in the state of like, I don't know if he has enough damage to push through, or even enough time in this case, especially with the Sten with soul burns.
Looks like this is the only play that Elf needs.
Yeah, and just
That's
like
it.
that,
Not
yeah.
enough to kill, but the Stene's gonna finish it off.
And Light already knows it. Ending that, yeah. I don't know. Like the first
Fortunate
port.
that the Silk didn't do anything there, and I think that pivot was probably the wrong move just
Yeah.
because you really need the cleave follow-up to see that Silk do anything. So
agree.
I think Light wanted to play it safe and do a pivot there, but it just didn't work out with that Dilibet going through.
Mhm.
So if we wanted to see that Silk in action, I think Ran should have held off on the S3 just to see the Silk push back the Dilibet possibly.
And then just be able to take more turns on for his team. But yeah, we saw the Dilbert for sure being the MVP in this case, just being able to cut in between kind of like his line of attack, right?
Yeah, and cleanse everybody and then just get rid of that Ran and Silk right away. So, unfortunate there. Hopefully Light can pick it up this time around. I don't know if he wants to continue trying to cleave and making it work, or just concede and say, alright, let's play standard,
Play
we're
a little
gonna
more
play it
standard
your
or
way.
aggressive, yeah. And now, what are the bans that we see? We see the Politis being banned out and the
Silk.
Wanderer Silk being banned
And
out.
Politis, we're just getting rid of the cleave units here.
Man, so we aren't
No.
gonna see another Wanderer Silk in this game, unfortunately, from our side at least. And now
It
Light.
almost looked like he was gonna pick up the A Ravi, but it looks like he says, nope, I'm picking up the C Lilius. That way I can still play aggro or cleave if there's a possibility.
Oh! Wait. Okay, guys,
Okay,
going
this
into the
could be
standard.
interesting. Two definitely strong units in a good combo together. A Ravi
flex.
and Ran.
Yep. It's the flex. He could go standard from here, he could go cleave.
Yep.
But with Light saying that, he's like, okay then, race me for it.
Now that Ran could possibly be a dead pick, because going into C Lilius, Ran is definitely good, but if he's getting outsped,
Double speed imprint.
will not
Oh no,
work
well,
out.
one speed imprint and then a really fast unit.
Are we gonna speed race this? I don't know if
Oh.
Elfmage is in a good position to.
Oh, we
unless
are!
He needs like a 300 speed. Oh, there
Wait,
is.
there's the A
That's
speed.
three-
So
there-
double
the-
speed
yep,
imprint from the
green
side of
speed.
Light.
Okay.
Does this mean, are we gonna see more speed imprints from the side of Light now? You're gonna see the Siren come out, or the Mersa even?
Or do we pivot?
Or do we pivot? We could still pivot. Granted, it'll be a little awkward in this case. Oh, the
More
Shuri.
speed. How
More
many
speed.
speed imprints do we have left?
More.
We have Siren.
Give
we
me
have
more
Martha.
speed.
I think that's all we have left is Siren and Mersa
Yeah,
on
Siren
the
and
table.
Mersa.
And Camilla, actually. Or
Oh!
and oh,
Are we
hey?
gonna see?
Are we gonna
Oh,
see?
no, we're definitely gonna see
the Siren.
the Siren coming out from
Now-
the side of Light.
Yep, we got a few imprints left. Celeste,
still
Mersa,
Celeste, yeah.
Camilla. What's that light mage 3-star girl's name? What's her name again? She's so
What?
irrelevant. I forgot her name.
Who are you talking about?
The 3-star light mage. The
Um,
one, it's like a budget
Gloomy?
Caesarado. Is it Gloomy? Yes, it is Gloomy. Yeah,
Oh my
Gloomy.
god. I was like, weird thing, but we do see a little bit of change up here with a DN in this case. And I wonder who we're gonna see the ban. We can see the
don't
ban
think
or we see.
I don't think Elfmage is gonna outspeed this because that is a lot of speed
it's-
imprints on Light's
Where's
side.
Zoomin over here? But
Maybe Elfmage didn't draft or not draft. He didn't gear enough speed imprints over here,
Ooh,
so
but it's time
he's
to see
like,
the real speed race. Whoever goes first in this match now is who's gonna end up winning in this round at least. And we see, yes. Oh, the side
he's
of
still
Ran! The
outsped.
side of Ran barely moving on out
Was
in
it
this case.
speed RNG or true
But
gear
yeah.
diff? I'm wondering now.
And it's 1%. It's 1% off in this case, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
But just
And
like that,
is
yeah,
a
Death Break
lot
and
of
everyone is
damage,
dead. And
man.
like we said
That is
before,
a
guys.
Crazy Ran.
Like I said before, whoever goes first is gonna win this round.
That was the fastest match we've ever seen in our lives.
Holy
That
crap.
is one fast Ran. If Elf takes one more win here, that's a straight win for Boomers, isn't it?
I know. I wonder if, dude, Can Light pull out the reverse 3-0 to keep his team from losing?
Oh
Or
man, this is
is-
looking really bad for Light. He got cleaved by the guy that doesn't cleave.
I know. I wonder if this is like a hurt to him too. But like, just being able to keep that I think
That was just it's really close there because it was 99%.
Right.
We actually don't know who actually outsped who.
Yeah, the thing is though, like if he banned out like the Vildred, he would have gone first, and could he have from then
Yeah.
been able
I
to
think
seal
it's
away
just-
the match?
It's just because Light just drafted too many of these speed imprints. He didn't end up with any damage to actually deal with the Aravi. Although there
Yeah.
was a Watcher Shuri, it could just get banned out, and then there's no damage to actually deal with Aravi. So
Yeah, which was
that's
the ban
just-
in this case, right?
yeah, that's Light had no choice there. So
The only
if it
way
wasn't
I would
Aravi, he could have outsped.
Yeah, the only way I would see it working is that he provokes the Aravi with his Amalilius in this case, and hopefully has enough time to just kind of run her down.
It looks like the Aravi on both sides is getting contested just because she's a really good anchor for anybody that wants to cleave.
And now we see the FCC and Conqueror Lilius banned out in this case. A lot of the cleave options are still open in this case, like Rand, Peyra still up.
Yep, and we see the FCC ban, so definitely we might want to see some cleaves here.
And what?
No.
Like judging that he's on ice, we might see a Peyra being picked up here. I wouldn't mind, or a Rand. And here we go!
Oh,
We're
we
still going
picked it up.
fast. The Ran and DN pickup, okay.
Interesting. Maybe it goes into a closer Charles cleave somewhere in here.
Ooh, I would like to see that. Getting the death breaks online. What are we gonna see from Light? He again speed
Still wants to
contesting
race this.
with that
Maybe he's gonna
ace.
turn it around now since he doesn't have to force ban
Double
a Ravi.
sit. Double sit now coming out. There's your damage that you wanted and speed imprint to top it off, which was taken away from this side. But the Watcher Shuri is, I mean, I could see it being picked up here. They're gonna
Oh,
speed
wait,
race
wait.
again!
Actually, is that a 300 speed DN?
Oh my god. I mean, I don't know. We didn't see it.
Is this a shoe pickup here?
No, it's definitely not a shoe pickup.
I mean, into the Vildred, who knows?
Who knows? I think instead, though, we're gonna see another speed imprint by the Siren. Or the Shuri.
Oh, here. Do we continue the speed race?
Here's
Oh,
the
looks like
Amelia.
Is that
Now-
a 300 speed Amelia?
Now I actually wouldn't mind seeing.
So we see 2 speed imprints on Light side and 2 on Elf Mage. Does he pick up the third one just to seal the deal on winning the speed race?
This is gonna be another fast match, y'all. And by fast, oh, the BBK.
BBK. Nothing
Instant
on
ban.
Light side to deal with
Yep,
BBK.
instant ban. That 5th pick ban. And now from the side
so
of
this
Light.
is a fair fight. We see 2 speed imprints on both sides. Unfortunately, the speed imprint value for Light is a lot higher. He's got 24 as opposed to Elf Mage's 20.
And now it's really time to see if that was just all RNG from the last match. Because now, and we definitely see once again, right here, we see the Ran being picked
Oh,
up.
the Ran still outsped that Acid. Man, this Ran is
Just
crap.
barely 1% once again.
crazy.
1%. Losing out by 1%.
This Ran.
1% again. I don't know if this is just speed RNG. Honestly, it could
Yeah.
be. Because now it's been 1% every
Mildred,
single time.
Is Vildred's imprint 10 or 14 speed? I don't have a triple S Vildred
I
actually.
don't either. I think it's faster,
I
no?
actually don't know what the full speed imprint on Vildred is.
But with just like that, like Elf Mage taking 3-0 against Light, knocking out Team Carnival.
Man, that's crazy. Okay, so chat is saying it's 12 speed for triple S Vildred, plus the 10 from Watcher. That's only 22 speed on Elf Mage's side extra, whereas we have 14 from Fire Shuri and another 10 from the Green Sid, right? That's
Yeah.
24 extra speed for Light's side. So
Yeah.
we definitely have more speed from imprints
But we
on
see
Light's
the
side, but he
same
still got
1% change.
outsped twice.
And I wonder,
So
it's definitely speed RNG, unfortunately,
yeah,
on
I
this
don't know.
side.
Is it really speed RNG though?
It has
Because
to be.
how fast is that acid compared to the Ran? Because essentially the Ran does have a higher base speed
Yeah.
than the acid. So I guess in terms of extra speed on both sides, it's even. It just comes down to the gear. Who has the faster gear, the Ran or the acid? I actually don't know. Maybe Elv is secretly cracked and he has a 320 Ran. We don't know that. But then, you know,
man.
obviously that's gonna outspeed the acid unless he is a 320 speed acid too. Who knows? I actually don't know the speed on these two units, but that
pretty
just
nutty.
feels bad to see twice in a row that you get outsped by 99% and you can't even tell if it's speed RNG or a true gear diff.
Because at that point,
And-
what is 1% of 300? It's 3, right? And that
Yeah.
that feels really bad to do that
Wait,
twice
that's
on
one
a
of the
row.
really crappy things about E7 is the
Oh,
RNG
man.
and speed. We don't know who has the better gear here, and that's really tough for cleavers because you could truly outgear somebody, but then you get cucked by the speed RNG.
But
And
guys,
it could even happen in your own team too.
yep. Just like that, though, we will be going into an interview with Elv Mage, the winner of the team. But in just a bit, we'll catch him in just a bit. But yeah, dude, honestly, those matches were fast. For one, the first couple matches, you know, they're very standard, very more so like based off draft, kind of like getting into the minds of your opponents, trying to outdraft them, and then we just see this zoom of a match
Yeah,
from the
that
side
was
of
a
Light
huge
and
risk.
Elv.
It was a huge risk on both sides to want to race each other. And I think Light took the risk a second time because he had a lot of confidence in his geared units.
Yeah.
But that's a mystery to know whether or not he just got cucked by speed RNG. So that's really unfortunate.
That was
And
quite
that's just one of those things. Like in a tournament setting, you could be the guy that outgears somebody.
Yeah.
You could be the guy with the better draft. But then RNG's like 3%. F you, punch you in the face, you're done. So that's I don't know why we have speed RNG in E7. I don't think it's
I mean,
necessary.
it's for
And
stuff
if
like this, right? I mean, it's just like being
for
able
some
to stable
cleavers
it out
too.
between people who have may have around the same like speed in general case, so it's always a flip of the coin rather than pretty much a one speed difference from gear that you got.
Yeah,
But, I
and
mean,
even
it is what it is.
for your own team, some people do speed tune their units to work a specific way,
Mhm.
and then that gets, you know, RNG'd. And then you're like, wow, my whole perfect speed tuning and strategy just got messed up because of this speed RNG. So it just cucks everybody, and I don't think anyone's ever happy about speed RNG. Whether you win
When
or
it goes
lose by
up,
it,
depending on how you look at it, though, right? It would suck going against people who just straight up outspeed you every single time. Is the only thing I'd say. Like
Yeah,
no
well,
matter
you
what the
don't.
gear diff of things, right? You could just end up getting gear diff every single time, no matter what, as long as someone has the greater speed RNG in this case, putting in more of a priority on speed. But at the end of the day, it is what it is currently. And with that, though, we have Light and Elv Mage, and Elv Mage ended up taking it over Light in both of these cases.
Wait, we're seeing an interview from them, or
Yeah, don't worry. It's getting prepared. Chill party on this end. We're just hanging out for now until that gets set up. Because I believe Elv left the room, but he's coming back in. So they're trying
so
to grab him.
are we stalling? Do you want me to keep talking about how much speed RNG sucks?
No.
Because I think we can go on, and I'm sure everyone agrees. We don't need that in the game. There's a lot of elements of RNG that I'm sure a lot of people don't want here.
Well, of
And
course. I mean,
you
it's
know,
just
there
the basis
even
of the game at that
is
point, though. But more so than that, I feel like we should be talking about the matches in regards to how Team Carnival just straight up got 3-0'd
maybe
by...
this was an unfair match for Team Carnival. What if they just lost because of 3%? They lost because of the 3%. You don't know that. We need to like
I mean,
do
we
a
do know
comparison
that
of their
because
games. Do we know?
in the case, especially with the first match, right? You said it yourself too about being able to be drafted into a hole in that case, right? And with no way of coming out. So the draft in this case proved to be key in their form of winning.
Well, in that case, for those standard players, it really matters what units you draft to deal with specific situations. But from a cleaver's perspective, when you're trying to speed race somebody, both sides definitely had solid drafts. But if you're losing by a 99% twice in a row, it's really questionable. Like, did I truly get outgeared, or did I just, lose because of RNG? And if that happens to you twice in a row, it's like really regrettable, and that's gonna be a
Of
thought in
course,
the
I
mind,
mean,
in the back of your mind forever. And
of
then it's just
course,
like,
it is what
wow,
it
I
is
could
in
have,
that place. I
could
mean,
have saved my team, right? That's probably maybe
our
something Light's thinking about.
yeah,
He
but
could have
it's
carried
also
the team on his back and kept them in the tournament if it weren't for RNG.
But it's also in this case too of like why people build on counter as well, right? Being 30%. You
Yeah, but
play with
30%,
that fact. You play with that
30%
fact.
makes more sense than, a 3% that probably shouldn't exist. It's like, it's like a COVID bacteria on your table, you're cleaning it up, and you got like you missed that 0.1% that just can't be cleaned up no matter how much you sanitize.
No, yes,
So
for
it's
sure.
like, it's the 30% presence there from a counter makes sense if it
Mhm.
happens, but a 3% from a speed RNG, you shouldn't see it happen that often.
Yeah, but like I said, either way, RNG will be RNG and there will be complaints on both ends. Because of course, 30% will happen, but if it happens every single time, you could get it to the point where it is 3%, right? Where if it happened multiple times over an attack as much as possible. But barring that point, we will be going into a short break beforehand to say how it is. And yeah, but honestly, I will be looking forward to also the next match in this case, which is going to end up being Merlin Wallace's team versus Kana's team. So how do you feel about that matchup?
If we're going straight into the next matches,
Not straight. I said we're gonna have a break.
Oh, we're gonna have a break. Okay. Well, both teams are definitely solid. And I have my bets on Kana's team because I think his team is pretty stacked, And I have a lot of faith in Kana because he can play cleave and still be able to pivot into standard. So there's a lot of flexibility in his drafts, and even his teammates, Xander and was it Kraust?
Yes.
Did I say his name right? Yeah, they're
Yes.
both pretty strong players too. So there's a lot going for Kana's team. Even Merlin's team is really strong and solid too. But because I bet on Kana's team, I want my free energy, so he has to win.
Yeah, and guys, like I said before, we will be going to break. So see you in just a bit. See you later.
Anytime I feel you and I
다 찍어 누를 수는 있어요.
예상 외인 사람은 없었어요.
저는 이런 대회 무대에서 한번 밟아주는 게
안녕하세요. 저는 디렉터라고 합니다.
사이코 명리라고 합니다.
에픽 대통령 쌤입니다.
김행준입니다.
길을 못 찾았어요. 판교가 처음 와봐가지고 이렇게 큰 동네인지 몰랐어요. 와,
제가 볼 때는 네이버 지도를 사용 안 하신 것 같아요. 전국 지도를 사용하신 것 같은데
그 정도 틀딱은 아닙니다. 그래도 아직 40은 안 넘었어요.
솔직히 이해가 안 됐어요. 아니 내가 맨날 에픽7 쌍욕하면서 이런 나한테 전화를
감사하면서도 뭐 당연하게 생각하고 있고요.
세이메이님을 만났을 때 잘 이기긴 했었어요.
사실 캐릭터입니다. 결국에는 결과가 항상 엠페러시기 때문에
실력적으로는 솔직히 제가 딸리죠. 왜냐면 다른 분들 막 레마감도 하고 점수대도 높고 그랬었으니까. 그리고 제가 제일 솔직히 게임을 제일 안 했어요.
명민님이 가장 강력하죠.
가장 점수가 높은 고명민님이죠. 악셀을 하나 더 끼고 있는 정도라서.
좀 김행준이 팀장이 좀 최근에 에픽7을 조금 소홀히 하는 모습을 보이면서 정보가 파악이 안 된 약체 오히려 무섭습니다.
사실이고요. 이게 게임을 좀 재밌게 만들던가. 왜 사람을 질리게 합니까?
맹준이님은 요즘 에픽을 잘 안 하셔가지고 잘 모르겠어요, 요즘.
약체 같다는 소리 들으니까 또 좀 솔직히 실내나에서 저 한창 할 때 만나면 엄대 엄이었는데 갑자기 약체 같다는 소리를 하니까
비크 자체 템이 우리 서버에서 거의 손꼽힙니다.
비크 자체 선수, 울먹당조 선수 함께하고 싶습니다.
카오스 대주교 선수?
카오스 대주교 선수 같이 함께하고 싶지 않습니다. 최근에 절 무참히 짓밟았기 때문입니다.
멀린 선수 다른 분들 다 너무 센 이미지인데 멀리는 그래도 엄대 엄이 아니었나.
오메가는 안 돼요. 라이트도 안 돼요. 칸나도 안 돼요. 멀리는 만만합니다. 개만만합니다.
칸나 선수요. 란 파벨 그 두 캐릭터를 밴하면 솔직히 꺼낼 픽이 별로 없어서.
So I think that if you want a pretty good opportunity to win your predictions or to do well with your predictions, you should probably vote for me because there's a good chance that if you vote against me, at least once or twice, you're gonna be wrong. So
Speed family, let's go.
I'll probably just beat everyone. I'm in my training arc right now. By the time this tourney hits, I'm just gonna 1v3 everyone.
And take my team to victory, right? No matter what, we always play to win.
well, hello, my name is Kana.
My name is Elfmage59.
Hello, I'm Light. Some people call me Cat.
My name is Merlin Wallace.
We're gonna have a very fast tournament, either in game length or in unit speed, except for maybe Elf.
From strongest to weakest, Elfmage is very, very, very strong. And Light, Kana, and weakest, it's me.
I wouldn't want to match against Elfmage first because you gotta save the best for last. Probably Kana, so I can put him out of his misery early.
So I guess I'm the slowest of all the team captains, right? We have the Speed Familia, aka Merlin, the Clown that always tries to play fast, and Light, probably one of the best cleavers, especially as a streamer. So I'm definitely the slowest, but I'm definitely the best.
It's like I think if Cage is trying, if he's knowledgeable about like the opponent he's playing against, he's just the strongest. It's no competition in my opinion.
Samway, he's also a streamer. I don't think I'm too worried about him. Standard player, and standard is where I dominate, so I think I'm okay with him. I recognized the fourth name. This is who we call around here in the Twitch community the Korean Jesus. Definitely a strong player, ex-Hall of Famer from season 4, if I'm not mistaken. Definitely someone on my radar.
역배충들 나 찍어라.
내가 항상 대회에서 맨날 졌지만 이번에는 이겨서 팬 여러분들한테 기쁨을 같이 누릴 수 있도록 해보겠습니다.
저희 열심히 해서 우승해봅시다.
어차피 우승은 쌤을. 나.
And give the best of myself.
Do well with your predictions, you should probably vote for me because there's a good chance that if you vote against me, at least once or twice, you're gonna be wrong.
So if you guys, I know I failed you guys during the CCI, but this time for sure, root for me because I'm definitely bringing the prize home.
Actually, no, you should bet on me because I'll probably just beat everyone. I'm in my training arc right now. By the time this tourney hits, I'm just gonna 1v3 everyone. I don't know the format, but I'm just gonna do it.
사랑의 끝이 이럴 줄 알았더라면 난 조금 더 곁에 있었을 텐데 그대를 만나 이해할 수 없던 일도 끌어안게 된 지금처럼 행복했었던 시간이 멀어져 가면 뒤돌아 내게 인사하네요. 그대가 없이 살아갈 수 있을까요? 하루하루 슬픔인걸요. 내 생에 가장 아름다웠던 순간은 그대와 함께한 사소한 날들 그게 전부란 걸 혼자 남겨진 세상의 한복판에서 알게 돼버렸죠. 돌아갈 수 없는 우리를.
What is up, guys? Welcome back. We are here with the Epic 7 Creator Battle. And then we, guys, like I said before, we are going to go into the interview in just a bit. So make sure to be on the watch out and for that. But yeah, Fartsy.
While you guys wait, don't forget to use exclamation mark drops in the chat to connect your account to get these Twitch drops. Don't miss out on the free leaves and the gold. Everyone likes free stuff, right?
Yeah, always get all that stuff. And here we go into
이제 연결이 됐습니다. 1경기의 승리죠. 정말 많은 궁금증을 안고 있습니다. 저희가 어느 정도까지 함께 대화를 나눌 수 있을지 모르겠습니다만은 4강에서 이제 결승행 티켓의 예매를 완료한 남자 팀 브로머스의 오메가 대장을 함께 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 오메가 선수 안녕하세요.
Hello, Elv. Did you hear me? Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
오케이. 나이스 투 미츠. 자, 오메가 선수 만나서 반갑습니다. 자, 지금 우선 결승 진출. 정말 기분이 좋으실 것 같은데 예상하셨는지 궁금합니다.
Hello. First off, congratulations for your victory today. Did
Thank
you
you.
expect to be this one-sided?
Excuse me?
Did you expect the match to be this one-sided?
I was expecting my team for us to win. I was expecting maybe one loss, but yeah, my team is too good, and I'm too good right now. So I'm taking this victory.
먼저 축하해줘서 고맙고 이렇게 3대0 승리는 예상을 하지 못했고 한 판 정도 질 수도 있겠다라는 생각을 했다고 합니다. 근데 이제 우리 팀이 너무 잘하고 내가 너무 잘한 탓에 너무 잘한 덕분에 3대0으로 승리를 거두게 되었다고 합니다.
그렇죠. 팀원 전원의 승리를 가져가면서 3대0 승리를 가져갔는데 저희가 사실 좀 궁금한 게 있어요. 결승전을 앞두고 답변을 안 해주셔도 괜찮습니다. 자, 이 란이 이거 지금 어떻게 해서 속도를 잡는지 이거 보정인지 이거 속도값 안 해주셔도 돼요. 공개 안 해주셔도 됩니다. 정말로 부담 드리는 거 아니고 이거 보정값인지 굉장히 많은 분들이 궁금해하고 있는데 이거 혹시 조금 공개 가능한지. 예.
Please note this is not a must-to-be answered question, but your ran, it was super fast. It even outsped Light's Assassin's. So can you please share how fast he is? Like you don't have to.
That's a funny story because I could only do this run last Ant event that happened. I got the last piece and he's 310. I believe Light might be slightly faster, but speed RNG and with 310 it's fast enough.
자세한 속도를 공개하기는 좀 그런데 이제 란이 사실 라이트보다 빠르다고 생각을 하진 않는다고 하거든요. 라이트보다 빠른 것 같지는 않은데 아무래도 이 속도 보정이나 이런 것들이 좀 있다 보니까 300 조금 넘는데 이제 그래서 좀 운이 좋게 선턴을 딸 수 있지 않았나라고 생각을 합니다.
뭐 300은 넘는다. 근데 뭐 얼마인지 뭐 말씀드리 20인지 뭐 얼마인지는 뭐 말씀드리기 좀 힘들다는 이유. 두 분에서 뭐 꼭 궁금한 거 있을까요?
혹시 그 라이터 선수가 속대고 봤을 때 아무래도 이제 확실히 라이터 선수가 빠르긴 빠르거든요. 그런데 거기에 굳이 이제 리스크를 적어두면서까지 속대고로 맞붙은 이유가 있는지 좀 궁금하거든요.
You know, Lada's really famous for his high-speed heroes, right? But you try to counter him with speed, even though you know that he has super high-quality cleave composition. May I ask why?
Because I was winning 1-0, so I took my chances of with Ran, which is my fastest unit. If I pick him, I always go for the race, and because I'm up 1-0, why not?
Sorry, can you please repeat that again? Due to the mic issue, I didn't really hear you well. Hello? Hello, Alf.
자, 지금 살짝 인터뷰가 진행되는 와중에 음향상의 문제가 살짝 있어서 여러분께 일단 사과 말씀을 좀 전해드릴게요. 이게 뭐 동굴이다, 동진자 노래 한 곡 해줘요, 마이크 노래방이냐 뭐 이런 얘기들이 있는데 지금 이 문제를 조금 살짝 해결하는 과정에서 우리 시청자 여러분들을 배려하기 위해서 뭔가 좀 조정하다 살짝 문제가 있는 모양이에요. 해결이 되는 대로 바로 여러분께 전해드리도록 하겠습니다. 네. 코인 노래방 동전 넣으러 간다고.
그러게요. 이게 조금 울려가지고 이쪽에서 지금 듣는데 조금 약간 부정확하게 들려가지고.
그렇죠. 저희도 지금 뭐 정확하게 듣지는 못하고 있는 상황이기 때문에 지금 뭐 통역의 힘을 빌어서 지금 같이 듣고 있는 중입니다. 혹시 지금 연결이 돼 있는 상황인가요? 그렇죠. 잠깐 세팅을 가다듬을 필요가 있을 것 같아요. 네. 이럴 때 뭐 노래 한 곡 하나요? 네. 꿈을 꾸는 나무 같아요.
Hello, Alf. Do you hear me?
네.
Hi, Alf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
연결이 되네요.
We're finally connected. Sorry, we had some audio mic issues, so I didn't hear your last answer quite well. If it's possible, could you repeat that?
Yeah. I was saying because I was up one game.
Yep.
If I have the option to pick Ran, why not commit to the race? Because I'm up a game, so I can take one speed RNG loss.
그래서 란을 픽할 수 있으면은 픽하지 않을 이유가 없다라고 먼저 얘기를 하고요. 그래서 란이 열려 있으면은 무조건 픽하는 편이고 그쪽에서 먼저 속도로 승부를 걸어왔기 때문에 뭐 란도 열려 있었고 승부하지 않을 이유가 없었다라고 합니다.
자, 우리 뭐 수많은 계승자 여러분들의 투표에서는 사실 팀 부머스보다는 팀 카나발 쪽으로 많은 투표를 했었는데 이 예측을 뒤집는 결과를 오늘 만들어냈습니다. 잠시 후에 있을 4강 2경기 결승에서 어떤 팀을 만날 것 같다 예측하고 있는 게 있는지 좀 궁금하네요.
You know, 87% of our viewers have voted for Team Carnival instead of you. You were only the 13%. Congratulations for that. And who do you think you will face on the finals?
Yo, first of all, thank you, and rip to all the non-believers. They didn't believe last time, they didn't believe this time, so they don't get their energy. But I do believe I voted for Team Kana. I think Team Kana is overall slightly better.
오케이. 먼저 87%의 그 불쌍한 우리를 믿지 않은 사람들에게 안타깝다라는 말을 전해주고 싶고요. 13%들만 이제 에너지 행동력을 받게 되는 건데 축하드리고요. 그리고 결승전에서는 카나의 팀인 팀 3 Musketeers를 만나게 될 거라고 생각을 합니다. 두 팀 모두 다 훌륭한 팀이지만 카나의 팀이 조금 더 전반적으로 훌륭하다라고 생각을 하기 때문에 결승전에서는 카나의 팀을 만날 것 같다라고 합니다.
그렇군요. 자, 오늘 결승 진출 진심으로 축하드리고 앞으로도 좋은 경기 우리 팬들에게 많은 모습을 보여줄 수 있기를 기대하겠습니다. 인터뷰 감사드립니다.
For your victory and thank you for the interview today.
Yo, thank you.
네. 자, 이렇게 해서 팀 부머스의 엘브메이지 선수, 오메가 선수를 함께 만나봤는데 와, 역시 참 세계적인 클래스 선수의 대결에서 또 저희가 희귀한 장면들.
And just like that, guys, we saw the confidence that Elv had in this case, right? Taking it and just being able to, like he said, he was one game up, so why not? And
yeah, that was good on Elv's part. He was willing to take the risk and have fun with his drafts just because he was in the clear. He had the advantage, so why not take the risk and have fun? it still worked out for him anyway. And with that, I liked his confidence. And like I said at the beginning of this stream, I said, hey guys, I think Elf Mage is gonna win this.
Yeah.
Better bet on him for that free energy.
Well, for that
So,
final match coming tomorrow, maybe people will
yeah.
bet on him now, right?
So for the 13% of people that did vote of him, high fives to everyone that got free energy with me. So there we have it.
Exactly. But we are going to be starting to go into the next match. But like you said, right before we get there, we're talking about a 310 Rand speed, right?
Yeah, that's actually really fast. But
Yeah.
I also wonder what the speed of the ACID is for lights. I don't know his unit speeds, but I would assume it's at that speed or faster.
Yeah.
Just because ACID is really easy to gear, having enough self crit that you could slap any speed on him and he'll work just as well.
Mhm.
And then Ran is a little bit harder to gear just because it's hard to get enough crit on him. So Elf Mage has probably got some really cracked gear just because you saw that Ran damage. You know, he was able to outspeed and just basically cleave out Light's entire team just with one S3. So
Yeah.
usually you don't see that happen often with Rans.
Yeah, and speaking of speed, now we're going to go into the Speed Fam versus Team 3 Musketeers. So here is the video for that.
Hey guys, what's up? I'm Genizod and I'm on the team Speed Familia with Merlin and Deity. And we're looking to probably win this next round and go on to the finals, hopefully. How did I feel during the quarterfinals? Well, I was kind of nervous and I actually had built a lot of stuff going in. And then I didn't need to use any of it, and I just kind of won my games. After the first match, I was feeling pretty confident and I kind of just won all the other ones after. The whole time during my stream, they're saying that I was talking to myself or something, but I was actually streaming at the same time, and I was kind of just hyping myself up and having a lot of fun, actually. Semifinals, huh? Well, against Xander, I think we're going to be playing some probably pretty normal matches. I think I can beat Xander. I think he's a good player, but I think some of the drafts I saw him do had some holes in it that maybe I can exploit. If it turns out I actually have to fight Kana at some point, though, I think I might be able to prepare enough anti-cleave and stuff for that. We'll see what happens. Don't even bother showing up. We got this, okay? So, you guys are just going to be wasting both of our times. Don't worry about it, though. It's fine. If you show up, we'll go easy on you.
Hey, my name is Sander and I'm a Spanish content creator and I'm in the Musketeers team with Kana and Croast. At the beginning I was nervous, but with the first game I got a lot of confidence, so I expect that from the semi-finals. To be honest, I don't have any strategy for the semi-finals, I just want to play my comfort picks, but I think it will be fun because I played against Jen a lot of times in ladder, so let's see what happens in this match. I fought against a lot of you in ladder, so let's have fun and great games, guys. Good luck.
And there you go, Fartsy. We have Speed Fam versus the 3 Musketeers. In the side of Speed Fam, we have Merlin Wallace's team with Jenna and Deity. Jenna proving to have a lot of confidence.
Yeah, we did see in the quarterfinals that Jenna was basically the MVP of their entire match set, winning a lot of games and keeping them in the tournament.
Yeah, clinching it out, especially that last game from Omuk Dangju. And yeah, Deity too, just winning his game, and Merlin as well. You know, although his matches, or he lost his match, it was still close. Very, very close.
Yeah. And then for 3 Musketeers, I think it was a straight sweep, right? All
Yep.
of them won their matches, so
All of them won their matches.
maybe we'll see the same thing happen today too, because, you know, as we saw from the quarterfinals, 3 Musketeers is a really strong team, and I think they got this. And like I said, guys, I have my vote on them. We're here to get that free energy, so
Oh, so you have your
no
vote on 3
pressure.
Musketeers,
Take
huh?
the win, kind of team. Take the win, 3
Trying to
Musketeers. I
get your
believe in you
energy.
guys.
But we'll see right now, right here, what you guys thought about this match in the prediction. And in this case, we do see 3 Musketeers coming out on top. a lot more of like a 25% though from the Speed Fam side with that 26.71%. So still some hope, you know, on Speed Fam side to pull it out. And we did see comparatively to the other match that, you know,
Yeah.
these predictions are just that. It's predictions.
Yep.
Doesn't mean it's always going to be true.
I mean, in this case, I hope it's true. In the last match, I'm glad it worked out for Elf Mage. In this match, well, we hope
Little
that
more
everyone's getting their
closer.
votes for Kana correctly, right? Hopefully, Three Musketeers got this just because 70% of us want that free energy, right?
And I wonder if, like, for Speed Fam's side, like, if they can pull this upset off. I mean, honestly, we've seen the close matches that they've had already against the team last week. And in this case, against Kana's team, like we said before, it's going to be close. It's going to be very close. And I want, me and you are on the same mindset. We want that energy. And we both voted for Musketeer's side in this case.
And maybe we'll see these matches go by really quickly today because we do have a lot of aggro players and speed cleavers, you know, coming from both teams. So maybe we'll see some more speed races. Maybe they're like afraid to take the risk and they're like, oh, we don't want another happening of RNG. Let's play it safe, go standard, and see what happens from there. Or, you know, maybe these guys live on the edge and they're like, you know what? Let's just take the risk and go for it. You know, we live on the edge like Elf Mage. He took the risk and it worked out, right?
Yep. And with that, though, we're going to have the first match here with the opener being Deity versus Kraust. So Deity's pick, you see right there, the win rates being a little higher on Deity's end, and they're both ended in champions. So Deity likes to pick up that Huayang and that Emerald Quark. We're probably not going to see the FCC this time around just because of the changes with DJB and on the side. So they both have that Huayang pickup that they like.
Yeah, so maybe in these drafts we might see a Huayang contest, or they both might just pre-ban her just to stop the other side from picking her up too. She is kind of a menace if you don't have her.
And now that from there, though, we're going to go into the second match, which is the middler match between Genazad and Xander. So one Emperor, one Legend, while a crap ton of games played by Jenna. He knows the game inside and out and is ready to play.
And it looks like we see a lot of the same. Actually, we see most pre-ban Rimuru on Genocide, which is the most pick for Xander. So maybe we might see a little pre-ban with Rimuru just to stop Xander from doing what he usually does.
Yeah, and from there, though, we do see the Aravi similar being picked up as their most picked.
So
just
that
another
might
stable
be
unit.
a contested unit from both sides as well.
Yep, and going from this, though, and into the team captain match between Kana and Merlin Wallace.
This is
bunch of
interesting.
matches played from both ends on these two legend
Wow,
players.
4,000 games played from Merlin's side. That's twice the amount that Kana has played. And we see his most banned unit Ran is also Kana's most pick unit, so there is a possibility in seeing these pre-bans too, just to
That'll be
stop
interesting,
Kana
though.
from doing what he does.
Because both these players like to play with speed, both of them like to play aggression, kind of more of the cleaver side, whereas Merlin likes to play kind of like that single unit kill side that we saw from last time around with that Carlos, right?
Yeah, and he definitely loves his Emil Celine. Maybe we're gonna
100%.
see more of her.
I would
No-
not mind because I love Emma Celine myself. I think
Yeah.
she's a fun unit.
She's a really nice unit, just really hard to pull off in the current meta unless you find the right setup for her.
She's pretty much bad against a bunch of like what Solitaria, Huaya,
Yeah,
River,
and basically any debuffers or non-critting units definitely gonna be scared of Huayang's. You know, Huayang's super big in the meta. That's why you see less Emil Celines. But it could change with this Aros buff because if you put her behind Aros, she could be protected by a fat barrier. So maybe with this new patch, we might see some new plays being made and more risks being taken. We'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, and now, like we both said, right, we're both going for Kana's team in the case of actual team matchup because we want that energy. But either way, both of them are going to be close matches and the like. And
Yeah,
with
I
this
think
first match, especially between Deity and Kraus, I really want to see how they're going to first pick it up.
yeah. No matter what the matchup is, everyone's gonna have a close fight for sure. I think both sides have equal chance of winning.
Yeah, and I wonder if we're finally going to see any more of the recently balanced series. We've been seeing a lot of A Ross, and that's mostly what we've been seeing today. We
Yeah.
saw the Wanderer Silk come up once and then banned
But
out in that case.
unfortunately, we never got to see her work,
It was
right? The
so
first time she
close.
went through, she never took a turn. The second time, she just got pre-banned. So
Yeah.
maybe from Speed Familia or even from Three Musketeers, they might try to use her because we do have cleavers and aggro players on both sides. So maybe we'll see her in action. Hopefully we do. I want to see something cool happen. But if not, then,
It is what it is, right?
unfortunate.
Maybe
Yep.
we'll see some other cool difference other than just the units that were changed recently.
Yeah, and in the previous matches, we did see a lot of Payra picks too. A lot of
Yes.
people were opening with Payra, but now I
Now
think
you
everyone's gonna reconsider without DJB there, right?
Exactly, DJB proving the one for that one especially. But now we're moving on into the pick and ban phase between Kraus and Deity. So the
All
Red,
right.
both Red and
Yep,
Pair are
they're
being banned out in
fighting
this case.
for the Hua Young there.
Mhm. And yeah, okay, this is a pretty stable pickup from the Conqueror Lilius.
That's really good for Deity side, picking up the vigor and attack buffer. And then with the response of the Aros and DN for Kraus, definitely solid draft so far. Really neutral, very
Those dual
safe.
attacks with Hua Young, man, it hurts.
Yep.
And
Now
from
we got
them,
the Sene pick on
yeah.
Deity side, still open to a Bellion or even a Fire Charlotte pick, so he's got to be prepared for these potential counter picks coming from Kraus.
And now Deity really thinking on this fourth pick though. Wondering what he's gonna pick up, whether another DPS or another support, and leave his fifth to whichever gets picked up in this case.
Thinking long and hard, what DPS can you pick up here? Because at this point you do want to pick up a DPS, otherwise you could be potentially running a solo DPS comp, which can be dangerous.
It's not too bad if it's Sten in this case, just because of the Amelia and the Conqueror Lilius providing that activation, sorry, to get more damage out. But we do see the AOL instead, and then a Bellion answer in response.
Yeah, this is a lot of aggression coming from Kraus' side because that is a dead Sene into that Bellion.
And the Lionheart just to round it off.
Yeah, very
Showing
good pick because of the Steel Lilius on the other side.
Lots of reach on there, and the Millum. So in this case,
This has to be a Bellion ban because we have
Yeah.
three mages drafted on Deity's side. Those mages are going to be useless with that Bellion there, so I think that's an auto Bellion ban.
in this case,
For
now you have to deal
Kraus'
with
side,
Huayang and the
I think
Lionheart.
I think he wants to get rid of the Stene there just because there's no reach with that Bellion ban and he has to bank on that
Oh,
Cernia
there
hitting.
you go. The Spectre Tenebria ban from the other side and the
Yep.
Bellion ban from the other. So
Now
this
we
is a
just-
solo DPS Millum.
She could be a degen Millum and just counter all the attacks. Who knows? Because she
This
got
is
that
true.
evasion.
And I think she's set up for victory as much as she can with this activator and push up from the Amelia
Yeah.
and the
I
constant
think
dual
it's
attacks.
still dangerous to pick that Millum into a Huayang though, because Huayang will still hurt even through a miss.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So I think Kraus wins just because of the better draft in this case. But who knows? Maybe we see a gear diff
Yep,
or
and just like
decision
this, you
making
see
diff.
Conqueror Lilius end up taking that first turn as always. And then gonna provoke the DN in this case.
Okay,
So-
that's a good
no.
play there. Stop the
Yeah.
team from getting attack buffs or anything. There is a lot of souls on Deity's side, so
He could
maybe
go in.
he could try to just nuke everything onto the Huayang and get rid of her right now.
Yeah,
just
these
so
two
that
soul
she
bursts
doesn't.
will
Yeah.
definitely kill.
We don't want this Millum to get kicked in the face. She's only got 9k HP. One kick and she still dies.
Now he's wondering probably if you like leaving one double soul burn up for later and then using this bigger attack buff to just straight up kill the Huayang. And he ends up going for it. Does it kill? Did he just get punished? Yep,
And
it does kill,
does.
definitely.
Because
Just
of
right on
that-
the point.
I don't know if that is an Arius A-Ross, but looks like he's still chilling. He just barely took any damage probably from the S1. Maybe my eyes are deceiving me. I don't know.
In this case, not being able to strip off that evasion buff here, right? Oh, but critting
but
anyways!
He still did hit.
Holy, lots of damage on this Milim, but
And now this Sermia is gonna proc here because no matter what, got an S1
oh no!
there.
But getting it on top of Sermia, make it so that way she could heal.
Okay, not bad there, but does this
There we
Sermia hit the Milim here?
It all
He's got
rides on this.
2
She has
chances.
bad shield though.
Yeah. Oh, and she can't really AoE because of the AOL, so there's a lot of survivability for this Milim here.
Yeah, actually. I'm really liking Deity's draft from here, actually.
Yeah, now
Especially
that we
into
see this play out, if, you know, Kraust is not taking a turn, there's not a whole lot he can do.
And with the proc already happening and not her taking a turn, this is a free Wahaha with no... and the silence
That's
too,
a
I just love
lot
the
of
silence.
damage, too. Even with that defense buff up on the
Oof.
Sermia, that's a lot of damage
And now
coming
that's a
from
fully healed
that
up Milim.
Milim. I think this is not looking good for Kraust anymore. He has not really taken a single turn other than that one swipe on the Milim that got lucky
So I
and hit.
think... Oh no, I think his only way to go through that was to defense break, hit through Milim, and also would bring along the Sermia, because now with the Sermia, oh, not this bit,
Oh
but
man,
pretty much
is
gonna die.
this Sermia gonna make it though?
I don't think so.
Amelia shouldn't have her S2. Oh, she does.
She
She
does.
still has it up. Okay,
Yeah.
she cycled quickly. Yeah,
And
that's
just
a
like that, getting
dead
the soul burn on top
Sermia.
of this.
Oh man.
And say goodbye to your Sermia. Here's another S3 interface, and just like that, yeah, it's all but over.
Unfortunate.
Really nicely played from Deity's side.
Well, I think that could be.
Showing off his cat right there.
In this case, do you think having banned the Milim would have worked out better than the Stene? Just because that was a lot of damage dished out from the Milim. She could possibly have been a speed pen set Milim.
Yeah.
And she got the extra damage proc from the S2. So that may have not happened with the Stene. Who knows? I don't know what kind of build Stene has, but there's a high possibility that we got more damage from the Milim just because most people do run pen set on
Yep.
their Milim.
I run speed pen as well on my Milim. For lots of damage. Definitely Milim being the MVP in this case, but
And then
moving
there's
now
also
on
the
into
issue
next.
of the provoke DN, so
Yeah, that first provoke mattered quite a bit because he wasn't able to activate the anti-crit alongside the attack buff in the beginning, right?
yep. So let's see if he can turn that around this time around, now that he
Ooh.
knows what deity has on the table. Bellion's banned out, so
Lion's
definitely
banned out as
safe.
well.
Yeah, safe to pick the Stene first thing.
And yeah, with both of the very popular DPSs on both of their ends being banned out, Kraus just goes for that DPS pickup.
If I must fight.
Okay, we still got the A-Ross pick here. Unfortunately, he did not do a lot in the last match just because of the debuffs from the AOL.
Now with this setup currently, I wouldn't mind seeing a Landy from Deity side. Landy or Charlotte probably pick up just
Yeah,
to reach that
both-
Spectre Tenebria.
I think he is in a good position to pick either of those just because he has the C. Lilius pickup right there. So he's in a good position to landy here. But maybe it might be a little bit of a risk into that A-Ross just because he can AoE that defense buff for his team.
And there we go,
But
we
he
do see
still
the
picks
Landy.
the Landy, so gotta be a little careful here with that A-Ross with some potential to expose her, but if she has enough protection, or maybe not, because we got the Milim and the Carrot
Oh.
pickup here.
Triple mages on cross side going for a bunch of souls here. he learned from the last match from Hades and that, you know, souls are pretty nice.
Now we have to see how Deity responds with this last pick. Is he going to be able to have damage to deal with either the Carrot, Milim, and or Stene?
Okay,
That's
the
interesting.
Holy pickup. Pretty interesting
Okay.
pickup. And he still bans it out, just not knowing what it could do to his team, right?
Yeah,
I
I think definitely those are the right bans for both sides because
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Deity picked the Akali to
To
try
kill
to
the
nuke
Milim.
the Milim. Yep,
Yeah.
but she's susceptible to debuffs, which is why that Carrot had to be banned, which is also a danger to that Landy too. So now, if that Landy does not take a first turn and do something, she's already going to be dead to that Milim.
I agree. But just like
But
that,
we
we'll be
do
moving
have-
into the first match now.
Yeah, we do have two speed units on Deity's side. We got the Sea Lilius and the Amelia, so there is a high possibility for Landy to try to survive through this. I don't think Kraust wants to use his skills on DN just because Deity does
Mhm.
have that Politis, which is a huge risk to both the Milim and the Stene there.
We
But
end
he
up
rips
choosing
it
to-
anyway.
Yeah, just pushing back the Milim in this case. Oh, and getting
Oh,
the
and the
stun off.
stun!
Does this
Okay, that
matter?
was a
Yeah, it
huge
does.
risk. Now we got unbuffables, and since Kraust already ripped his only cleanse for his team,
Yeah.
that's unbuffables for everybody. I don't think that
Oof.
risk was worth taking.
And
Now-
blind to top it off.
Yeah. So Kraust just put himself in a really bad position here, and he can't S3 his team because no one's gonna get those buffs.
Oh my god!
That's
Just
a
enough
lot
damage.
of damage.
Almost killing out the Spectre
And
Tenebria here.
Because of that unbuffable, we don't get an Aros proc on her, so this is looking really bad for Kraust. That was a huge misplay on his end and a risk that probably was not worth taking.
Yeah, it's pretty rough now looking on the side of Kraus here. Because especially that cleanse, it's like being able to not have cleanse here
Yeah.
proved to be key. You still have
And then
blinds up,
we
you have
get
everything
no
else.
crit on that Politis.
Which would have originally killed her, pushed back the team.
Yep.
And hopefully like recenter
This-
himself out in this match.
Yeah, this is looking really bad for Kraus now. He could have been in the position to deal with that Landy if he didn't make that risk with the DN there.
And here we go, being able to S3 once again with just an amount of buffs. Because Milim does have that buff right there, right?
Oh man. That team is dead. I think this is a go next.
Yup, GG, go next. Deity actually pulling it through for his team on Speed Familia, taking 2-0 against Kraus.
Kraus has to really think about how he's gonna go with this next draft and how to play out these decisions because that really threw it just from that one DNS2 right there.
Mm-hmm. And just like
I
this, the Politis in
agree
this case, yeah, being the
That is
MVP.
definitely the MVP there. That really just stopped Kraus from doing anything with his team at all.
Yeah. And it was really rough. He chose to pick it into it too, so I mean, it's just what happened, man.
All right, Deity looks really relieved. He looks stressed.
He's just chilling
defeated
now.
right now. He's like, oh man, I just have to win one more.
Yep, he's just like, okay, I got this. For my team, I believe, putting Speed Fam on top.
All right, taking out the Sea Lilius and the DN.
the
Not a
DN,
bad ban on both sides. So looks like the only safe openers they have.
A-Rob
I
is being
guess-
one of them. AOL, okay.
Definitely good pick on both sides. But now Kraus has to have some cleansers to deal with that AOL.
Yeah, and the thing on Deity's side, if he doesn't pick up Spectre Tenebria, Deity's definitely going to pick up Spectre Tenebria here. Because
Yeah.
judging that he has no AoE up and no
Yep.
reach up, here we go.
Okay. So this is really solid so far for both sides. Now we have to wait for these last two picks on either side to turn around this draft.
Yeah, that Dilibet was a really good pickup in this case. Both being provide cleanse and AoE, right?
This is really close here. Does he pick up some mitigation or some damage, I think Deity is in a position to just pick up some more damage because that is a
Okay.
lot of tankiness on Kraust's side.
Choosing to pick up the Solitaria instead, kind of showing his card, saying he might ban the designer a little bit in this case. And because of that
Zermia
pickup,
is a good pick there. Very good response to that Solitaria. But with the presence of the AOL there, that AOL still can stop that Zermia from doing anything if she happens to strip and silence.
now are we gonna see this Alencia pickup though? Because
That
it's
should
not
be
bad.
interesting. If that Alencia does what she's meant to do, she could possibly get that Solitaria out of stealth.
Nope, instead choosing to go out with the Ram. And Spez being picked up on the
Ooh,
side of Deity.
interesting here. Okay, well we see this Spez pop off. At the
I-
very beginning in the introduction stream for all the players, Deity specifically said he was not going to Spez in this tournament, and here he
Yeah.
is doing it.
Once again, he already even showed it off a little earlier when he did play against the Korean side. Granted, it didn't work this last time, and I wonder if it'll work this time because Solitaria and Spez now are freed up to go into the match.
This should be interesting. I'm not sure if that Dilibet is going to do a whole lot here if the Angelica holds off on all her debuffs.
I agree. And it'll be key to see who is going to end up taking this first turn and the stuns that come out from the Solitaria. And here we go,
Alright, so
Solitaria
who does he
S3.
stun here?
No
Oh,
one.
resisted.
The resistance. Oh
Unfortunate.
no.
We don't see
Oh
any
no,
Spez
and
pop-offs today. Oh man.
Oh
It's over
god,
for
Davey's
him.
dead.
His cat's worried
Davey.
about his well-being now. That's just he's experiencing emotional damage just
Oh,
because of that
man.
15% on that Zermia.
The original control player in Deity just being shot once again through resistance. Oof, that was pretty rough.
Oh no, the
Oh,
proc.
but the stun. Hey,
the
I mean,
proc.
he's stunned nonetheless. This design a little bit though gonna end up going.
I don't know if you want to do this here.
Ooh,
Okay. I guess
and it's
you can
protecting
do
it.
that.
Now the Spez didn't get reset in this
Okay.
case, so
Oh no, that dual attack. Poor Spez doesn't pop off here.
the Deity's dead.
Yuri's gonna be scarred for life. He
The
doesn't
Deity's
wanna.
dead.
He doesn't wanna use his Spez anymore after this.
Deity said it himself, dude. Don't pick Spez. And once again showing don't pick Spez as being a real thing. Oh, he does have a lot of souls here to work with. Unfortunately, the S3 is still up in this case. Oh no, it got reset!
Oh yeah. But now
So,
he has the S3
Now he
here.
has it, yeah.
But is that enough damage to do anything here?
No, I don't think so, unfortunately. Especially with that Aureus. Oh, proving to be
it
just
did!
enough! It kills.
Oh,
Wait.
Maybe there's a
Wait.
chance here. If everybody gets stunned because that Dilibet just used her S3, she's not cleansing anything.
Not anytime soon, at least, but no stuns on the side of Solitaria.
I think you just want to silence somebody here. Just go for the S1 so you don't proc that Dilibet faster.
Yeah. Oh no. Okay.
Oh, he rips
Choosing
it
to
anyway.
fully S3.
Okay.
Okay. Well, you
That
know,
Angelica's
Dilibet-
dead.
Yeah.
Angelica's dead, and then we have two
Oh
stealth
no,
units up.
Stan! Stan is
Bene
not
is
free.
dead now.
Yeah. Oh
Bene
gosh.
is dead, deado.
Unfortunate.
Now we can just slam with this A Ravi.
All right. Well. Let's be real here. Was that Spez's fault? Was that Spez's fault?
It was not Spez's fault, it was the Solitaria's fault. He's the one
Exactly.
that got resisted. But at the same time, you could say it was Spez's fault for countering and proccing that Zermia.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll give you that one. Sure. But you know, it's 2-1 now. And with Deity, you know, currently
Now he
pretty
doesn't want to take
distraught.
these risks. He's like, too much emotional damage. My Spez and my
Yeah.
Solitaria failed me.
Now I wonder how much effectiveness was on that Solitaria in this case, right? Because I do run quite a bit of FRES on my
Yeah, a
Lionheart
lot of
Semia,
people go FRES over any effectiveness these days. So, you know, Sermia does have that built-in 30% FRES. I don't know if that was really what set off the resistance there, though.
Yeah, that was either way. It was unfortunate on all ends for Deity, and I wonder if he can still bring it back in this case, or can Kraus pull off the reverse 3-0 to bring it back for Three Musketeers?
Alright, what bands do we see here? Are we getting the Sermia band? No,
The
we're
Eton
getting the
band.
Eton. We never saw any Etons being picked up here. Is that potentially a BM
Is that BM?
band,
Is
or
he done? Is Deity
is
done
he-
with his life right now?
I don't know what that Eton band is if we haven't seen him drafted at all.
Step back, fly.
Okay, with that though, the A Ross and A Ravi picked up from the side of Kraus. Really good, solid picks overall.
So,
Just to
so
help round
far,
out
it
his
looks
draft.
like this is really safe to just pick up on the A Ravi and the A Ross here.
Okay.
Kind of dangerous to have this Rinru here now because he's got the Amelia, and there are potential defense buffs for Rimuru to steal.
Going from that though, so the prediction's still on the side of Deity though, so from what we see from the top. And this AOL still being picked up even for the lack of AoE on the side of Kraus.
Okay, so he's got the homeless hand guy pickup. to
Designer
deal-
Lilibet's still here.
Yeah.
Oh!
Go for the FCC. We got double knights in here. Is that
Are we
what
gonna see the
want, though?
DJB?
Oh,
We are!
No. Okay. This
I
should
would
be
not mind
interesting.
seeing a DJB OpSig right now.
Oh yeah, definitely. Both units will definitely deal with the FCC very well. But hopefully, if we do see an OpSig here,
Please?
be speed tuned to go before that DJ Bazaar, right?
Please? Please? Deity? Please? OpSig with Doko Wear?
Watcher?
Watch it. Not
I
so
don't
much.
think you want to Watcher this because they could just ban the Amelia, and who's gonna? Oh, there's the OpSig. Okay.
There we go. The
There it
DJB
is.
and OpSig into this.
All right, so this
Lots of
looks
shields from the
good
side of
here.
Kraus.
This looks solid for Deity. Let's see what happens now.
And with this, what is Kraus gonna be his last pick? Has to be some sort of DPS, as otherwise, yeah, the Dilibet being good pickup into this AOL.
Okay.
Okay.
That's kind of risky, I think.
Yeah, he's banning out the OpSig, I think, in this case, though.
Yeah.
For
That's
sure.
still a lot of barriers there that DJB is gonna deal with.
But see-
But is
yeah.
that enough damage on Deity's end to deal with both the Kara and the A-Ravi?
I don't know, actually. Like I
Because-
said, a solo damaged Rimuru is really hard to work with.
Exactly, and okay, so yeah, that's gonna be solo DPS Rimuru. He's just gonna rip it on his S3 once, and then he's kind of dead until that cooldown comes back up.
Yep. Unless he's soul burning it, unless if this
Yeah.
AOL has a book, which it does. So we are gonna see the soul
Okay.
burn probably from the likes of Rimuru in this case, just so that way he can turn cycle a lot more. And yeah.
I think the speed tuning here is a little wonky because you definitely want that attack buff for Rimuru instead.
Yeah, and there you go. This is S2 inflicting that inversion, just a little more damage being come down. And
So now we've
into
got
S3.
immunity for everybody, but unfortunately there's no attack buff for Rimuru, so will he nuke something here?
Bonk. Ooh, the pushback!
Okay, so who do we rip the S3 on here?
Yep, and like I said, the soul burn on the Rimuru trying to get that turn cycling because this is the rest of your damage into the carrot, and this should kill. Oh wait, no, no. Not with that
AROS
barrier.
barrier proc.
Not with that barrier.
That's
Definitely
a
not
fat
with that barrier.
barrier.
Holy crap, yeah. But the defense breaks land on everyone but, you know, Quark's
Yeah,
next.
but of course, Hand Guy is just gonna clear all those off, so it doesn't matter, unfortunately.
Bruh, that AROS barrier. Oh, Deity is pretty
Yeah.
distraught now.
See, these AROS buffs kind of OP. Look at that fat barrier.
Dude, that barrier was so big. It was just like
That's
like
like
60% of her health.
exactly. That's a Payra barrier 2.0.
Pretty much. And here we go with seeing skill nulls being wiped off from one side and put on the other.
And now we have a bunch of single target units. I don't know if we clear off the skill nulls here with the S3.
Ooh.
And we do.
Okay. Skill nulls are off. Barriers off on some. And yeah, but now...
Imagine if the DJ Bazaar saved the S2 for that big fat barrier proc on that carrot.
Yeah, it would have been a lot better, I feel,
Yeah,
in this case.
a lot
and,
more effective.
and what we're seeing now, though, is just like... The side of
'cause-
Deity is lacking damage, right? You're wanting to proc this remove constantly, but not being able to. The defense breaks didn't matter as much because it was cleansed off, and now there's kind of nothing.
There's too many tanky units to deal with on Kraust's side. I don't think this Rimuru is going to do enough to be able to 1v4 essentially, because all he has behind him are just a bunch of healers and a debuffer. And now he gets
Oh.
defense broken into a carrot bomb. This is not looking good for Rimuru right
Lots
now.
of damage on that end from the side of Kraus.
Yeah, he's down to 7k HP. I think he's dead next turn. At least he
Yeah.
has the defense break off, but you know, there's nothing protecting this Rimuru, and we're really waiting for his next S3, which is not anytime soon.
It should be right now, pretty much his next turn that he takes, because he did soul burn it. Granted,
But
if it gets
does he
controlled on.
survive, though?
Yeah, I don't know, because we do have Carrot S3 coming. I think no. Yeah, no, we have a Carrot just on all time.
Oh, do we get the enough push up
Oh.
here? We do. We go before the carrot, but is the S3 for Rimuru back up?
Oh, that dual tag? Okay. Yeah, the hard part about this one is that he was able to He's able to S3 burn in this case now. I thought he wouldn't have enough
Okay.
souls to, but he
Is
does
this
just
enough
barely.
to kill the carrots?
No, it's not.
Oh my
because
gosh,
there's-
these
there's
barriers!
another barrier.
So
And,
many barriers for this carrot.
oh, and just like
Oh,
that.
and the duel, unfortunate.
The
I
dual
think
attack
this
just
is
to
over.
finish it off, and yeah, with
I
no
know
more
Soul
damage.
Weaver's
to
got a
guys.
buff and all, but that speed's not doing anything to
Yeah, and he knows that
deal
as
with
well.
this situation.
And just like that, Kraus takes a quick 2 matches off of Deity, now becoming a 2-2.
Man, this is
Deity,
gonna be really close between these two, actually. It was looking really good for Deity at first, but
Yeah.
then he took a big risk with the Spez pick that unfortunately did not follow up on his end.
Mhm.
So now he's really cutting it close because he just let Kraus turn it around with picking up 2 wins on his end. So now we're gonna be at the game determining match coming up next.
Yes,
so
with this
it's
Game
the-
5 match going on between Deity and Kraus, what will the bans be and what will the picks be? That will prove to be fatal for one of these, or one of these sides in this case, for this first round match to see who gets the first point.
Yeah, we're gonna cut it really close. Now we have a lot riding
10
on both their
bans, dude.
shoulders.
10 bans. Do they even like? I don't know. A lot of people I feel like would have really hard time against a 10 ban draft.
Yeah, that's, 10 units potentially out of both sides' unit pools. What do they have left to work with? They gotta pull
Pretty
out
solid
some underrated picks here. Maybe we see some Alencias and shoes or
Dude, I still want to see a shoe. We still haven't seen it. We almost saw a hover from Valencia, but it still didn't get picked.
Well, with Hua Young out of the way, I think there's less of a motivation to pick up the shoe anywhere here. There's not a lot of strong fire units out there that we want to counter right now.
But with this, though, you know, Mediator Coerc still being on the board, being picked up by the side of Deity, alongside that Amelia, and now you have to push for damage. You saw that you were lacking damage last game, and so you would need
LQC is definitely solid here.
We see the LQC being picked up from the side of Data with double attack buff, so this LQC will end up nuking out one of his other characters in this case. But now from Kraus, how will you respond to this? So he has mitigation, he has a bunch of cleanse on the other side, not a lot of debuffs.
He's got to think about how susceptible he is to the LQC. Does he come up with units that will deal with her? Because there's not a whole lot that is left on the table that can control her or attack down her, because we have 2 cleansers on Deity's side.
The Rule of Light here.
Not a bad pick, very safe.
Double
but now
revive
we're
so far.
forced to have some substantial damage in these last 2 picks. Otherwise, gonna be cutting it really close here.
Oh, here we go!
Okay.
We have the Alencia pickup from Kraus's end.
Very solid here. Let's see if this Alencia pops off.
I want to see her pop off. He's able to just take away and wipe off a bunch of the buffs from the end of Deity's side with that attack buff and immunity coming out from the ML Coerc, right?
Yeah, do we see any good fire units to deal with this Alencia? Because Hua-Young's off the table. The only things left is probably Rich Hand Guy, Charlotte.
Ooh, okay,
Parrot,
nice pickup here from Lionheart Sermia, able to proc off this Pillis and this Alencia.
If that Pillis is counter, of course.
Of course.
And then we get
And
a
still picking
Rimuru,
up the
very
Rimuru.
solid, still solid, because he has potential to pick up barriers and defense buffs on
And
Kraft's
maybe even
side.
off the revive, you know? Who knows?
That is also true.
Pick off
Also,
that.
we have 2 revives on Kraft's side, so
Yep.
this could be a long, dragged out fight. Although we do have mitigation for Kraust, so it may take a little more to kill
Ooh,
him.
and a very tank down. Starting off with, or ending off
This
with,
is dangerous, though. A Meru pick into a Surmia and homeless hand guy?
yeah, it's gonna be pretty rough. I wonder if he's gonna end up banning it out. I mean,
I
guess it
don't
helps
know if he
against the
wants to
LCC,
do that. So I guess we're just gonna see if they can out-tank a Rimuru and a Surmia, because definitely both units are really solid going into Kraus' team.
Hey, but either way, you know what I'm happy about? We finally get to see the Alencia pick.
That's true. She could have been good, but with that Surmia there, maybe not so much.
Yeah, a little less so, just because she's able to proc her, right? Mind's
I think
Eye
the-
being a constant now.
Yep, the best value here is to go rip that Rimuru S3 onto that Ruel because of her immunity, which could get the defense break on the rest of the team there. And getting rid of that one unit that's gonna straight up revive somebody. So we get a 2 defense breaks there for Alencia and the Aravi. Let's see if Coerc wants to go ahead and rip the S3 here. And he does.
And he ended up doing so.
So that's more free damage for that Surmia. Of course,
And there we
Ruel's
go,
gotta
popping
keep
off,
herself
getting that
alive.
heal, yep.
And then maybe we get a cleanse from Pillis here just to get rid of those
Yeah,
defense
those
breaks.
defense breaks proving key. I really hope that he cleanses those. And here we go, yep. There comes the cleanse off.
And then Alencia goes next. Maybe she shouts off these buffs.
How effective is this Alencia? And does it take away all these buffs? It does,
And
every
it
single one of
does.
them.
Wow, but
Well,
Rimuru
granted,
gets them back anyway.
Yeah. Defense buff at least for
Now
everyone.
it's our buffs. Everyone's sharing defense buffs together.
Your buffs? No. I think you mean our buffs.
But now, once that Alencia takes her next turn, she's got to
She's
be
ready to
really
go
careful. And then we get an attack down. She won't be doing so much.
Oh no.
And now with all these barriers and defense buffs, Deity's looking really tanky over here.
Yeah.
Plus the sustain from the Amelia. We got the breaststroke up. Everyone's healed up. More barriers.
Only thing though, like we said before, with having like a little bit of damage and Sermia not being activated just yet, although she will be activated after this turn.
Yep, she's
I
taking her
wonder
turn.
Ooh, but she gets the death break off, which is huge.
But it's gonna cleanse off anyway when she procs.
That's true. She's gonna proc either way.
And now this is looking... Well, this is potentially looking rough. Let's see how much damage this Sermia does.
Yeah, I really want to see how much it's gonna pen through. Especially, they still have defense buff. I think the Alencia might explode though.
Yeah, let's see what happens here.
One soul up too, he might be able to burn into kill, if not just straight up murdering her.
Okay, so
okay, never mind.
mitigation
Really
is working
tanky.
well on Kraus end. So
I'm
we
just poking
do
that.
have some survivability for the Alencia here, but now the Ruel has to make a decision. Does she leave the Alencia there or just go ahead and rip the S3 on her just to keep her alive? It's kind of a big risk into that Sermia because I don't think Kraus has enough damage to deal with that Sermia.
I agree. And we see the huge difference here, just being able to have at least another damage dealer on your end to help out, right?
Yeah. But that A-Ravi did seem to do a pretty good amount of damage there. Unfortunately, with the Alencia moving soon, I'm not sure she's gonna do anything.
Even, I think this burn might even kill. If he burns here, he might be able to kill the Alencia.
No, with no defense buff there, I don't think she will.
I hope he's going for it. No, yeah, definitely didn't.
Yeah, especially with the proof of valor Alencia too.
Yeah, it's proof of valor too. But
They're
just like I
ripping
saw,
everything on that Alencia. They want to get rid of her ASAP.
just enough mitigation though coming from this Phyllis though, proving key and helping this Alencia survive and see another turn. Unless
Oh,
a dual.
no,
Oh my
the
god,
duel.
86
What?
HP though. But I mean,
That
Um,
Sermia is not dying.
I think at this point you kind of wanted her to die so you wouldn't proc the.
Yeah, and then
the
you
live
can just
Sermia.
slam. You could have just slammed the A-Ravi S3 into her.
Yeah. Oh my god, actually doing quite a bit of
Okay,
damage
that's
though.
actually, yeah, some
Yeah.
decent damage on the Amelia. If she wasn't attacked down there, maybe it could have done more.
Does he choose to save the Alencia here?
I don't know, kind of a big risk.
Yeah, you'll do it
Yeah.
later anyway, okay. Because you do
Okay.
still have Ravi
Yeah,
SD up too.
that A-Ravi can definitely try to slam on the Amelia or the Sermia.
Oh
If you
my
could take-
god!
Okay, that's a lot of damage all of a sudden.
Huge damage coming through. And I think you just start poking at Ruel now at this case. Yep.
Okay, so do we want to slam on that Sermia? Do we have the damage to, or do we play it safe and do it
Go
on
for
the Amelia?
Oh, he goes for the Sermia, and it just barely
Nice! That
kills.
was a good gamble. Now
And
we
now-
can turn this game around.
Yep, with this, it should be able to kill the Amelia, hopefully. Does it do enough damage?
Does it do it?
Oh,
And
not
it
enough.
Oh, not enough. Unfortunately, not enough.
But now Rimuru, though, is still stuck on his S3 not being up, similar to last
Yeah.
game, and you're kind of just waiting at this point.
Somebody's dead here, though. If that Rimuru... Well, actually,
Oh.
one more turn. One more turn for the Rimuru, and somebody's dead for sure. So
Uh-huh.
that Ruel has to really think about who to use the S3 on. Does she use it on the Alencia or the Ruel?
I think in this case, actually, she might S3 herself into S2ing someone else, depending on how the CR bar looks by the time she takes the turn.
There is a high chance for more survivability if we just protect both the Ruel and the A-Ravi to stay alive.
Yeah.
Because in a Frenzy game, that A-Ravi will end up doing more, actually.
Yep, slamming away, being able to revive on top of that. Yep, just choosing to
Alencia's
S2
got her
herself.
S3, so she can shout off these buffs, thus making Rimuru
Kind of
less
only,
value.
yeah, only doing like 5k damage on the extra proc. Granted, it should be able to kill at least the Alencia in this case.
Okay,
Oh,
we
wait.
got rid of the Amelia there. But they got the free defense buff, so I think this still
Now.
kills with the flat damage on the Alencia anyway. And he's soul burned, so he plans to try to S3 sometime soon, probably on the Ruel. Oh, he goes for the Ruel instead. I think you
I
just
think
want
he
to
had to
all
kill
in.
there.
Yeah, you have to all in on that guy before he takes his next turn.
Yeah.
Which I think Kraust can do, just because that Aravi did a lot of damage there.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of
And
damage.
yeah, this Alencia pulling through, just being able to constantly dish out damage with this Mind's Eye.
Oh man, Alencia's doing work
She's
here.
popping off, man.
Now, who do we keep alive here? Do we want to keep the Alencia alive? I think you do, because they're in the running to get rid of that Rimuru.
And just like that, I believe she's gonna be reviving, or just on this Alencia, right?
Yeah, I think you want an S3 on her, because Ravi's looking fine. She's not in the
Oh,
danger
okay.
zone. Whoa, what?
She just used it on herself?
Okay,
Kinda.
that's not a
Yeah.
bad play.
But I mean, like, was she gonna die to just a regular S1? This is our thing, right?
Well, there was defense break on the Rimuru, but I think he dies here with the Ravi now.
Yeah, either way, yeah, this game is all but over. And I think the AD, unfortunately, is going to take this reverse 3-0.
Yeah, unfortunate. I think...
Rouse being able to pull it off, right? Getting that reverse 3-0.
Yeah, he turned it around there. I think Deity just received too much emotional damage from that Spez game.
Yeah,
So
honestly.
he just lost all hope after that. All his hopes and dreams have been crushed from that one game, and thus letting Kraust just take home the win and turn it around from there.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate from Deity's side, too. It's just like, we saw all of it play out, and like, that was the turning point, right? Especially his mindset on everything. Like, he was in like, prime position to keep going forward.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
And,
the risk just didn't make it for him. You risk it for the biscuit, but unfortunately, Deity didn't get rewarded, and I think he just kind of molded through these losses.
Oh man, unfortunate from his end. Especially for the fact I think it was the Spez pick.
Yeah,
He
and I'm
wanted
telling
it
you,
so bad.
emotional damage.
He wanted it so
you can't
bad.
underestimate that emotional damage, you know? So now I think after seeing that happen, more people are gonna be afraid to take some risks and avoid that from happening to their mental also. So
Exactly. But
now,
with the next match though, we have both of the people who appeared in the video. We have Genozan and Xander. Both of them seeming very confident, right?
yeah, both definitely great players, so this is gonna be a close match also. That should be interesting between Genozad and Xander and see how they play. I'm curious to see if Xander is still gonna try to go aggro, because he's an aggro type of player. Maybe he still tries to aggro on Jenna, or maybe he respects the counterplay and will play it safe into him too, because there's a lot on the line here. Although Three Musketeers is looking good right now, just because we got the first win with Kraus, so there's more room to try different things and take risks. We'll see what happens
pull
with
off
these
big
mini
plays.
matches. Yep.
But like also from their end too, we saw like from Three Musketeers and they're in the high. They're in the high point right now, right? They have the
Yeah.
momentum going forward, and Jenna, let's see if he's able to pull it back, kind of like bring it back for his team, for Speed Fam.
And for all the matches we've seen so far, we do see like a first 2 wins suddenly being turned around into like 3 matches
Yeah.
going one way. So now we gotta respect the other player and know that there is still a chance to turn things around.
And we've said it before already, right? Like how close like all these matches would be, and just that last match proved it.
Yeah, Alencia OP there.
Dude, Alencia putting out some big damage over time.
Yep.
And
Kind of
Hwayoung.
scary now. Very
Hwayoung.
interesting buffed unit to see.
Hwayoung now being picked up from the side of Xander, with both of their pre-bans being Conqueror and Lilius.
Okay, definitely a good pick with the Angelica there. Although we can still get some cleansers on Xander's side. I'm not sure if that's his playstyle, but he might have to go with it.
Are we gonna
Just for
see
the sake
the
of winning here.
AOL and DN pick up? Something that we haven't seen in quite some time just yet. Jenna's thinking.
Gotta be really careful here. How does Jenna
How
want to
can we do?
respond? Okay, you know, that's a very, very widely used combo right now. A lot of people are relying on that Angelica and DN, and it has proven to be, you know, a very effective team comp. So let's see how Xander decides to respond to that. And it looks
Getting
like
another
he's
cleanser.
definitely going about it the right way. Also a really good pick in response to the DN and the AOL.
Now we're gonna see the third
It's
pick
safe
off
to
from
pick
Xander.
up maybe an Aravi here because you don't need to use any skills other than S1 on her. So if this Angelica does her thing, Aravi is always a safe go-to pick.
Yeah, especially when he drafted AOL already, making it so that way you want to use these as S1s or single target attacks instead. But instead choosing to pick out the Rimuru just for the buffs on the side of his side
Yeah,
with the
it's a
DN.
little counterintuitive here because you don't really want to pick a Rimuru into an Angelica, so that almost tells Genazad that, hey, I'm gonna draft how I want and I'm gonna ban out your Angelica.
Yep.
So this kind of gives a hint to Jenna to know, like, okay, with my AOL being banned for sure, how am I
What can
gonna
I
follow
pick
up?
Ooh, the
It's definitely
Kisei.
solid here. Only
I am
if she
super
takes
down
her
for
first turn though, because if she goes after the DN, Rimru's grabbing some booty for sure.
Yep. And especially with Amelia still being up, it's kind of scary.
Oh, yeah, maybe we'll see that on Xander's side. But we do already have an attack buffer with the Ricky pick there.
Yeah, and I don't think he wants to go more so on that end. Probably wants to play a little more aggressive, right?
And we do need some AoE to deal with that Stene also, because we only have single target nukers right now.
Granted, even still, there's no mitigation on Jenna's side, right? Which means that he can ban out mitigation and just go full ham.
Yeah, this is very strong pick with the Bellion here. She can deal with the Stene and the Kisei there.
And we see the 100% prediction going towards Xander. All of a sudden.
Man, everything looks very solid for Xander right now. Let's just see how this plays out on these last picks for both sides.
I think
Really careful. We got 5
Yeah.
seconds left on the clock.
very scary. One pick to change your life and choosing the Solitaria.
Okay, this
I
is a
mean,
for sure
AOL
Angelica
ban, yeah.
ban then.
Like 1000%. Like, what can you do now with DN, Kisei, and Spectre Tenebria to round it off? Oh, no, I really thought you were gonna
No,
pick
I
Akali.
don't think
I re-
Akali does anything here.
You're not gonna do it.
What? Oh, what?
What?
Yeah, that's gonna get Rimuru grabbed. This has to be a Rimuru ban now. Not only that, but it gets cucked by the Bellion and the
And
Solitaria.
the Solitaria. Yeah,
That is questionable
Interesting
pick
pickup.
here.
Maybe
she can't
he's
even
thinking of-
soul burn because of the Bellion, so she's not nuking anybody.
Maybe she's going first and killing Solitaria because he trusts her. I don't know.
That's a
Oh,
possibility.
here's the Bellion ban. Okay.
So he bans it. I guess he
Okay,
didn't
so-
want her soul burning to kill that Solitaria there.
But now being able to have this AOL is going to be a little more helpful on his end for that extra skill null for more damage mitigation, right?
Yeah, so do we see the DN put up buffs here? Because
Rimuru
that Rimuru's
is
gonna
just
grab
right
something.
away.
Then again, that Angelica does take her turn, so if she unbuffables everybody, he's not grabbing any buffs unless the Warhorn from the Ricky kicks through.
Oh, and she chooses the S3. Okay, now, with the silences up now,
Well,
who do
we
you
are
go
gonna
for
get
as
some free
Kisei?
buffs for that Hua Young. Unless she dies here.
Oh my god!
Oh, jeez.
Huge damage and
very
resetting
close.
twice in this case.
Okay,
But
that's
also, goodbye to your
dead
Kisei.
Kisei. Now
like
we
I
just
said,
S3 here, that Warhorn kicking through. Now that Rimuru can just nuke probably the AOL out of there so that Solitaria doesn't, you know, get impeded by any skill nulls being procced by the Angelica.
yep. And then from then it's a solo DN, but this
Oh, he
the
kills the
Sten has
DN anyway.
6 souls.
Okay.
Okay. Interesting pick here.
I
Then.
guess he can just solely S3 here,
S3,
and
yeah.
the Hua-Young S3 is just gonna get rid of that
The AOL.
AOL anyway.
And then it's a solo Sten show. Can he make it out against this whole team?
He got a
Oh,
lot
man.
of goals, but
Oh,
not enough to kill.
No, she does. It's over. Not even letting
Oh,
the Spectre
man.
Suburbia take a single turn. Oh, okay.
That Hua-Young almost died there. Alright, this is looking good for Xander right now. Let's see
And
how
that was
these
a
next
quick
matches
match.
go through.
And like I
think
said,
I think this was a Rimuru MVP here because he killed that Kisei and gave some free buffs to the Hua-Young, even though she didn't need it. But you know, he grabbed some booty, and that was a booty grab diff here.
and in this case too, like I said before, there wasn't a lot of mitigation, right? That was on the side of Jenna.
Yeah, there was not really mitigation on either side. Just the mitigation from Hua-Young's passive for herself. That's about it. And of course, the anti-crit not working on left side as always, right? It only works on the right side.
But now we do see the Hua-Young and AOL being banned out in this case. Jenna still going with that DN pickup as a first pick.
Of course, he's still playing it safe, picking the DN, always a contested opener, as we've seen so far. But it looks like Xander doesn't care. Whatever he's doing right now is still working out for him.
Yep. And going with Emil Kowarik and a Ravi is really good picks overall. Are we gonna see an LQC from Jenna? He does, like I said before, he does like LQC, and it's good with both of these units.
And now we got the A-Ras, definitely a very solid unit to pick up right now.
And he's thinking about it. I can feel the LQC. I could feel it.
Definitely.
Nope.
Oh,
I do like the
that could
Bellion
be
pickup too.
punishable. That
Yeah.
can still be punished by an A-Meru or even an SSB.
But does Xander end up choosing any one of those things?
He could always just pivot into an aggro cleave. Maybe not with that Ricky pick there,
No, yeah.
but an
No.
early Bellion pick can definitely be punished.
But choosing to go with the Rimuru route instead, seeing how last game it helped him out. Trying to grab some more booties out here.
very safe to pick up the Rimuru here now that the AOL is pre-banned.
And yeah,
of
same
course,
picks,
we got
yeah.
the Solitaria.
Rimuru with Solitaria.
Still a little iffy here into a Bellion though, because Bellion does still have reach for Solitaria.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming she goes through.
The barrier of this.
Okay,
Okay,
not a
Lionheart.
bad pick. Definitely solid pick into that Solitaria. So this might be looking like a Solitaria ban. Not
Mhm.
Solitaria, but a Sturmia ban for
For the side
Xander,
of Xander,
if
yeah.
he wants his Solitaria to do anything.
Which means now, like, I feel, yeah, some sort of like comp that would enable like a protect comp or some type of
Yeah.
stealth. The only
I
thing is SSB.
Yeah, I think for Jenna's side, his
Oh.
team comp looks very solid right now. Because that Landy's gonna pop off because of that Rimuru and the Homeless Hand guy. If that Milim doesn't make it through this ban.
No, but I think this is still gonna be a Solitaria ban. Unless.
I don't think it's a Solitaria ban, it's most likely a Milim ban.
Okay, yeah, there you're right.
Yep.
It is a Milim ban in this case, and DN being banned out from the side of Jenna. And how now will this play out? We're gonna see what ends up happening in this second round.
Well, there's gonna be no attack buffs for Jenna's side, so maybe Xander could potentially just S1 with his Solitaria and expose the Landy and get rid of her 1st, or just play it safe and just S3 into somebody and nuke out the Sturmia first before we cause any trouble.
Yeah, I mean, both ends are good. Ending up using her S3 first though. Into the A-Ras.
A-Ras. Okay, so no buffs for their team right now, making it easier for Xander to nuke somebody. And what does he want to do here? Because if he S3s right now, that's gonna proc the Landy passive and it's gonna hurt.
And here we go. just being able to put up all those buffs, but Landy's just gonna eat them up. Now, where
do we
does the
wanna
skill
go
one go
on
to?
here?
Either the
Maybe
Bellion or
the
the
Bellion.
Symbiont?
Oh, that's not a bad. Oh, that's a bad barrier.
You just saw
That's a
that barrier
very
fill
fat
out afterwards.
barrier.
And especially knowing that this Rimuru is
Okay,
gonna go
now that's gonna
afterwards.
proc the Sermia, but we can still blow her up now because we do have a lot of buffs on Rimuru's side.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
not
this
sure
is
if
a
that's
dead
enough to kill
Sermia.
though because it's behind a barrier with a defense buff.
But this is attack buff Rimuru. Maybe it'll improve. Yeah, no. Oh, just barely.
Oh, very close, very close. Now this is gonna really hurt because we got the empowered Landy S3 here with the Bellion going next.
Not breaking any shields this time though. But
Yes,
slowly gonna get up there.
unfortunately. Well, after this turn, Homeless Hand Guy just grabs the Sermia and she's dead, right?
Right?
Attack buff OP, right?
Right? Okay, yeah, just barely
Okay,
killing
there
that.
we
It was
go.
actually really closer than I thought.
Now do we stun anyone? Do we get
Oh,
any
but gets the
stuns
defense
here?
brace. And the stuns. Oh my god.
Oh, man, this is
And
not
that
looking good
is-
for Jenna now.
This is pretty much over in this case. I think you
Yeah, I
just go
think
for
you
this.
can just
Either or.
slam into the Bellion because she does have a defense break.
Yeah, either Bellion or Landy. I mean, either or I feel like is okay.
Oh, that's a lot of damage there. That is a
Yeah.
fat slam. Especially with the attack buff. She had an attack buff, right?
Yep. And Three Musketeers now looking very strong to take 2 points over Speed Fam
Yep.
now.
Alright, so that Landy does make it into her stealth, so they just have to brute
But
force on this
Solitaria.
Aros now. But Solitaria will proc expose her,
And that
and
Landy's
she's
gonna
gonna
explode.
be in trouble.
And this poor Landy's gonna explode right
Hey,
here.
attack down.
Oh,
Oh,
not
but they're
carrying,
like,
just killing.
whatever.
Whatever,
This
it
Landy's
doesn't
not
matter.
gonna do anything.
Yeah. And Jenna knows that too, ending the match now. And yeah, quick 2-0 right here for Xander's side.
Man, Xander's looking really strong right now. He
No,
just
no, no.
needs to keep this up.
I know what this is now.
What is it?
This is the big brain from Jenna. He went 0-2 on purpose so he could do enough emotional damage when he reverse 3-0s Xander, so that way Khan is distraught. That's what's happening right now.
Yeah, I think he needs to start taking away some of these picks that Xander's been using because it looks like Xander doesn't care if Jenna's trying to contest that first pick DN.
Yeah, and I
It
think-
doesn't look like it's Xander's playstyle. He looks like, you know, all of his drafts are really solid with Rimuru.
Yeah,
so
and I think the bad
Rimuru's
is
gonna
gonna
be an
Rimuru.
issue here.
Or should be Rimuru in this case at least. I feel it's been helping him win pretty much most of these matches in this case. And yep, we are
And
gonna
it
see the
is.
Rimuru ban out from Xander's side.
Okay, I'm wondering why there's a Politis ban though, because no one's used a Politis yet. And it looks like Genazad turns it around. He takes the Homeless Hand Guy from Xander now. So he go ahead and take the DN. So let's
It's just
see
the opposite.
which
Yep,
draft
it was
is better
A-Robbie.
this time. Who's the better attack buff cleanser, DN or
Or-
Homeless Man?
Mediator Coeric, Mr. Homeless. Now Jenna,
Definitely
I wonder, being able to
solid
take two
pickup.
picks up, right?
Yep. Let's see if he has something to deal with that A-Ravi because very safe neutral pick, very hard to deal with. Need a lot of aggro.
He's thinking about, he's talking to himself, getting ready to go. Granted, he's probably streaming right now, so he's talking to his stream, but I like it better if I think that he's talking to himself. But we do pick up the A
Yeah.
Ross here.
Definitely
his
strong
case.
pick. Now we
Just-
have to see what DPS he wants to pick up on these last three picks.
Yeah. And the Bellion once again coming out, a pretty early
Bellion's
pick from
definitely
Bellion's side.
solid. Good into the DN and the
And the
A-Ravi
A-Ravi.
because of the strips and the injury.
Now, are we gonna see a Lionheart Sermia from the likes of Xander? I wouldn't mind seeing it in this case.
That would. Ooh, he goes
Oh,
straight into
he's
the
going in.
aggro.
He's going in. He's taking
He's
the
like,
risk.
this is my time to shine. Let's go.
He's like, he heard the interview from Elf Mage last time. He's like, you know what? I'm up 2-0 right now. Let me
This
take
is
some
a
gambles.
Xander specialty here. now that we don't have Angelica and Politis on the table, this is looking like a really good draft for Xander here.
And now, oh, Jenna responding with
Jenna
a ran.
responds, yep, he's like, I'm not gonna let you cleave me that easily.
And the A. Coli pickup again. Now, yeah, especially with
Do
this
we
A. Coli
get
up.
another speed imprint here? Because it looks like he has 2 openers with the DN and the Charles already.
Yeah, and we are going to see this being picked up from the side of
Okay,
Xander. And just
so-
like that, it's time to speed race, y'all.
This is still looking pretty solid on Xander's end.
I agree. Double speed imprint. And just the A. Coli and Ran being banned out in this case. And one of the speed imprints of the likes of
Now,
Sid being banned
who
out.
outspeeds here? Is it gonna be the A Collie
Is it
or
gonna
the
be
DN?
The DN, yeah. Only time will tell once the match has begun.
Is this gonna be speed RNG or gear diff?
Well, why not both? ¿Por qué no los dos?
True.
But though, what we're gonna see right now is that DN ends up taking the first turn. A quite a large gap actually in the speed in this case. A 10% gap of speed.
Oh man.
So-
I think the only thing that's gonna save him here is the Bellion proc, but Watcher just might get rid of her right now.
Yeah, it's proving to be key. And say goodbye to your Bellion. Poof. Oh, choosing to go for A-Ross instead.
Oh, what?
I think he doesn't
I
want
guess
that
he wants
shield
to
to
get
come
rid of the
out.
mitigation.
Yeah. But being able to just
Does anyone
respond back.
get stripped here? No
Nope.
strips.
And yeah, it's looking really bad right now for Jen. I don't
Yep.
think he comes
Charles
back
is
from this
gonna
one.
sweep this. We have the evasion on Charles. He may potentially not get hit at all. And we still have the A Ravi anchoring Xander's team right now. So I don't know if this Bellion's gonna be enough to 1v4
I
this.
think this is it, honestly, from Jenna's side. I wonder if he's missing a gear on that A. Coli. It was like not as fast as I thought it was gonna be.
Yep.
10%
Oh,
is
no
a lot.
strips. Unfortunate. Let's see if we land any hits here from our S3.
Unless this is a 300 speed DN, which it could be.
Ooh, get in those provokes there. Dodges from the Charles. Maybe he's gonna just sweep this up. But because they're all
Oof,
provoked,
all
they're
provoked,
all
yeah, they're
going
all
for
going
the
for it.
Bellion.
And
That's not what you want, but you know, he really needed that defense buff up for that Bellion.
oh my gosh,
Oh, that's
yeah.
a lot of damage coming from
Yeah,
that
he
Watcher there.
knows. Yeah, respectable defeat, unfortunately, from the side of Jenna. And Speed Fam
Oh
currently
man,
down 0-2.
that was a straight sweep from Xander.
I know.
That was actually really impressive because both sides, you know, they're both strong players.
Yeah.
Very, very good drafters. Unfortunately, it was just really better on Xander's end because that Rimuru
The Rimuru
was
proving the key
making
in the
it for
beginning,
all these
yeah.
games for him. And now that Rimuru's off the table, that made a free closer Charles cleave for Xander, which is his specialty. That is a comp he loves using, and it's been working out for him a lot. It's very hard to contest if you don't have Angelica or Rimuru on the table. So that really worked out for Xander at the end, especially because the only way for Jenna to turn that around is if he was going to outspeed. And
Mhm.
unfortunately, he did it because there was just too
Dude,
much.
that DN was zooming.
Yeah. That
Apparently-
Soul Weaver buff is OP and
Apparently
makes
chat-
for really strong closer Charles cleave. So
Apparently, Chow was saying that it's 322 speed, so I mean,
322 speed DN
yeah, probably with the buff, meaning that
with
it-
the buff and
it's
the speed
307
imprint.
though. Oh yeah, true. So speed imprint being what, 10? That's 290 speed, 297 speed DN
That's
still.
still a fast DN. That's a lot of speed right there.
That should be zooming sometimes. You know?
Yeah, that's really hard to contest.
But now that we see this, right, we see Kana's team, the Three Musketeers, pulling out the 2-0 currently against Speed Fam. And now it's the final match, like we said. Kana being a very confident guy in his play, especially when he's on a win streak like this. He tends to just pick whatever he wants and ends up doing well. I wonder if Merlin can handle this next match.
Yeah, and with Kana and Merlin both playing really fast, maybe they might try speed contesting against each other. Maybe
Yeah.
we'll see more speed races and see who wins on top of that. Let's see if they end up making these risks and winning off them.
I wouldn't mind seeing it, honestly, and we do see it, like, again, going back to this chart, right? We see the Ran being picked up on the side of Kana, the Politis, and A Ravi always just being the anchor for the cleave setup in case, obviously, like, something bad happens. She's always there to pick up the pace. And from the side of pure aggression, from the side of Merlin Wallace, in which he's able to pick up this Conqueror Lilius and bigger buff up his Spectre Teneria.
Yeah, and then we see the most pick ML Celine there, which we see has been a very hard unit to draft in this current meta. But somehow he's making it work for him, seeing that
Yeah.
Merlin is able to climb and that's his most picked unit, so he might have a trick up his sleeve. And with these AROS buffs, maybe it would put the ML Celine in a better position to be picked and usable.
Yeah, especially with that huge barrier. Her mitigation will pop on through, he'll pop that barrier, and all of a sudden you have like a double bar ML Celine that you have to kill through.
Yep. And with Kana picking a Ravi as one of his most picked units, it could be a potential good counter into Kana as well, if it's in the right setup.
Yeah.
As long as there's nothing else to impede with that Celine.
Like a Bellion in this case.
Yep. So let's see what happens. I'm looking forward to these matches. I hope to see both players play really fast because that is both their specialty.
Yes, I do want to see them play what they're used to, especially, and see who will come on top and see, like, if we're gonna see some cleave, if we're gonna see a little bit of aggression. But yeah.
Maybe a Silk too. ML Silk. Those buffs
I'm
are
down.
pretty clutch.
I'm down.
For two fast speed players, I would be very interested in seeing them pull off this Silk pick.
And
if they
from
have
here,
her.
though, we do see the Ran once again being banned out against Kana, but the Bellion being banned out, and Merlin picking up this Peyra. And the Sten instantly. Okay. Some fast picks out coming out from both sides. Now, Kana, are you going to end up going with the A-Ravi pickup here and kind of like hunkering down, playing a little more standard? Or are you going to go alongside Merlin and go with his aggression?
I'm actually very intrigued by that early pick Peyra because she can be cucked by DJ Bazaar. But
Legit
knowing that it's
excellent.
not Kana's playstyle, he felt it was safe to pick her regardless.
Yeah, and okay, taking the ML Quirk as well, Mr. Homeless Hand Guy himself, as you say. And yeah, just hunkering down, being able to have a bigger attack buff on one side, immunity and the like. Now,
Yeah,
what are we
very
gonna
safe
see?
picks. I wonder if
Ooh,
Merlin will
okay.
try to pick up ML Sermia here just because of that C Lilius pick. Otherwise, he has to try to play really fast.
With this
to
designer
deal with it.
Lilibet, it's pretty nice to go play into. I feel like if he does end up picking that Lionheart Sermia into this. Going with the Amelia, so another activator in this case, for the likes of another DPS, and he ends up picking the Huaya.
Very solid on Merlin's side. Also, there is AOL still open on the table. That is a potential good counter pick into Merlin as well, just
I
because
agree.
that stops Peyra from doing anything.
Yep. Makes it so that way it's hard to do her S2, and then because it just provides to assault the skill null on top of everything.
Yeah, although
And
just
double
because of
cleanse
the
on one
way
end.
just because of the way that Kana's draft is right now, it may not be in his best interest to pick up AWOL at this point,
Yeah,
just
'cause of the
because he
design of
might
the
be
build.
stuck to one single DPS, which is dangerous going into a really tanky, high mitigation team that Merlin has right now.
Well, yeah, here we go. What is Kana picking up an
Arya.
Arya?
Okay,
He
Arya's
has an
not a
Arya
bad pick
build?
here.
Arya SSB.
Not bad on
Okay.
his end.
Pretty interesting picks
He has
overall.
2 cleansers, so even if that's not an F-Res Arya, he's still safe to pick her.
And right now it's looking more than likely a Hwayoung ban in his case, so I feel...
I don't think Hua Young will do a whole lot into Arya and SSB though. Theoretically
true.
speaking though. Theoretically, that
Theoretically
shouldn't be
speaking,
good,
yeah, that-
but you know, even on
she
a
does
miss,
Hua
Hua
Young
Young will
base.
still do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Celine also being picked up from the side just to go against, making it so that way Conqueror Lilius has trouble. Maybe the Celine ban here.
If that is a YOLO squishy high damage Celine, she doesn't do a whole lot though.
Oh,
So
there
I'm
you go.
surprised it got banned out.
So Celine now being banned out on the side of Kana, and then ML Cowork being banned out. So it's gonna be a race between Conqueror Lilius and the Payra. Payra probably gonna end up taking this one, but we'll see. We know
I
how
don't
speed be
think-
fickle.
I don't think it matters who outspeeds who though, because if that Payra goes first and rips an S2, that
Then there's
Dillivet's
no,
still gonna
there's
cleanse it
nothing
off.
else to activate it anyway.
Alright, so
All
that's
right.
a fast Amelia. Amelia ends
Zoom,
up taking
zoom.
the turn first. Interesting.
Actually, no, the Payra went first already, and it was just an S1 on both ends.
Oh, okay, I see. I didn't see what happened
Yeah,
there.
we missed just a little bit of it as it went a little fast. But now, so this is dead designed a little bit for sure.
So
Say
now we
goodbye.
have no more cleansers. That Payra can just freely S2 in her next turn. So that's potential to just strip Arya there if the Arya
Now,
does
does the stun
anything.
come out on this Conqueror Lilius? And it does.
It does.
But it's going to be protected
Okay.
so a little bit as
Well,
Arya's going to end
this
up
has
going
to
here.
this has to be a solo Arya now. Also getting procs from the SSB2.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the super like most effective pick into the Stene though,
Only
just because
thing
that
I'm scared
Stene is
of
not
right
gonna
now.
proc. And now we lose a
Yeah,
one-turn
we lose
buff
everything
there.
here. Ooh, how much damage is going to do? Or are we going to see any defense breaks?
Okay,
We
we got
are.
a defense break. So if we get one more proc on the Arya there, that Stene could be in trouble.
Does he Soulburn stun here? Yes, he does. And he does get it.
Man!
I
This
feel
is
like if
really
he didn't, he had to
looking
stun
really good for Merlin right now.
that. Oof, and just like that, he's now
Okay,
dead.
if he rips the S3 here, Stene might be dead just because she's got that defense break and no mitigation right
Yep,
now.
and she ends up dying in this case. Now it's going to be... Ooh, I don't know. I
Will
don't
this
know.
work? Will this solo Hwayoung work into two tanky water units?
Well, we'll end up seeing how this turns out. So this will proc.
Gonna hurt the Amelia, not so much the Hwayoung.
But Guardian Ice Crystal just making sure that she heals a little bit more. So it's not as much damage as you would like.
Alright, so
Amelia's
we just
dead
keep
turn.
hitting the SSB
SSB.
here. Then the Hwayoung. Oh, she
Hwayoung
has
has
her
S3
S3 back
up.
I think she could just rip it on the Arya right now.
Oh, she rips it onto the SSB instead.
Oh.
I don't know if that was the case. I think he'd
Yeah,
rather do it
I
on the
think he
Arya.
could have. If he S3 on the Arya, I think he could have killed because that basically is like almost a defense ignore type of
Yeah.
attack right there.
And also, like, SSB was really far away from her counter.
Yeah.
And now that you're
Oh
proccing Arya in this
maybe
case...
this could possibly be a misplay
Oof,
and a
look at that
possible lose
damage.
here. I think that was a very bad play on
But-
Merlin's part.
But we are going to see 2 turns from Hwayoung here.
Oh, that's true. We don't see any more buffs on that Arya just because one turn got knocked off from the Payra.
Hmm. So these are the
There is-
2 turns that you have without counter. And then now you have your S3 up already on Hwayoung's side.
Oh man, too much cycling with this
Yeah.
Amelia here, giving
I-
more survivability. So I guess
I
this
guess
was
it didn't
calculated
matter
on
in this
his
case,
part.
yeah. And just
And
like
the
that.
Guardian Ice Crystals coming in really clutch for that sustain.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, soul burning just to make sure. Yeah, this is the
okay,
dead
so this
Arya.
this Hwayoung and this Amelia just cycle way too fast. They have so much CR
They're
pushes.
zooming.
It didn't matter who he hit then, because they both just died anyway.
And Merlin
And
being able to take the
so,
match.
theoretically speaking, SSB Arya should have been good into that Hwayoung, but unfortunately Hwayoung is just too strong.
And yeah, just being able to cycle in between so much and just get your S3 up, like, pretty much every time, right?
Man, that was something. That look at the offense contribution on that Hwayoung there. 82%. She carried that whole team just by
Definitely.
herself. Cycled way too fast. I'm
Especially
not
with the
sure
likes
if that
of
should be
Amelia.
legal.
But yeah, Merlin getting the win over Kana 1-0 now, showing that his team still has some life in it. Now, can he win this point and put Speed Fam on the map on a kind of like a road to be able to win this match?
He
Still?
might turn this around, or maybe Kana will rethink his drafts and try to play it
Yeah.
more safe.
That was the first time I've seen Kana play a draft like that, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know how he plays. I just know he's a cleaver, but he can still pivot into some bruiser units. So
And the designer a little bit being banned out and the AOL being banned out on
oh
one end.
man, Merlin wants to capitalize on these debuffs. It's
Yeah.
working out for him.
And from here we see the Conquer Lilius again being first pick on Kana's end. Now how will Merlin respond? You know, winning that first game, maybe does he still want to race? I wouldn't mind seeing him race here. He has a game up now against, and like to put Kana in shambles would be kind of like a key play here.
Well, I think because the Dilibet is getting banned, he still wants to continue off his debuffs.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Yeah.
that seems to be Merlin's specialty.
Yep, and with no AOL either, like this is still very safe picks.
Yep, that Payra is free to roam unless Kana has a DJ Bazaar up his sleeve.
I don't know actually. It could
Actually,
be,
any Bazaar. Either Green Bazaar
Alright, Green
or
Bazaar would
Emerald
work in this
Bazaar?
case too. Now, Kana, how will you respond? Are you going to keep at it with your aggression, with your cleave mentality? Or has Mr. Wind Demon been talking to you in chat and telling you to choose otherwise?
Well, let's see.
Coming down to the wire, he's thinking quite a bit, actually.
Down to our last 15 seconds. Which two units do you want here?
Still
All
okay,
right, playing
grabbing
it
the
safe.
flying out.
He saw how broken that Hua Young is. He's like, I'm gonna take her now.
He's like, can my Huayong do that? Let's see. But now on the side of Merlin, how will he respond to a pretty solid first 3 picks on the side of Kana? Getting the attack buff bigger once again on this Huayong.
Yeah, that's gonna be one scary unit if the first 3 picks somehow make it through this draft.
I really doubt it though. Amelia would be a nice choice here, just a 10 cycle once again. It proved to be key in the last match. And for the 4th pick, I wonder if he's gonna end up going with more aggression on this end. Yep, picking up the Politis.
Okay, not a bad pick, but is that enough going into the Hua Young?
I don't know. It might be if he's able to get enough debuffs out there, get the stuns off, and everything
Now,
else.
I don't know about Merlin's perspective, but is this gonna be a debuff type of Politis, or is she there for damage?
That's what I'm wondering as well. Because especially with the pay right here already, right? So maybe you're going more of that debuff style?
You could always pick up a Rem here and ban the Stene, because the Politis and the pay right there
Will get destroyed.
yeah, exactly.
Demon mode, go ham.
Okay,
Okay.
that's a good pick. With the Politis there, can always get that easy proc on the Sirmia. And it stops, being a counter to that C. Lilius pick as well.
And the SSB being picked up once again from Kana's side.
Also a very solid pick in response to the amount of AoE that Merlin has.
And now how will Merlin's last pick round out his draft? He has to pick something here that probably will want
You
to be
need some
banned out.
good damage to deal with those last 3 units, and I don't know if the Stene...
Ooh!
That's
Another
definitely
Kisei
getting
being
banned.
picked off, and yeah, that will
That
definitely
Kisei's
be banned.
definitely getting banned.
So we are going to see a Spectre Tenebria in this case, and we're probably going to see the SSB ban out. I'm guessing either that or the Sirmia.
Well, Sirmia is still pretty strong too,
Yeah.
because there's 2 AoE units to deal with the Stene there, so...
Oh my
just
god, he ends up
draft
banning.
alone.
He bans out the Mediator Kowarik instead.
I think draft alone kind of wins this. He's got very solid, high damage, very beefy units on his side, and they're all getting vigor.
Yep, and from here we'll honestly see how it'll play out. And with that, guys, Payra ends up taking first turn, going first, getting all her debuffs landed on every single unit here.
So unfortunately, no vigor for them, just because of getting outsped by Peyra.
Yep.
So I guess all we can do here is just go
S1?
straight for the S1.
Yeah, S1 into that Politis.
So, unless he wants to S3 anyway and proc the Sirmia right now,
Proc the Sirmia, proc the SSB. I wouldn't mind that either.
I think it could be in his best interest to try to proc the Sirmia right now, just because she's
Yep.
got a lot of debuffs and that Stene could just soul burn her to death.
And here you go, ends up proccing out the Politis. Getting the attack buff down is pretty nice. The least you could do, here's the Sirmia proc. And now here comes the counterattacks. Are we going to see death breaks? No,
Oh,
we see
no
none.
death
But
breaks.
lots of damage, so with that pop onto the Spectre Tenebria still might lead this Amelia to
We could
S3
either
instead.
S1 or S2 into the Politis, but we don't want to push her back just because the Amelia can cleanse her off anyway.
Oh, being able to
Okay,
land it.
not bad.
Yeah,
Getting
knowing.
it on the Amelia, very nice. Unfortunately, with the fast Amelia, she's got no F-res probably.
Yeah, because knowing that he landed the attack break there, knowing that it was possible to provoke her.
Now we got a blind on that Sirmia, so unfortunately that res buff not doing its job.
But you'll never know. Maybe this is the RNG key to make it so that way he actually hit. Right? Unless he gets stunned here. Okay, hold on.
Oh
okay.
man, F-res buff not doing its job. I'm sure that's
Oh
like
my
a base
gosh.
effectiveness Stene.
Yeah.
So that's 30 effectiveness into like
100,
80
yeah, 80, so
F-res
that's 110.
Thermia. We need F-res buff. F-res has no value right now.
But here we go, and stunning out.
Oh,
Oh,
man,
man.
Chana's getting controlled over here. Alright, so we got a kick from the Hua
Nice
Young.
dual attack at least on that end. Be able to pull the Huaying out. Get that little pop on it. But you also have the S3 now, but chooses to S2 instead, pushing up the Spectre Tenebria. So are we going to see a Soul Burn S3 into this Huaya? Oh, sorry, Soul Burn,
Ooh,
double Soul Burn.
okay.
pretty much.
Once
And
that-
yeah, oh my god. Yeah,
That's
this
a
is,
lot of damage.
this is
Although,
a dead SSB.
I don't think she will survive once that
Oh
Sirmia
my
takes her
god.
turn. There's a lot of debuffs
The
on Kana's
stun.
side.
The stun. Oh my
Oh
god.
man! Kana
The
keeps getting
stuns.
controlled. He's not taking any turns over
Oh
here.
my gosh.
And now we have no more escort up for that Peyra, so
Yeah.
there's still a chance to turn this around.
What this is a big S3 though from the Amelia side.
That's a lot of
Yeah.
fat barriers for everybody.
Ooh.
Okay. Now, do we
pain.
stun the Thermia here? Does she get control?
Oh my. Okay.
Oh, man.
Actually, wait.
She proc though.
Is it? It can still
This
stun
is
here.
done.
Okay,
Okay,
I was about to
F-res
say.
buff doing work.
Needs to stun here and gets it.
Oh
and, yeah,
man, that Sirmia is
Unfortunately-
not moving.
Kanazen. Yeah, this is all but over.
Oh man. That looked like a really solid draft on Kana's side. Unfortunately, the debuffs are just too strong. And that seems to be Merlin's specialty, is playing these high debuff comps. That worked out for him.
Yep. And from this, we do see the MVP going to that Spectre Tenebria, being able to dish
I
out all that
think-
damage.
I think it should go to that Peyra too. She stunned a lot of units.
It was her on the latter hand, but that first stun onto... Oh crap, I just dropped something. That first stun onto the Lionheart made it so that way she couldn't S3 for the whole game.
Yeah, also, you know, she took the first turn and unbuffable everybody, so nobody got any vigor buff.
Yeah, so unfortunate.
So, see, Lilius just became a dead pick because of that Peyra outspeeding.
Yeah. And that's now 2-0 though for Merlin's team, showing that his team has some life in him, getting ready to go, and hopefully pulling off this point for Speed
Yeah,
Fam.
Merlin wants to keep his team in the tournament. He's trying his gosh darn best and it's working. Now Kana's afraid of that Peyra. He's not letting that thing through anymore.
Man, the day I'd see Kana ban out Peyra.
Looks
now-
like Kana doesn't want to risk cleaving Merlin here.
And we're still seeing the Conquer Lilius now being picked up from Kana's end for the third time in a row.
Safe for him to pick that now since the Peyra's off the table.
Mm-hmm. And now the Amelia and the Spectre Tenebria get picked up on Merlin's end. Just to round out his job, being able to provide, well, there's some more turn cycling and attack buff for his team. How will Connor
Now-
respond?
He needs some substantial AoE here to deal with that Stene. What does he end up picking?
I actually don't know. And oh, okay. He ends up picking the Politis for himself alongside the A-Ravi.
Assuming that this is a full damage Politis coming from a cleaver, that is gonna be scary for the Stene if that Amelia chooses to use her S2 or her S3.
Yep. But there's still ways to work around it in this case. I think also an A-Ross then would be pretty nice to have on Merlin's side if he does have it built. Just to provide that huge shield that we've been seeing constantly to be safe. Or we see some cleave.
Is his specialty. And he grabs
Okay.
the Hua Young. Definitely a good pick into the A-Ravi there.
And alongside with this, Cerise just being able to do attack on top of that. Ooh, but
Okay.
responded into with the Pavel and the Edda.
That's definitely a solid draft from Kana's side because he does have the 2 fast units with the Pavel and the Sea Lilius, and their connects being the Edda and the
two
Politis.
mages here too, meaning that the Pavel, if not banned, at least
Yep.
has soul burn no matter what. The Celine being picked up in this case, and honestly, I
I
don't
think
know.
he has to ban the
Yeah, he
Celine
bans out
if
the
he
Celine.
wants his Edda to get a turn here.
Now, Kana, what do you end up doing here? And what does Merlin end up banning on this side? Ends up banning the Pavel and the Celine being banned out, meaning that now
That's
this Edda
so
will be
dangerous.
activated.
If this Sea Lilius takes her first turn, that
I
is
think,
looking
yeah.
bad for the Hua Young and the
Yeah.
Stene just because of the soul burns coming from the Edda.
I agree. We have 2 books on here too, right? Meaning that we
Yeah,
also get one
so
soul burn later on, or maybe
Master
even
Reese
the
has to take a first turn and land those restricts, otherwise his team is gonna die. What's happening?
And it ends up being that
Oh,
the Reese does take the
outspeed.
first turn.
Now she
Here's the
needs to
soul burn
land these
S2.
restricts.
Yep, soul burn S2
What?
into
Okay, I guess
the
that's
Conquer
safe.
Lilius.
That's definitely safe, you know.
Amelia
Less
goes.
gambling than trying to hope you land restricts on everybody.
Now, do you push up your Spectre Tenebria instead in this case, or you just give your attack buff to your Huayan? Or neither.
Okay, definitely
Doesn't want to
safe
proc the
pick there.
Politis.
Does he
and
kill
say
the
goodbye.
Edda here?
Yeah, I'm pretty
Oh,
sure.
miss. Does it do damage though? Even through a miss.
Oh, almost,
Oh,
not quite.
very close.
Now here comes the burn. It's gonna push back everyone else, and then he's gonna be able
Yep.
to stun
Does
with the
this
Amelia on
kill
the back line.
the Stene without attack buff? Does it stun anybody here?
I feel like it doesn't matter because the Politis is gonna end up going next either way.
Oh, that's true.
And it kills
we
either
get the
way.
stuns.
And here's now some more. I think you just go in now. Because you have the A-Ravi there as your anchor, and that Amelia is pretty much dead.
Oh man.
And just like
Even
that.
though he outsped here, it unfortunately was not enough for the win.
Yeah.
And I think the win condition here is whether or not he could have killed that Edda, and she just barely lived by a smidgen just because of the miss.
The miss. I mean, you gambled 50-50 on it already, right?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, and just like that, it's all over. Wow,
Alright,
quite the
Kana might
fast
turn
match.
this around now. This might be the trend that we've been seeing for all these matches. He might just start picking up these 3 wins from here.
Dude, are we gonna see the reverse 3-0? I don't know. Kana does
We'll
have it in
see.
him though, so I mean, there always is that chance, right?
Yep, so that was definitely a solid draft there.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely agree that Edda was the MVP there because
Yes.
that just won him the whole match.
Just being able to go after that, providing enough damage, that soul burn to push back, and I mean the stuns
Yeah.
are just there just because. Honestly, the damage was all you needed.
Yep, definitely Edda is good pick into the Hua Young and the Stene there as well. All right,
And
so
yeah.
now what do we see for these next set of pre-bans?
Going now into round 4, we do finally see the Conqueror Lilius being banned and the A Ravi ban on the other side.
So it looks like
now?
we're not gonna see any more Edda cleaves coming from Kana anymore.
Yeah. But we do
Unless
see
he
them,
still has... Unless he still has like
Super
a
fast
300
DN.
speed DN.
Yeah, the super fast DN Edda combo is still always up for grabs. Granted, he
People-
obviously wouldn't show it this early.
People only have so much speed units, right? You
Yeah.
only roll so many speed gears.
Yeah. I mean, you have like 4 or 5 300 speed units, right? Artsy?
Yeah, everybody has those laying around, right?
Wait, do you not?
Are you saying you do?
No. Anyways, moving on back to the match, guys. Kana ends up picking Mediator Kowarik in this case and Spectre Tenebria. Meanwhile, Merlin is rounding out his draft with the Huayang. So like we said before, attack buff Huayang and the push-up is always really nice to have. And, ooh, are we gonna see a race? We are!
Oh,
Going with full-out
Merlin
aggression.
just wants to nuke Kana out right away just because he sees these first 2 picks are not gonna be contesting him.
Mm-hmm. And knowing that he just
So,
puts on the pace, finally
Yeah,
going in.
It looks like he knew that Kana has no more speed units up his sleeve. If he decides to pick the Palvel right now, will he have another speed contester to follow up with it?
We could see the Politis here still come out yet when we've seen Double Mage and oh nope. He's going with the Sid.
So he goes with it anyway. He's like, nope, I'm not letting you cleave me that easily.
Listen, it's either cleave or be cleaved. This is the cleaver showdown between Kana and Merlin in this 4th round of the match.
I think
Could be his
Merlin's
last.
still gonna pick one more speed unit and probably one more speed imprint. If he wants to follow up with this draft, of course. And
Or
then
he could
there's
pivot.
also a possibility of a last pick Politis from Kana's end.
Yeah, which is honestly what I was thinking that was gonna happen.
But at the same time, it looks like they could always ban out the Pavel too.
The FCC going back and transferring off. Okay,
so it
okay.
looks like he didn't want to commit to the speed race here.
Ooh,
Okay, interesting.
I would want to
That
see
was
a call.
quite the pivot there. He just really scammed Kana here. He was like pretending to speed race and then just
You
turned it
thought-
around on him.
And we do see the Politis being picked up here as a last pick in
I
order
think
for this.
you want to. Actually, no. I don't
Yeah,
think you
it's-
want that Pavel going through.
Yeah, the
They're gonna
Pavel would
ban
be
the
key.
FDC for sure, and if they soul burn that Pavel, that Celine's dead, but she's gonna be dead to Esteni regardless. So that
She's dead to
could
everything.
Possibly, yeah, that's a possible dead pick Celine there. But you know, on the first tournament day, we thought that was a dead pick Celine
And
that ended
she
up
survived.
winning.
She survived just barely using her passive, right?
Yeah, so who knows? He probably has a trick up his sleeve. He's played 4,000 games. Maybe he's seen this work so many
He's
times
big
that he's
brain.
confident.
But guys, with this though, we do end up having the Pavel go first. And yeah, there's already someone dead.
Wait, we didn't see what happened in the
The
beginning.
Watcher Shuri ended up exploding in this case, so RIP on that end. Yeah, here comes Sid going through now. And yeah, just being able to take out the Celine. And yeah, now, like we said, that it was a dead pick, right? And just like that, we see the match already end. Just because
we didn't even
pick
see half the
Pavel.
match. We didn't see half of what happened.
R.I.P.
It
Merlin's
just-
side.
They were so fast at cleaving that we just couldn't see what happened.
Yeah, we got cleave too. You guys got video cleave. And of course, the Pavel being the MVP in this case. Just all you need to do is take first turn. That's all you need to do. Take first turn, soul burn, kill one. You're done. GG. Everyone gets pushed up because of Sasha ends, and yeah, that's pretty much
Yeah,
the way
now
the
this is
game goes.
getting really close here. I think no matter what Merlin drafted, that Celine was just a dead pick.
Yeah,
I think we would have been
unfortunately.
better off picking a BBK or a K-Ron there.
Actually, yeah, BBK would have worked there. It probably would have warranted the ban in his case, right? What was the
Now
ban?
this is gonna be really close for him. I don't think he wants to pick that Celine anymore, especially into the type of units that Kana uses.
Mm-hmm. And now coming out with this last ban, Spectre Tenebria and Pavel being banned out. 10 bans and they're still able to cleave. Kind of crazy.
Yep, no more Pavel on the table, no more Stene on the table, knowing that Merlin loves picking those early Stenes.
And still going with the tried and true first pick on Merlin's end, going with that Emilia. But can
Now,
Merlin
how
pull
does he
off this
respond?
win?
Does he still try to cleave this? Pavel's off the table now, so I don't think
I really don't. I'm
he
pretty
has
sure he's going to pick
anything left.
Emerald so yeah.
Yep, now it looks
Maybe
like he's just
this-
gotta standard this out.
Hua-Young, yeah, I was
What?
going to say, Hua-Young's still on the table as well.
Okay, we also have Closer Charles if Kana uses him. Still have the possibility of Closer Charles cleaving, although we do need another opener, which Homeless Man is not going to be able to do for that.
Mm-hmm. And now what are we going to see from Merlin's end? I wonder. Really think on it? Oh, he's going aggression again.
Okay.
Picking up an
Merlin wants to
early
give the
Watcher
speed
Shuri.
race one last go, knowing that Pavel is not on the table anymore.
Opsig, okay.
This is looking really good.
Amelia
Although
into Opsig, kill Hua-Young.
maybe Merlin picks up a Flan somewhere later in this draft, because if that Amelia gets banned,
Banned out,
we don't
yeah, it's
really
kinda
have
scary.
a push up here.
You would need one activator at least on his end. Now how does Connor respond is the biggest thing.
Okay, Politis definitely good to stop that Amelia from doing anything.
Mm-hmm. And from this, how will it end up turning out?
Looking very, very close here. Both
Kana?
solid draft on both sides.
Yeah, so far they're going like punch for punch.
He wants a fast AoE unit.
Oh my god,
actually,
the
that works.
Sage
That
Ball!
works. He
Yeah,
doesn't
this
need
is
to be
really
fast
good.
at all.
The more turns you take,
I
the worse it
was
is.
thinking along the lines of like a Jugs Kisei, because, you know, she'll definitely stop any of those units from doing anything.
But instead, we're gonna see regular Kisei from the side of Merlin just being able to cancel out any of the things that will happen. Oh, are we gonna see the Cerise?
The Reese could definitely be good here, stopping that ball from doing anything.
Mm-hmm. He's thinking about it.
He's
Merlin.
hesitating. I
Oh
don't
my
think,
gosh.
I don't think she's a bad pick here.
I don't think so either. I think if anything, Kana would have to ban it out. Because it kind of puts a wrench into a lot of his stuff, right?
But if that... Oh, wait,
Oh,
wait, why is
going
he
with the
changing
Tien
it?
instead?
Well, if she goes through, she could put up some... Actually, no, I don't think it
No,
helps.
no.
That Sage Ball's definitely gotta go. But with these two Soul Weavers on Merlin's side, I don't think that's gonna do anything with the Politis there.
Yeah.
So now he has to choose between this Politis or this Sage ban.
And yeah, that was a smart pickup now from Kana's side because he knows he could probably
Yeah.
1v5
And
pretty much
yeah,
this whole team.
Violet theoretically is a good pick into Merlin's comp. He has 3
Yeah.
ice units. But
can
at the same
1v5.
time, throughout this tournament, we have seen that Violet's legs do not work.
Ooh, the only thing then I would say if it doesn't work, you ban out the Watcher Shuri, right?
Yeah, I think this could be a Watcher Shuri ban.
'Cause at least
but
then. Yeah, oh, he bans out the
Okay.
Opsig instead. Oh, either way,
Okay.
the Violet's being banned out in this case. Meaning that we're
so
going to see
how
another
do
race.
they deal with El Sabio? He could sleep everybody, right?
Yeah, unless he's gonna get turn pushed back by Kisei going first, right?
No, because Kisei, I think he wants that Kisei to reset the Hua-Young.
Oh, true. God dang, this is really hard, actually.
Or kill the Politis. If she goes first and kills the Politis, the Soul Weavers are just gonna cleanse. Or not. Actually, no.
Oh. So
think
Emilia's
this
ended up going
is a dead
first.
turn. This El Sabio just takes the turn next, and everyone sleeps. Oh, that Kisei's faster though.
God dang, she's zooming. So here we're gonna go.
Okay,
Are
who
we
does
gonna
she
see
go
a
for
dead
here? Does she
Hwayoung? No,
Okay,
Politis for sure gonna die
going
here.
Politis, but
Sage Ball's
then
gonna take a turn. Here's Sleepy Time.
unless these Soul Weavers resist, and
Oh, they do!
Oh,
And then we're gonna see the cleanse here. Yep.
This is looking bad
And this is a
for
dead
Kana now.
Kana. Oh my
Oh,
god, he
but
took
the
the turn between with
Warhorn
Warhorn.
He could just attack down that Watcher. Then he's not killing anybody.
But will he? It resists!
Oh!
It resists!
Is this enough to one-shot the Hwayoung though?
It
How
needs
much
to.
damage does this Watcher do without attack buff?
That's a good question. I know it does. It'll probably do like 12k, 13k, maybe. No, not
Oh
even.
man,
Oh,
that's
no.
just too much mitigation for Hwayoung. That S2 is too OP.
Say goodbye to your Kisei. Yep, Soul Burning on top of that. Goodbye
yep.
to Kisei. Even on miss, I think he's gonna kill. Maybe?
Or does it?
Does it?
Or
Does it? That's a
does it?
fat shield. Oh, it didn't even pop!
Oh, that's a not plus
Not
30
plus 30.
Furious
Oh, okay.
diff.
Now it barely popped. Oh my
But
god,
I
Kana.
think that Watcher's out of steam though. I don't think he does enough with his S2 and his S1. It's
Yeah.
gonna be quite a while until he can use his S3 again, and by that time El Sabio will just eat him up.
Yeah, and he knows that as well. And just like that, Kana wins it barely right at the end, reverse 3-0ing
Man,
Merlin's
that
side.
was too close.
That was very close.
That's the trend we've been seeing through a lot of these matches. Somebody takes these first 2 wins, and then suddenly the other guy turns it around in these last 3 matches. Kinda crazy.
Actually, pretty
Everyone's-
crazy. But with that, though, the Three Musketeers also take their 3-0 against Team Speed Fam from Merlin's side.
Looks like I got my free energy today. I put my
too.
bets on Elf Mage, I put my bets on Kana, and there it is. I can run more Wyverns today.
But now, that means in the final match, right? What we're going to end up seeing is Elf Mage versus Kana, which is going to be pretty interesting
I
to see
still
overall.
have my bets on Elf Mage's team because Elf Mage is a really strong player. At the same time, Three Musketeers is also really strong because they
Yeah.
have both Xander and Kana who have demonstrated how strong of players they are because Kana, it didn't look good for him at first, but then he got the clean sweep at the last 3 matches, and
It
then
was close, it
Xander
was close.
Xander just took the straight 3 wins. He knew absolutely what he was doing. So we got a lot of competition for both teams going against each other in the finals.
Yeah, and I don't think, like, on both ends, like, people should feel bad about those matches because they were really close for the most part. Even if, like Xander took it 3-0, like, overall, everyone performing in this tournament still
Yeah.
played their heart out, you know?
Everyone did a great job today. Everyone all had close matches, and unfortunately, you know, some risks were taken and didn't play through for some of these players. So,
It's
you
just
know,
what
it worked out for
happens.
some,
Just what
not so much for others. Some dead picks, you know, some questionable drafts, some really weird drafts that ended up working out.
Yep.
So, we could be seeing a lot of that in the finals, and
Yeah.
we could see the same thing again with the 2 wins at first, and then suddenly the turnaround at the end with the last 3 matches.
Yeah, for sure. And Hwayoung pulling out to be key in that match. But we will be going to interview in just a bit. And I believe we're going to interview Kana. But yeah, we'll end up seeing who will end up happening. But guys, those matches today, pretty nice. But overall, both 3-0s, even though it felt like it wasn't.
Man, that was crazy. From both teams today, they just went clean sweep. Unfortunately, the team leaders couldn't try their best to turn things around and keep their teams in the match like we saw in the quarterfinals. Was it the quarters? Actually, the quarters, yeah. So,
Yeah.
we saw a lot of different turnouts this time around for the semis. So, we might see that again in the finals because both teams are really strong. And yeah, just comes down to who has the better units. I think in this case, we saw Hua Young being used in every draft. She's a
Hua Young
very
Picker Bang
safe,
is pretty much
very
in every
strong
draft.
unit, even into ice units.
Yep, as you saw that pop, right? Dude, imagine if it didn't pop twice for Kana, he would be actually in trouble.
Yeah, but I don't think that Kisei could do much, even if she survived, just because she already used her S3. She's not gonna stealth unless she's on Wind Rider and she happens to get an attack buff Soul Burn on somebody and kill them. But
huge
we have
shield
like a
kill.
full HP Hua
Yeah.
Young, a full HP Sage. I don't know if they could have died from, attack buff Soul Burn Kisei.
Yeah.
So I think that could have been lost for Merlin regardless of Uberius proccing for Hua Young or not.
The Uberius proc. But I did like the Sage Ball pick right there. Like, in that form, I
Yeah.
didn't even know Kana had a Sage Ball, to be honest. To be able to pick
It
that
was-
up in there, it was like the perfect thing to help out, like, fill out his draft.
Yeah, it was really sad to see that, when you're picking Sage Ball into somebody, you want to see these sleeps on everybody. Unfortunately, we only saw a sleep on Watcher, but it did
was a great
strip
match
the
against Merlin
And here we
today.
go. We're
So
going
how
into
was
the
it? Did you
ultimate,
expect
so-
this
All
match
right.
to be this, close?
Against me, and I think he has a lot of like really, really fast units, or has like unexpected picks that I'm not super sure about how to play against. Like the Cerise. But I thought that if I played him standard, I would beat him, and I just forgot to ban Pyro. So
I'm super sorry, but can you repeat that again? We had a slight audio issue, so.
yeah, so I think Merlin was going to be the weirdest opponent out of all the people that we played against today, because he has a lot of speed, and I think he was going to build, or he has built very like weird, different units. So I thought I was going to struggle with that because I'd never be able to know if I would outspeed him.
그래서 멀린이 사실 참가하는 모든 선수들 중에 가장 상대하기 좀 까다로운 특이한 선수가 될 것이라고 생각을 했는데요. 왜냐면 멀린 선수 같은 경우는 일반적인 픽이 아닌 좀 새로운 픽들을 많이 사용을 하다 보니까, 그리고 또 멀린 선수의 장비들이 매우 좋고 속도가 매우 빠르다 보니까 좀 특이한 픽들을 많이 상대해야 될 것이라고 생각을 했었는데요. 뭐 실상은 좀 그렇진 않았다라고 얘기를 하네요. 그래서 조금 일반적인 픽들을 많이 사용을 한 것 같다라고 생각을 합니다.
멀린 하면 이제 사실 멀린 외에는 멀린 미치다라고 해준다면 김행준이가 또 갑자기 빛나는 상황이긴 한데, 자 일단 칸나 선수 하면 속덱으로 굉장히 유명했는데 속덱을 또 쓸 거라는 기대감이 있었는데, 특별히 멀린을 상대로 다른 카드들을 먼저 준비한 이유가 혹시 있나요?
So you're extremely famous for your fast cleave composition, right? So everyone would have thought that you'll be using cleave heroes, but it seems you prepare some other heroes also instead of just cleave. So do you have any special reasons for that?
Sorry, so were you saying, it cut off for a sec, do you say there's a reason why I chose not to cleave?
Yeah, so it seems you've chose other heroes. You've showed us some other heroes instead of just cleave heroes. So do you have any special reasons of preparing them?
I think it kind of goes back to what you say, right? I think a lot of people know that I cleave, and I think, I mean, especially with like KJ, right, or like Korean Jesus, like he said that line, like, oh, he's out of cards if he runs out of Rin and Pavel. So I think the point of me making all these units is to kind of show and prove to people that, okay, if you ban my Ran and Pavel, I have a strong standard or aggro, or I have like a backup plan. Because I know that's coming. I know the Ran ban is coming. I know they're going to ban like the Pavel, or they're going to ban the AOL, or like the Politis, stuff like that.
질문에 답이 있다라고 생각을 하는데요. 사실 많은 사람들이 제가 속도 영웅 그리고 속도 덱으로 유명한 걸 알기 때문에, 고명미 선수가 얘기했던 것처럼 뭐 란하고 파벨을 밴하면 쉽게 이길 수 있다 뭐 이런 식으로 얘기를 했었는데, 그런 것처럼 다른 선수들도 제 란하고 파벨 그리고 뭐 폴리티스나 다른 속덱 영웅들을 밴할 게 뻔하기 때문에, 그러니까 이제 자신도 속덱 말고 다른 것도 많이 준비했고 다른 영웅들 충분히 세다라는 걸 보여주기 위해서 많은 영웅들을 준비했다고 합니다.
네, 그러나 속덱으로 했을 때 많이 이겼죠. 네. 자 그리고 이제 결승에 진출한 팀 부머스, 그리고 이제 오메가 선수를 상대하게 됐는데, 부머스와 오메가에 대해서는 어떻게 생각하고 계신지 궁금하네요.
So you're going to face Team Boomers at finals tomorrow, and you'll also be meeting Elf Mage Omega, who's really famous, you know, as his strong teams and heroes. How do you feel?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I really thought that I would do worse against Merlin than I would do against Elf Mage, because I really don't know how Merlin plays. He has like a very weird playstyle, but I think I have something I could do against Elf Mage. I don't think Elf Mage is gonna expect what I pick out in our draft when we fight tomorrow. I have a few ideas up my sleeve.
Okay. 그래서 사실 엘브메이지 선수보다 멀린 선수를 상대하는 게 훨씬 더 어려울 거라고 생각을 했다고 하네요. 왜냐하면 멀린 선수는 아까 말씀드린 것처럼 되게 좀 특이한 픽을 많이 하는 선수다 보니까 멀린 선수가 어떤 걸 픽할지를 좀 정확히 몰라서 오히려 엘브메이지 선수보다 상대하기가 좀 더 어려울 거라고 생각을 했고요. 엘브메이지 선수에 관해서는 자신이 좀 생각해 놓은 픽들이 있는데 사실 그거를 엘브메이지 선수가 쉽게 예측을 하거나 추측을 할 수는 없을 거라고 생각을 해서 내일 좀 좋은 모습을 보여주지 않을까라고 생각을 합니다.
우리 세이메이가 또 직접 질문을 하고 싶은 게 있대요. 예.
또 이제 오늘 그 엘브메이지 선수가 속덱을 자존심인 라이트 선수를 속도로 이겼는데 본인은 혹시 엘브메이지 선수 상대로 속도 이길 수 있을지 자신 있는지.
So Samway have a question for you. As you saw in the previous match, Light he's also extremely famous with his cleave composition, but you know, Elf Mage Omega beat him in a speed contest, and you are also a very famous cleaver, right? Do you plan to challenge him with speed tomorrow?
Is that Light should have won both of those races twice. If Elves should not have won those races, it should not have even been close. The people that Light losing those races was just that was just RNG. No shot. It wasn't even supposed to be close.
You mean
like that? Those two last games, Light should have won. That being said, I don't know if I'm gonna race him either.
오케이. 그래서 라이트 선수가 사실 속도로 겨뤘던 매치를 전부 다 승리했어야 한다라고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 엘브메이지 선수가 승리를 하게 된 거는 보정빨이었다고 좀 생각을 하고요. 라이트 선수가 무조건 이겼어야 하는 경기라고 생각을 합니다. 그렇다 보니까 근데 이제 아무래도 대회에서 속도빨, 보정빨 이런 것들이 좀 중요하기 때문에 내일 과연 제가 엘브메이지 선수에게 속도로 겨룰지는 잘 모르겠다고 합니다. 아까 말씀드렸던 것처럼 준비한 픽들이 또 있기 때문에 자세한 전략을 밝히지는 않으려고 하는 것 같아요.
나라곤 꼭 뛸 것만은 아니야라는 얘기를 살짝 해주는 것 같아요. 자, 다음에 있을 결승전에서도 내일 있을 결승전에서도 너무 멋진 모습으로 좋은 활약해주기를 부탁드린다고 인터뷰 감사하다고 좀 전해주십시오.
Thank you for the interview and we hope you're best tomorrow and wish you the best tomorrow.
네, 자 이렇게 해서 오늘 결승전에 진출한 팀 쓰리 머스키티어스.
Shoot, we saw Kana's interview overall. We apologize. We do know that you guys had or you're hearing some audio issues on their end, but don't worry about it. That should be fixed next time around. So please bear with us. We apologize for any of the mishaps, guys. We'll go ahead and improve that, so don't worry. But as for now, guys, yeah, you know, Kana feeling pretty confident overall and knowing, you know, like what you said earlier for in regards for speed wise, he's like he's fast, but Kana's not gonna challenge him either way.
Yeah, I think he knows that even Light has probably better speed gear than Kana does. And if even Light gets RNG'd like that, it makes him less wanting to take the risk there. So he most definitely will be probably playing by Elf Mage's rules and going standard into the standard master himself.
Which is kind of scary, honestly. And honestly, what I want to see too is how Kana will play around that going against Elf Mage. But it's not just Elf Mage, right? It's Elf Mage and his team.
Yeah, his team is definitely pretty good too, so we'll see how these team battles play out. But I think, you know, even if the openers and the middlers don't do well, it comes down to the leaders if they can keep their team playing in the tournament also, because as we
Exactly.
saw for all the matches today, we see like a straight one-side win for the openers and the middlers for one team, and then it comes down to
An important
banking on the
match.
team leader to turn things around. And they, both team leaders for both teams had equal chance to keep their teams, but unfortunately, they didn't have enough, and it just came down to like maybe draft diff, decision making diff, RNG diff. There's just so many factors that came in to decide who was gonna win each match, because they were definitely close for everybody.
Exactly. And it just goes to show like what level that these guys are playing at. Most of them being Legend and Emperor for that matter. And even though Emperor people are probably close enough to Legend to hit it.
Yeah.
But yeah, as we'll see tomorrow though, the Elf Mage and Kana match being one of the keys. Team Boomer though, and Team Three Musketeers are something that I'm excited for tomorrow. I can't wait to see, which will be happening at the same time as today, 8 p.m. PST for that matter. As for everything else, I don't know the exact times off the top of my head, but yeah.
Yeah, we don't know the time zone. Sorry. Just know that it's at this time, but maybe 4.5 hours prior from now. So
Exactly. Thank you. And with that though, guys, make sure to honestly check out all your drops, get your drops in, get your pick'em stuff in, because we do have the final match, and that's even more energy. I know who Fart's voting for definitely on this end, and honestly, I don't know who I want to vote for. I know my heart goes out to one, but I kind of want the other one to win, and I want to get that energy though too at the same time. So what I eventually pick, you guys will find out that tomorrow. All right.
are you gonna pick a team and then keep it a secret and flip the switch for one team to get the better RNG?
At the perfect
Is that the
time.
trick you have up your sleeve?
Yeah, I'm gonna show you guys at the end. I'm gonna be like flip flopping, so you guys don't exactly know who I'm exactly choosing, and then at the end I'll show you who I chose, and I'll be sad either way. But guys, that is all from me, and well, us in this case, and yeah, we'll end up seeing you guys tomorrow, right? Your boy Mashu.
And it's Fartsy, aka Fart Pancakes.
And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.